Hey, captioner, can you, if you can hear us, or is everything okay? Do you need anything?
Yeah, I'm okay. I got kicked out and then I got put back in, but I should be fine now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, what's your name, by the way?
It's Sherry.
Sherry. Okay, great. Good to meet you. Thanks so much.
Yep. Thanks.
Here, say something and see if that.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Should be able to stick that somewhere.
Yeah.
And then you.
Okay, that's turned off. Good.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Beth. I know it's Thursday. Well, good morning, everybody here and everybody on the Zoom call. Welcome to the first hybrid Kansas Fest that we've ever put on. So that's pretty cool. Thank you all for your patience as we navigate all the technology that we're learning on the fly. And hopefully everybody's gonna have a really great couple of days. We've got some amazing sessions on tap. I'm just gonna go over a couple things real quick, and then I'm gonna turn it over to our keynote speaker. So first thing I want to talk about is I've introduced the committee members. These are the people who we worked all year to bring this to you. Some of us are here in person and some of us are online. Sean Fahey is off site right now. Paul Hagstrom is online. Martin Hay is online. James is here somewhere. James, are you awake yet? What? Okay. Kirk is right here. Kirk Mitchell. Andy Malloy is online. Peter Neubauer is right here. I'm Kate Scott-Nicky. Also Kat. Chris Torrance. I think that's all 9 of us. Yes. These are the world's largest note cards. All right, so I want to remind everybody about the contests that we have going on. Hackfest started Wednesday morning. You should have got an email about it. That is open to both virtual and in-person attendees. I believe 10 o'clock on Saturday morning is the deadline for you to get your project in, and our judges will be looking at those. Again, we have some in-person judges and some online judges. So we look forward to seeing all the cool hacks y'all come up with this year. For our in-person contingent, remember, we always have the door contest. So decorate your door. One second. All right, decorate your door. I'll come around probably Friday early afternoon, take pictures of them. And it's a very informal who cheers the loudest type of contest. For our online friends, Low Res Art and Load Runner Levels, there are Discord channels with the rules for both of those contests. Then they will also be judged on Friday afternoon, evening. So looking forward to see what everybody comes up with. Question? Give us 1 second. This is that technology with the first hybrid that I just talked about.
Recording in progress.
You're not wrong. And we're back. All right, I guess it's safe. So folks out on Zoom, did you catch any of my introductions? Probably not. That's okay. I was just talking about the contests. Keep going. So just some tips for a great K-Fest, just some gentle reminders for our in-person contingent. Hydrate. It's very hot out there. Don't want anybody to get sick. Please, please, please. And I'm guilty. I'm already guilty of breaking this, the 6-2-1 rule. 6 hours of sleep, 2 meals a day, and 1 shower minimum. And then please respect each other's personal space and personal choices. And that's all I'm going to say about that. You know what I'm talking about. Some general reminders for our remote friends also. It's really easy to get caught up in how much fun you're having and the cool sessions and talking on the Discord and talking with your fellow attendees. Please remember that you also need to be practicing self-care. When we take, there's a lot of breaks built in the schedule. Breaks for us or breaks for you. So please don't sit in your chair for 8 hours. Please, stand up, move around, drink, swap your fluids, don't stay up all night. Same thing that we do here. Just some gentle, I want everybody to have a good Kansas Fest, but I also want everybody to be healthy at the end of Kansas Fest, whether you're here or whether you're remote. If you have any issues during the convention, committee members in person are wearing black lanyards. Committee members on Discord are purple. They are admins, and you can ask them. Also, friends on Discord, if you see someone with a yellow orangish name, they are a moderator. They can also help you with Discord problems. So feel free to ping one of them as well. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Chris Torrance now, and Chris is going to give you a little introduction to our keynote speaker.
Okay, are we good? All right, can everybody hear me on the microphone? How about on Zoom? Thumbs up from Zoom participants. Yes, anybody? All right, Dave says we're good to go. All right, well, welcome everybody. I'm Chris Torrance, and I'd like to welcome you all to Kansas Fest 2022. And we're honored to have Robert Woodhead with us. And just a little brief introduction. So when I first approached Robert about being the keynote speaker, and this was about 3 years ago now, and his first question to me was, why would you want to hear from me? And he was just being modest, but at the same time, I thought about it, like, seriously. And, I thought about when I was a kid and my brother and I had played Wizardry, and it was one of the first games that we actually bought. And, perhaps there were other games that we had not bought, but we bought the boxed copy of Wizardry. And for my brother and I, it was really kind of an eye-opening experience because we had played Dungeons and Dragons, and that's with, real people and pen and pencil and paper. But here was the same experience except on a computer, and that kind of really opened my eyes to maybe what a computer could do. And I don't want to say necessarily that that changed the trajectory of what I was going to study, but it certainly pushed me along the direction of doing computer programming and computer science. And then actually when I came yesterday and I was listening to a lot of the other attendees talking to Robert, and they had very similar experiences. There were several people who came up to him and said that, his games and the work that he had done and, writing the game in Pascal had really influenced their own lives and where they had headed. And so I think that, while you might be modest in maybe what you've accomplished, I think that in the end, actually, the work that Robert and Andrew did on Wizardry was a huge influence on all of us, as well as the entire game industry. And Robert has gone on to do many other things, including working with anime, as well as killer robots. But I will leave more of that to him to describe. And I'd like you all to welcome Trebor, the Mad Overlord.
Hopefully this is on. Yeah, I made a bunch of notes for this presentation and have just realized that at this distance, I can't read them. So I do want to preface this by saying that this is actually the first time I've ever given a presentation like this. So, please bear with me. Things may be a little bit disjointed. Let's see. So when I was starting this, is this working properly for you guys? Okay. Let me know if it kicks out, because I started looking through all of the old photos, most of which my mother digitized. And I found that I didn't really have that many. And can you see the kind of nerdy kid I was? The reason should be pretty obvious. This is the first computer I actually got to program on, PDP-8E. It was located at a local college about 30 miles away from me. That was the closest computer. And I quite by accident found out about it when I was taking my PSAT test. And I don't remember the exact details, but I asked for and got permission to come in on the weekends to use the computer because nobody at the college was using it during that time. And that just left the problem of how to get to this university 30 miles away when you're like a 15-year-old kid. Fortunately, my mother was very generous, and she actually volunteered to drive me there. So every Saturday for basically about my senior year, she would drive me 30 miles there and then drive 30 miles back. And then in the evening, repeat the trip. So she was doing 120 miles, like 2 hours of driving every weekend to help out her nerdy little son. The result of that and other things was that I, through some other clerical errors, got admitted to Cornell University. And when I went to visit Cornell the summer before I actually started to get the lay of the land, I found out that they had this thing, Plato. Plato is the most influential computer system of all time. Everything you know and love about computers and internet and online stuff started here. I cannot emphasize this as much. Everybody who was touched by Plato, it completely changed their lives. This, in the early 70s, this was a 512 by 512 graphics device, programmable character sets, It could draw lines. It had a microfiche projector that could project through the screen. It had a touch panel. It had music. And it had the best computer games of the era. It was the only place that had really good multiplayer games. It's just like everything, chat, news groups, desk accessories, they all got their start here. So I'm at Cornell, and you could only play games on these on the weekends and after hours. And they actually had a piece of software lovingly called the Enforcer that if it saw you in a game during sort of primetime hours would kick you out. But you can imagine that there was quite the long line of signups to get into play games on Play-Doh on the weekends. This is one of the first influential dungeon games. It was called D&D. And it's basically, you go down in the dungeon, you have to hack your way down to the bottom of the dungeon where you will find an orb. And if you catch the orb and you get it out, you win the game. It was incredibly difficult. I was actually present when another player at Cornell was the first person to finish this game. And so it was like about 2 in the morning. He got down, he found the orb, he started his way out, and then he found out that as soon as he picked up the orb, every monster in the dungeon started coming for him. And he got to within 3 steps of the exit when Play-Doh went down. Because on the weekends and in the middle of the night was when the Play-Doh developers did a lot of their systems work, and they would, on very short notice, take the system down to reload a new version. So he had to wait until the system came back up again, and then he went and did it again, and this time he finished. So Play-Doh had a huge number of games like this. This is one of the early dungeon games on Play-Doh. I think this one is Avatar. There was a huge kind of spawning of these kind of games. Everybody trying out different things. These were multiplayer games. Some of them, D&D wasn't, but this one was, where you could actually group up with other people and go down in a party in the dungeon, meet other parties, and so on and so forth. They were at this time mostly just based on the actual dungeon delving, rather than having like an overacting story or quests or anything like that. But people were experimenting like crazy on this stuff. There were 4 or 5 of these games. And they all had interesting takes on what was going on. And of course, they were incredibly influential to me and to everybody who saw them. While I was at Cornell, I started working at one of the first Computerland stores. This isn't it, but you can see the kind of place it was. And what I was both in sales, which was incredibly dumb of them, and I also wrote a bunch of accounting software for them, because at this time, all the software being done was kind of custom. So for like the first couple of years that I was at Cornell, I was working at the store. However, the guy who ran the store was a bit stingy, and I wanted to buy an Apple II, and I asked him for a sort of employee discount, and he said no, because he could sell every Apple II he got in. Okay, so that summer when I was back home in Ogdensburg, New York, I noticed that the local Radio Shack affiliate, it wasn't a full store, it was just like a hardware store that had the Radio Shack area, had a TRS-80 and they did not know what to do with it. They didn't even know how to set it up. So I offered to generously take it off their hands at their cost. And they said yes. So this was the TRS-80 Model 1 was the first computer that I ever personally owned, and I was very proud of it. And when I got back to Cornell, I told my boss that I'd gotten a TRS-80, and he fired me on the spot. He likened it to a Ford salesman driving into work in a Chevy. Those are his words. Let me see what the next slide is. Yeah. Well, that turned out to be a blessing in disguise, because within a week I had a job as a teaching assistant at the Cornell Hotel School for twice the money. The professor that hired me was a gentleman named Dick Moore, who's a very famous and beloved professor at Cornell. I went back a few years ago and had lunch with him, and he's the same wonderful and generous person now as he was then. And he was involved in doing all sorts of research into how to use computers in hotel applications. And he had this crazy idea of using computers to display information in the cafeteria. To give you some background, the Cornell Hotel School, basically, I guarantee you, if you go to any top-end, really top-end hotel in the world, and you ask their staff, the management staff, and the really top staff at that hotel, where they went to college, you are almost guaranteed to find at least one person at any hotel who went to the Cornell Hotel School. It is like, they actually have a hotel that they run, that is run completely by the students. So he had the idea that we could use computers to do visual display of menus and other things in the cafeteria. And this was back at a time when, for example, the displays at an airport would be the little flipping displays. So we ended up taking a Krememco Z80 computer and sticking 4 of these Dazzler boards into it, so that we could simultaneously run 4 different monitors at the same time. These were like 128 by 128 boards, display resolution. And we had to develop software that would allow these displays of menus and animations and all sorts of other things to be operated by and updated by the people working as the cashiers. That project took about a year, and it actually worked, and they used it for about a decade. It showed all, it had, you could set up different sort of sequences of frames for each monitor and sequence between them and stuff like that. The one thing I found out years later was that they'd had a real problem with overheating, because these boards really pushed that Z80 to its limit. In fact, when these stole DMA cycles from the main processor, and each board stole a little over 20% of the cycles. So we were stealing 80% of the memory cycles for the boards. But having 4 of these boards apparently thermally stressed it a bit, and it kept breaking, and they kept having to get it repaired. But they had very presciently bought a service contract from the store where they bought it. And guess which store that was? I had my TRS-80 and I started writing games for it. You know, basically re-implementing a lot of the games that you would see in the 101 Basic Computer Games book, things like that. And so I decided that I would try to sell them, and so I ended up 15 games for $15, and had a two-sided tape with level 1 on one side and level 2 versions on the other. And I think I ended up selling 100 or so of them through mail order and stuff like that. But anyway, this was my first published program. And as you can see from the name of the company, I have a bad habit of putting in horrible puns. Yeah, like here is the instructions for playing one of the games. So okay. So what with all this work and all this entrepreneurial activity, and also, you know, staying up all night to play on Play-Doh and also play a lot of Dungeons and Dragons, my grades were not the best. And with one semester to go, Cornell suggested very strongly that I should take a year off to reflect. And my mom was not happy about this. She actually drove me back down to Cornell to argue my case with the dean, and she did not say a single word to me in that 3-hour drive. Oh, I still remember that. The dean, by the way, kindly declined to let me back in until I'd served my year of penance, but said that she thought that I would find this next year a most interesting and productive one, and she had no idea. So that gets to the first Apple II that I got, and the reason for this was that my mother, well, my father had started a business, an industrial business, which produces resin-coated sand, which is used to make moldings for casting. But he unfortunately passed away just before I went to college. He never got to know that I got into Cornell, and he would have been very happy about that, and I'm very sad about that. But in any case, after his death, my mother took in an investor, a gentleman named Fred Sirtek, who's a local real estate and entrepreneur in Ogdensburg and also in Canada. And so when I, was sent back home in disgrace, and by the way, I served out that year sleeping on my mom's couch. She wouldn't let me have a bed. I was obviously looking for something to do, and she was looking for some way to get me out of the house. And it turned out that Fred Sirtek had a business called Commemorative Gifts, which made things like little trinkets and engraved spoons and stuff like that. And they were getting to the point where they really needed to computerize their inventory. So it was suggested very strongly that I donate my time to produce this software. So we went and got an Apple II, and I, based on my vast programming experience from Cornell, I decided that the best development language to use that was available on the Apple II at that time would be Apple Pascal. So so we got one of the 64K machine with Apple Pascal, and I started tapping away, and it didn't take too long to get their inventory program working. So so I've still got like 10 months left in my sentence, and so what to do? And so I said, well, okay, well, maybe I can just write some more general software. And maybe that would be useful. So I started playing around, and I came up with the idea of making a sort of free format tree structured database. Because I had gotten far enough along in my studies that I actually knew what a tree was. One of the interesting things, back then, compared to now, is that now everything is available on the internet. So it's easier to know what you don't know. But back at this time, if you hadn't really come into contact with something, you had no idea it was out there. So and this happened multiple times in the development of Wizardry and other things, where I would come up with some idea that I thought was really neat and incredible, and only later find out that, oh yeah, everybody knew about that except for me. But anyway, so I wrote this program, and I showed it to one of Fred's sons. He had two sons that were starting to help him out in business, Robert and Norman, and they said, well, why don't we try and sell it? So I said, well, okay, why not? So that's how Serotech, with the O, started. And again, bad puns, was started to sell this piece of software. So I think Fred basically did it to keep his sons busy and out of his hair. But then that came, then the idea was, what should you do next? And they said, well, why don't you write a game? Everybody likes games. So I decided that I would try and do a home version of a game I'd seen on Play-Doh called Empire. Now, Empire is just an amazing game. I cannot stress this enough. I personally consider Empire to be one of the finest computer games ever written. Because, not because it's incredibly complex, but because the developers took the limitations of the Play-Doh system and turned them into key aspects that made the game work and made it deep. And I really would love to see Empire made available again. You can actually, there are Play-Doh emulation systems that you can log into these days where you can play Empire. But I cannot say how influential Empire is to me. I mean, one of my prized possessions that was given to me by the Empire developers is a copy of the Empire source code. And I don't have a lot of stuff from back in the day that I've decided to keep, but that's one of them. But in any case, I decided, well, I could do this kind of space game, and I can't make it multiplayer, but I can maybe do some simple AI no, it was called AI back then, simple automation on the opponents. And so that's how that program came about. And it also allowed me to learn how to interface assembly language code with Pascal code. So that got released and was modestly successful. And then the boys came back to me and said, well, what are we going to do next? Oh, so there's, yeah. Okay, so this is where Andrew comes into the picture. I thought, well, what are the kind of games that I really loved? Well, Empire was one, and the dungeon games were another. So, maybe I should do a dungeon game. So I started designing a game, which I called Paladin. Okay, and through some bizarre set of circumstances, I really don't remember exactly how it happened. I learned that Andrew, who I knew from Play-Doh at Cornell, was also working on a dungeon game. So I got in touch with him, and I drove down, and he had written a basic game, which was very similar to the D&D game that I showed you previously, kind of top down, going through. And it became very clear over a period of a weekend that this would be, that we had complementary talents. I had programming, I was not as good a programmer as him at this time, I think, because he had more experience, but I had more time to actually do the programming. And he, he was very active in the arts community at Cornell, especially performing arts. So he had more of the writing and the storytelling skills. And he also had a group of his friends who were obsessively playing his game. And he also had one other thing that was very important. He had the name. He had the name. And so as soon as we'd seen what each other done, we decided we would join forces, and he would do most of the actual design work, and I would do most of the programming. So over a period of just a few days, he roughed out the initial data structures for the game. And then I went back and over a period of a couple of months, wrote the editors that were necessary to create the database. And then over a period of another 6 months, I wrote the first version of the Wizardry game while he was simultaneously creating the first Wizardry scenario. During this period, I also had completed my penance, and I went back to Cornell and I finished up. So this takes us to the summer, I guess, of 1981. We've got the game pretty much working, but it looks okay, but we have no idea how it's going to be, received. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. So we go to the first Apple Fest at Boston, and at this point we don't have the final scenario. We just have a test scenario that basically exercises all the features in the game. It's not balanced, anything like that. But we sell it as a beta version called I think it was called the Dungeons of Despair. And given how unbalanced the first level was, that is an accurate description of the game. I think we took like 100 copies, and they sold out, and Rob Siratek, no, it was Norm Siratek was with me. He's just ecstatic. He thinks everything's going to go great. So that was the first inkling that we had that we had something. One thing, the other thing we had was a really great logo that was done by Will McLean. Will McLean? I think it's Will McLean, he also did the interior illustrations on the Wizardry manual. But what we didn't have was a really good artist for doing the graphics. So basically, anytime you see graphics in the original version of Wizardry that look really awful, because I'm not an artist, like I actually did this, which is why for some strange reason the wizard kind of looks like a French chef, but the most interesting thing about this animation was that in order to get it to fit, I had to come up with a system for compressing it, and what ended up happening was that it was encoded as a set of differences on the byte level between the frames, and then those differences were then run length encoded. And I thought I invented those ideas. Again, because, you know, there was nothing to refer to. I mean, the local library didn't exactly have a really great computer science thing. So Wizardry comes out. Actually, I'll skip back. So Wizardry comes out, and it's successful far beyond our wildest imaginations. Like Andy told me that he would be unbelievably happy if his royalties from the game paid off his student loans. That happened the first month. Like, we were absolutely in shock about how well this game was received. And, you know, we started getting a huge amount of mail and you know, requests about the game and stuff like that. And we also started getting bug reports. This is probably the most, it's the most famous bug in Wizardry. It may be the most famous bug in the early gaming industry, which is identify number 9. And this is the actual line of code that caused it. You know, when you do an identify, you have to select which item you identify. And so you type a key, and then this line of code made sure that that number was between 1 and 8, except that it didn't. Because of the or, it should have been an and. So this meant this was the reason this worked was, or didn't work, was that in order to get the game to fit, we had to turn off the Pascal bounds checking feature, which ensured that you didn't run off the end of an array, because the extra code to do the bounds checking made the game too big. So, but you know, we knew we were great programmers, so this was not going to be a problem. So we turned it off, and we also, you know, all the play testers were great typists. They would never accidentally type the wrong number. So this never got tested. And what that meant was that that when identify succeeded, it would flip a bit in the record for an item that indicated that it had been identified to see the true name. But now it could index past that array and flip a bit randomly in other data structures. And it turned out that if you hit 9, it would flip a bit in the next character record and give you a huge amount of experience. So someone once sent, I wish I had kept this. Someone once sent me a multi-page list of what every typable character on an Apple II would apparently do. Some of them would crash the game. Some of them would temporarily change the maze. You know, it was just like this. There were all sorts of bizarre effects, because you could also index negative, which would then cause things to really go crazy and wrap around. But anyway, when the PC version came out, we had a big internal debate as to whether or not to fix this bug. But we finally decided that it was just such a big part of the lore of the game by that point that we should just declare it a feature. So we may have been the first people to declare a bug a feature. So software piracy was a big thing back in the day. I'll preface this by saying that my philosophy about this kind of thing has evolved as I've grown older, and I've come to realize that most of all the copy protection stuff was a complete waste of time. That most people, you know, who if they're not going to if they're willing to steal it, they're probably not going to have bought it. The copy protection wouldn't force them to buy it. So for that reason, these days, you know, I don't really care about it that much. But in the day, you know, I really wanted to try and protect my software. And so the Wizardry copy protection system, I was actually quite proud of it, especially since it wasn't a copy protection system, it was a copy detection system. I don't know how many people know how it worked, but basically, you may remember that whenever you start up Wizardry, there'll be this little sequence where the disk drive will go, and that's the copy detection system. And what it was doing was kind of cute. The Wizardry disks are completely standard. There's no fancy stuff at all, except that on certain tracks, when you step between the tracks, there's an when it's being formatted, there was an slight additional random delay put in before it started writing the next track, which means that certain of the tracks were slightly skewed in the relative position of their sectors as compared to other tracks. And so what we would do is when we were formatting the drives, we would have a slightly modified version of the formatter that would include these delays. And then when we were
I found this on the web.
oh, shut up. When we would then measure the delays and write them to each copy of the disk so that it knew what the delays on itself were, and then we would check that and use that to determine whether or not the disk had been copied. And this was subtle enough that it threw people for a loop for some time, especially since the copy detect checking code was all in P code, which was another level of abstraction that people didn't really have good tools for. One idea that we had that fortunately wiser heads prevailed was that if we detected a copy, we would just let the game run as normal. But then if we noticed that you hadn't been playing for about 6 hours and you did have a micro modem in your computer, we would use it to call us up to tell us you'd stolen the game on a 900 toll number. But yes, but as I said, wiser heads prevailed, and they realized that we would get sued for that. But in retrospect, if I had been doing this again, we instead of preventing people from playing the game, we should have just let them play the first few levels and then let them know that they really should be buying it. But again, that kind of subtlety, just which seems so obvious today, back then, you know, we were just making it up as we went along. So, you know, we just had a lot of things just didn't occur to us. Now, at this point, I'd like to point out that, and this has been mentioned to me by a couple of people here already, how important it was to them. And it's something we didn't really understand at the time, which was probably the single most important thing that made Wizardry a hit, was that it was in a box. And there was argument about spending the money on this box. But I'm not 100% sure who it was. It was probably Fred Siratek, who pushed so strongly for this to be in a box. It was either Fred or his son, Norman. But you know, I probably would not be here today if that decision had not been made. And Wizardry would have been probably successful, but it would not have like snowballed the way it did. I mean, yeah, the game was good and it was a lot of fun to play and stuff like that, but you didn't know that when you were in the store. you saw the box. So again, this is something that I didn't really understand until like 20 years later. So yeah, this is another early photo. I think this was the original title screen of the game before we did the animation. The animation, I think, was something that came relatively last minute. But as you can see, again, thank goodness, not too many pictures of me from back then still exist. So here's Andy and I getting the Soft Talk Award. Can't remember, I think it's 1982 or so. The weird thing about this is that somebody made like a notepad full of copies of this, and that's the only reason I still have this photo. Now, with all this money coming in, I actually made a really sound decision, which was that I would start setting it aside. I would only spend it on absolute essentials. And this actually is the one thing I bought as a splurge thing, was the '84 Corvette. I love this car. And unfortunately, I don't have a picture of it with a Wizardry license plate, but I had a Wizardry license plate for this. Yeah. And of course, I love the bumper sticker. I'd rather be driving a Macintosh. Yeah. So here are some of the people from the early days of Surtec. That's Fred, that's my mom, me, Rob, Norm, that's Linda Surtec. That's Lori. I forget the other bit. One thing you'll learn about me is I'm absolutely terrible with names and faces. It's driven me wild all my life. But one person who you may have heard of, who was basically came in as an intern in the early days, and she's told the story many times, but Brenda Braithwaite, as she was back in the day, basically was a game-loving computer nerd who knocked on the door and insisted we hire her. And she, of course, has gone on to much greatness. And I got together with her and John maybe about 10 years ago, and they're just wonderful people. And I'm so happy that she got that opportunity early, and that, where it went. Again, it's this kind of, if there's any theme to what's going on here, it's the sort of huge element of random chance in our lives, and I didn't understand that back then, but I sure do now. So Surtec also released some other games. I did some work on them, but I was mostly involved with doing other things, and I would just do some consulting work. So for example, in Rescue Raiders, which apparently a lot of people really like, and I always thought it was a great little game. My main contribution to Rescue Raiders was the collision detection algorithm, because we had like hundreds of objects we had to collision detect, and I figured out a near linear time hack that would allow the game to actually run when you had when it got to the real late game. So I was pretty pleased with that one. So nothing, you got to have a sequel. So we started coming out with the sequels to the game. And my contribution to most of these is just adding a few extra bits. The actual core game engine for Wizardry through the first 3 games is like 99% identical. It's just like, oh, we need like an extra trigger in the dungeon to do some particular thing, that kind of stuff. Oh, I just noticed these are the Japanese versions of the boxes. Okay, so the Japanese version is actually a perfect lead into this, which is that we started going international, and a company called ASCII, which was a big publisher in Japan, came to us and they wanted to release Wizardry in Japan. You know, why they would want to do that, I had no idea, but the idea was that they would get together a development team to translate the game into Japanese, and I would go over and assist in that effort, to go over and be in Japan for a few months. And it turned out, purely by accident, that we had made exactly the right choice when we went to Pascal originally. We just didn't know it, because now, in order to port Wizardry to a new machine, all you had to do was write a P-code interpreter, plus a little assembly language, plus tweak the graphics, and Bob's your uncle, you're done. It turned out that you know, this little company that did the development work was called Fortune. It was headed by a guy named Suzuki Shigeya, who became a lifelong friend of mine, a wonderful guy. And it turned out that we found out some interesting things along the way. One of the first things that we found out we had to do was we had to completely abstract all of the text in the game into data files. And most of the work that I did in Japan on that first trip was figuring out ways to handle, to abstract not only the text, but also the grammar, which came in very handy when we started doing other versions, like the French and the German version, where you have like tense and case and all that silly stuff. But anyway, right around the corner from their offices was this steakhouse called Volks, and I tended to go there a lot, and they started teasing me about it. So I figured I would put that picture in. So yeah, cringe. During this time, in Japan, there's a district in Tokyo called Roppongi, and Roppongi is famous as a nightlife district. And I started going to Roppongi several nights a week, and the people at Fortune thought that I was doing it to hunt girls. So they started calling me Skebe Robert, which means like sex crazy Robert. The actual truth is that I had found a bar in Roppongi that I really liked, not because I drank, which I don't, and I still don't, but because it was the stomping grounds for a bunch of Iranian airline pilots who were very good at playing backgammon, but not quite as good as I was. So basically, I was going to Roppongi to sit in a bar playing backgammon with some insane Iranian airline pilots. This picture is from a Wizardry they did later on. So then the Macintosh comes out, and of course, I definitely want to do Wizardry for the Macintosh, and this turned out to be like hugely more difficult than I ever thought it would be. And not just because you had to use Elisa to do the development effort, but I got like really ambitious about kind of replicating the Mac experience in this game. So this took much longer than I thought it would, but I eventually got it working, and as it turns out, I found what is probably the first discovered bug in the Mac ROM. It turns out that there was a bug in their memory management related to relocatable code segments, such that whenever you're finished using a code segment, you could mark it as purgeable, so it could be thrown out if necessary to make room for something new, but it would stick around in case you did it. And I had to segment up the program in order to get it to fit into the Mac. But the bug was that while the code that released the block in memory set it to be purgeable, it didn't set it to be relocatable, which means that the memory management couldn't like compact things together. And over time, the memory would become fragmented to the point where the game wouldn't load. It couldn't proceed because it would run out of memory. And it took a long time to figure out what was going on. And I finally had a really nice repeatable test case. And I sent it off to Apple and said, yeah, you guys have really got to help me out here because this is a complete showstopper. And like within a week, I got a Federal Express packet with a diskette that had the patch. So in return for that, the next time I was in Cupertino, I went to Apple to the Mac team and delivered to them 10 pounds of Mrs. Fields chocolate chip cookies. And then, along with all this, I looked at the Mac version, and I looked at the original Wizardry, and I'm going like, ugh, it looks so bad. Wouldn't it be nice if we could have these fancy Mac windows in the original version of Wizardry? And one Friday afternoon, I just thought I had this inspiration about how I could possibly do this, how it might work. And I did not sleep until the next Monday morning. And by that time, I had it working. I actually had the game fully converted and working in a single weekend of just, this was like, in all my programming experiences, this was that, that flow experience you get into. I just powered. I just could not stop, take a break and stop working on this. The insight was to use the text buffers as shadow maps to, one of the text buffers was a shadow map for what each character on the screen was, and the character set lets you do all the different window parts. But the other text buffer had a depth map that told you what level that character was at. So then you could, you could then quickly determine how, when you were writing a window, whether or not it was immediately visible on that particular character position was visible on the screen. And then you would either write it or not write it. And the only time you had to rebuild those maps was when a window appeared or disappeared. And so it turned out to be like really easy code. Once I had that idea and a little bit of assembly language, and poof, it was just like wonderful. So that's when Wizardry got redone, Wizardry form. Commodore 64 version. As with the PC version, the Japanese versions, we started doing ports to the different US machines. And in the case of the Commodore 64, again, the programmer who did it, he came to live in Ithaca for the course of the project. His name was Anton Truensfels, wonderful guy. And the big problem with the Commodore 64 was the disk drive, which ran over a serial interface and was ridiculously slow. And but the Commodore, the weird thing about the Commodore disk drive was that it had a processor, it had a 6502 in it, and you could actually download code to that 6502. So we built a system that did real-time data compression on both ends of the serial link to get the speed up. And then we used the extra 16K of RAM that we were guaranteed to have on the machine. We only needed 48K to run the game. So the extra 16K we used as a disk cache. And that was what allowed it to work and work at a reasonable speed. Meanwhile, while all this was going on, I was gaining a few extra skills in case this computer programming thing didn't work out. Soaring, I got my private pilot's license, I got my soaring license, and I haven't actually flown since I got married, but I found this hugely enjoyable, and if especially gliding. Gliding is wonderful. You should definitely try it, because it's got that mental problem solving aspect of like figuring out where you're going to find the lift and stuff like that. So into the picture comes this gentleman, Ro Adams. Ro was a computer game reviewer, pretty famous for being the first person to finish Time Zone, and a big fan of wizardry. And he came up with the idea of doing a new wizardry scenario, and the idea of completely flipping the game and instead of going after WordNet, now you're WordNet going after the adventurers. And so he came to work with me on Wizardry 4. So Ro did the entire game design of that game, and I had to figure out how to implement that. And it turned out that flipping the game on its head, you'd think that would be easy, and it wasn't. I mean, it was a nightmare. As it turns out, Wizardry 4 was not programmed on an Apple. It was programmed on a PC 9801, which was a Japanese MS-DOS machine. And the reason was we had a P-code interpreter for it, and it ran the UCSDP system many times faster than any of the Apple machines would. So I would literally boot up into MS-DOS and then type in this magic MS-DOS command line, and suddenly I would see, "Welcome to Apple Pascal." We actually bought a license for Apple Pascal to use on this on that machine. But that took a lot longer than we expected. And literally for the last year, I was convinced that it would always be ready next week. Like people would ask me, when it's going to be ready? Oh, we'll have it ready next week. And I actually believed that. But it was like one show-stopping problem after another we had to work through. So that's how WordNet got done. And now you can see the graphics actually look a little better. That's because I wasn't doing them. But yeah, this, I think one of the interesting things about Return of WordNet was that I think we were a little too close to it in terms of the difficulty level, in that this was a game designed by Ro to be hard for somebody at the level of Ro as a game player. So it was and we didn't really realize that at the time, in that the puzzles were designed to be ridiculously hard but fair. And I think that is a problem that happens, that unless you have like really broad playtesting and feedback, it's really hard to get that balance right. I think although we did have playtesting in the original Wizardry, we had the Andy's Friends, retroactively named the Wizardry Advanced Research Group, or WARG, that really gave us a lot of important feedback. I think, we also got lucky in terms of getting the difficulty right, which brings us to anime. So while we were working on Wizardry 4, Ro was staying with me in Ithaca. He started attending meetings of the Cornell Anime Club, and this was back in the time when what they would do is they would get like 4th generation copies of tapes from Japan, and then the one guy in the club who was unlucky enough to know Japanese would like do a live translation narration. And so Ro was a big fan of anime. I was sort of like, yeah, I'd seen some of it. It's okay, whatever. But he saw me playing with a new toy that I'd gotten, which was a Color Space 2 board, which was the first video overlay board for the Macintosh 2. And it allowed you to actually put graphics on top of background video. And he looked at this and he said, could you use that to put text on? I said, yeah, sure. Text is just pixels. He says, well, could we use this to like subtitle some of the anime that's being shown at the club? And I said, yeah, I guess we could do that. He says, yeah, because I'd really like to do that. I think that would be kind of a cool idea. And I thought about it for a minute and I said, well, I go to Japan all the time, why don't we could get a license and like release it as a product rather than just give it away to the club. And we kind of looked at each other and then we just broke out laughing. I mean, I exaggerate not, laughing to the point that we could barely breathe at how stupid this idea was. And it's like, this is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. And he says, yeah, should we do it? We absolutely must. So I got a license for a little show called Maddox 01. And in fact, we just re-released it on Blu-ray like a few months ago. And this is a great little show if you haven't seen it, because it's basically Read the Fucking Manual, the animated series. It's about a kid who basically this robot falls off the back of a truck and he finds it and he gets into it without fully reading the manual, and now he can't get out and he's late for a date. So we released this. Yeah, this is sorry, I'm a little bit out of sequence. This is basically the conversation. So we released this on videotape, and like we had no idea what we were doing. One of the weird things about video is that it's not 30 frames per second. It's actually 29.97 frames per second, and we didn't know that. So when we were doing our initial tests, we were getting time shift, and I actually had to like measure it and figure out what the correction would be. And it wasn't until about 6 months later that I understood why that correction had to be in there. If you don't know, by the way, look it up about NTSC color television and how it works, because the reason it's 29.97 is a brilliant little technical hack. So that's how the anime company started going off. And also about this time, I was on, Genie, which was one of the early online services, and they had a game called Gemstone, which was a multiplayer adventure game. And I was playing it for a while, and eventually I kind of got bored with it. But it turned out my terminal program had a feature where it could execute scripts based on the incoming text. So I thought about it, and I started writing a bunch of scripts to completely automate my character. And by the time I was done, I had a character that would run around killing monsters, helping other players, and would also provide advice on gameplay through a built-in ELIZA program. Now, the developers of the game were sufficiently annoyed by this that they got revenge on me in an incredibly subtle way. They gave me development access to the game in return for shutting down the bot. Yeah, sorry. And that resulted in, and they also gave me something very precious. They gave me like 36 bits of state information in each character record of each player of the game to use as I saw fit. And the result of that was a mini game inside the main game called the Society of Light, which was a secret society that you could stumble into and join, that gave you these little extra powers. And it was all cute and fun, and you had to, it sent you off on little quests and stuff like that. But as you became more powerful, things started to shift a little bit darker, until finally, if you went to the top level of the society, it was revealed to you that no, this isn't the Society of Light. It's the exact opposite, and you've now corrupted your soul entirely. And in all honesty, that is the best piece of writing I have ever done in a game. Because from the reaction that people have told me about how that affected them, I think I really succeeded in providing the moral lesson of like how corruption works and stuff like that. So so the society was something that really I'm very proud of. Okay, so about this time, the anime company it was our weekend thing, and I needed to get some more licenses. And I had an acquaintance in Japan by the name of Toshio Okada, who ran a company called Gainax. And Gainax was both an anime studio and a computer game studio. And they also put on conventions. He offered me the deal, says, look, come over and do this wizardry themed convention for us as our guest. And in return, I'll get you appointments at a lot of the anime studios to help you get some licenses. So that's what I did. I went over there, and true to his word, he not only got me all the appointments, but he provided me with an interpreter. This young lady here, her name is Natsumi. This is Tip. He becomes important later on. So anyway, we spent the entire week going around Tokyo doing business meetings, and a lot of downtime between them, a lot of traveling and stuff like that. We got to know each other pretty well, and I really liked her. So on Friday night, after the last meeting, I kind of said, well, I'm never going to see this woman again. I might as well try. I asked her out on a date, and she said yes. And what can I say? It went incredibly well. She came and visited me in the US. It went incredibly better. And I said to myself, this long distance relationship stuff is terrible. I've got to fix this problem. And so I decided that I would need to find a way to get over to Japan so I could find out if this woman is everything she seems to be. So by this time, I separated with Surtech, mostly sort of creative differences type of thing, but there's a lot of angst at the time, but whatever. And Ro and I have been working on our next project, which was an online service with what would have been an early massively multiplayer online game called Sunday. And we, together with Shigeya Suzuki at Fortune, arranged to get the funding to develop this game in Japan. So Ro and I headed off to Japan to work on this game. Unfortunately, basically just about the same day that we got there, the Japanese economic bubble popped. And within 6 months, the funding dried up. And we tried pivoting into other things, including some kind of interesting sumo-related telemarketing, telephone games, but you know, the development effort just died off basically after about a year. But the anime business, on the other hand, whoops, how did that? Oh, sorry, it's just another. The anime business, on the other hand, was going gangbusters. I mean, this stupid little business that we'd started up for weekend fun was actually getting real, largely in part because of this title, Bubblegum Crisis, yeah, which we still have the license to, which was one of the titles discussed during that week when Natsumi was interpreting for me. So we stayed in Japan for 6 years as sort of, and ran the company as kind of a virtual company with work ping-ponging back and forth across the Pacific, with my mother running the US end of the business. So yeah, you know, things are going well. And then this happened. Yeah. So yeah, things going really well. You know, at one point we flew back to the US so Natsumi could meet my mom. And so after that, I asked my mom, you know, what do you think? And she says, marry her before she comes to her senses. And so I did, and so far she hasn't. But yeah, anyway, so 1992, we get married. This is like the formal wedding portrait. And, you know, we actually got married, and then we had our ceremony 6 months later, so that the logistics of getting everybody together. But the one thing that's really memorable about the wedding was I game designed my wedding. So we ran the wedding like a have your own adventure book, where at various points through the wedding, the audience, the guests were presented with multiple options about how the thing should then proceed. So I will give you an example. Our entrance, they had 3 choices. Japanese traditional, man first, woman 3 steps behind. That's one. Number 2, modernity, man and woman together. Or 3, reality, woman first, man behind. Now, I'll take a poll of the audience. Do you know how to do the single clap thing, where if you agree, you just clap once? Oh, whatever. Okay, yeah. Okay, hands up for who many people think they chose number 1? How many for number 2? How many for number 3? Yeah, this is what we in the game design business call a forced choice. You think you have a choice, you really don't, because they all chose number 3, and I came in handcuffed and tied. So we gave them choices like, you know, how to cut the cake. The one thing that was really disappointing is that the hotel would not let us use chainsaw as one of the options. And then this happened. Notice Tip still in the picture. Natsumi later told me that one of the big reasons that she decided that I was the right person for her was that I treated Tip with respect. So yeah, you always be careful, you know, you never know. You got to be careful about those little things. So by the end of our time in Japan, we had 2 children together. This is our little apartment, 3rd floor apartment. And yeah, now we're back in the States. And, you know, the anime business is going like crazy. It really helps to have, you know, child labor working for you. It really saves a lot of money. This actually is from, we were one of the first companies to do the idea of like a pre-sale, a pre-order, a sort of non-binding pre-order. This was for a title called Macross. Then comes this. So my kids were huge BattleBots fans, and they, oh, I think that's me sleeping. I'm sorry about that. And they basically came to me and say, Daddy, either you build us a BattleBot or we're getting a new daddy who will. And, you know, knowing how smart my kids were, this was actually a serious threat. And unfortunately, I did not have any hardware experience. I mean, I'm the quintessential software guy. So I teamed up with a guy who did have some hardware experience, and we built this robot this would have been the last season of the original BattleBots. It was called Evil Twins because it had kind of 2 spinners and stuff like that. And the interesting thing, that my major contribution to this was that it was completely ringed with ultrasonic sensors. And so it could detect obstacles and other robots. And all of these, I managed to get a single basic stamp to pull 8 sensors simultaneously and then convert that into basically a joystick input that could be then merged with the driver's joystick input to kind of give it like a smart bomb mode where it would orient properly. Unfortunately, our very first, so we go to BattleBots, so the kids had a great time. Donald Hudson is a very famous driver. He's still active. Unfortunately, this was our first opponent. This was a new robot by a very famous team, Team Waiachi, the creators of Son of Waiachi, who are also still big BattleBots people. And it was 3 inches high with sloped sides, which meant that our ultrasonics, it was basically a stealth bomber when it came to ultrasonics. And so like, we lost our first match and we did not make the TV, so that's why you never saw a robot. But we kind of caught the bug. So I started building smaller robots that I could actually build in my house in the 30-pound class. This was basically a flat plate robot. But then I got the bug to do a robot that could do damage. And so I came up with the idea of just sacrificing absolutely everything for the weapon. Just like it's the weapon, the batteries, and the minimal amount of other materials to get the thing to be able to actually maneuver along the floor. And this was a 30-pound robot that swung a 7-pound, 14-inch tool steel blade at 3,000 RPM. It was pretty scary. We called it totally offensive. And it very quickly evolved because basically the robot was so powerful that while it would like vaporize other robots, it would also severely damage itself, to the point where I was literally field stripping the entire robot and then sledgehammering the frame back into rough square after every fight. But it resulted in winning a national championship. And you can see in this picture that how bent the frame is. Fortunately, in our final match, the other guy came off slightly worse. But one of the things that I got out of that first championship was a free copy of SolidWorks. So the next version of the robot was all jet cut titanium, which got me my license to drill. One of the side projects I did to go along with this was I built a blade with a persistence of vision display. So you could do all sorts of fun stuff. And it actually could do like live displays of its own RPM and stuff like that. And of course, you have to shout out to your sponsors. Oh, this big hoop, by the way, is a passive self as the machine is so bottom heavy. If it lands upside down, which it often did, that hoop would it would roll onto its feet again, like you know, those Bozo the Clown dolls. We also had a lot of fun doing science stuff. This is the whole family went on a zero gravity training flight. I highly recommend this, by the way. If you're into science, you have to do this. If you may have, I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but astronauts rarely, if ever, describe the sensation of being in zero gravity. They'll tell you, oh, you're floating, blah, 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 but they don't tell you what it feels like. And there's a very good reason for that, because it's impossible to describe in words. So you have to go and do it. This is my favorite photo of Natsumi. I have it on, it's basically my unlock screen. It's her doing a one-handed push-up in lunar gravity. We also built a test rig for doing experiments in zero gravity. And this was for doing high-speed photography of Diet Coke and Mentos in zero G. Whoops. Just so you know, the result is that you don't get the same effect as you do in gravity, because you need gravity for the convection to pull the bubbles away so more bubbles can come in. In zero gravity, the bubbles just coat the Mento and nothing much really happens after that. That was our hypothesis, and it was proved correct. And then also by this time, EVE Online started to have a Mac port. So I like space games, so I started playing EVE Online, and through a bizarre sequence of events, I ran for election to their player council that goes to Iceland every year, a couple of times, to advise the game developers, who are all basically a bunch of drunken Icelandic computer nerds. And so I ended up going to Iceland 13 times, and Iceland, highly recommend you going. It's wonderful. So this is the typical game developer there. He's actually a philosopher. And trust me, you want to believe him when he talks about philosophy. And his little brother is actually like half a meter taller than him. It's just amazing. So yeah, like Iceland, this sort of stuff is like down the street from the hotel kind of crap. It's amazing. Okay, I think we're getting towards the end here. So this right here, I was privileged just before the pandemic to get an opportunity to visit Fujitsu's private company museum, where they have this computer. I'm actually going to have to scroll down in my notes. I've been winging this so far, but for this, I want to actually grab the notes. Yeah, this is the Facom 128B. This computer, it's a 1950s vintage, is comprised entirely of relays, telephone relays, because they didn't have access to tubes at the time. And this is still running today. They have it in their museum. They run it like once a week. They do demos with it. I mean, just as the early computer game developers were trying to squeeze out the most they could from the limited technical capabilities they had time, when I saw this computer and they showed me how it worked, and they actually gave me the technical manuals for it, which was written in Japanese so dense and obtuse that even my wife can't read it. I was just struck in the same way about like how these people, like in the mid-50s, they took what they had and then they squeezed every last little bit out of it. So this gentleman right here was a junior engineer on the original project. And now he's the senior mentor to the other engineers who are donating their time to keep this piece of history alive. There's a YouTuber named Curious Mark who I helped get access to this machine too, and did a wonderful video on it. You should go see it. So I think this is actually a video. Well, whatever. Yeah. So it's all going clickety clack. It's wonderful. So the memory for this, I think it's like 160 words. It's made entirely out of telephone crossbar switches. This machine had floating point. Its numeric representation was biquinary. And biquinary is the notation used on an abacus, 2 and 5. Okay. This is the program store for the computer. The programs are on paper tape. When this machine loops, it physically loops. It loops the entire tape. That's how it does it. Again, they couldn't store the program any other way, and they came up with this brilliant little hack to do this. This is their programmable read-only memory. It's a bed of pins and a card, and you put all the constants you need for the program into the card. So when I got home, I was like just stunned by what they could do with this. So I started playing around with relays and learning how to do simple relay circuits. And so I decided I would try implementing a computer myself in relays. And it turns out that there's this wonderful teaching course about how computers are built called NAND to Tetris. It's available for free online. And it takes you all the way from a single NAND to gate to a virtual machine running a high-level language. And you build component by component. You build like an adder and a multiplexer and an arithmetic logic unit and memory registers, all that sort of stuff. And it shows you that it's all turtles all the way down. So I decided maybe I could implement the reference NAND to Tetris computer in relays. So I started this relay to Tetris idea. So this is a register board. This is as far as I've gotten so far. This is a complete arithmetic logic unit. Does, multiple inputs, add, subtract, all the Booleans, all sorts of stuff. So this was supposed to be a video, but I guess not. Anyway, yeah, it can run, it can do computations at over 100 hertz. So, most of my projects are up on GitHub or on my personal, I managed to snag mattoverlord.com. I'm so happy about that. Let me see, make sure there's nothing else. Okay, yeah. So in conclusion, like over the years, I've come to appreciate how great an influence pure dumb luck has on the course of our lives, much more than I think any of us would care to admit. Yeah, like you got to have brains and talent and ambition, but you also have to catch some lucky breaks. And so much depends on things outside of your control. Simply being the child of parents who had some resources and not just money is a huge advantage. It gives you extra rolls of the dice. And once you have that first success, you have the freedom to take risks that you could otherwise not take. I mean, like I had the freedom to go to Japan to chase a girl. I had the freedom to start up a stupid animation company. And it took me a long time to understand just how incredibly lucky that I was that, you know, if I hadn't gone to Cornell, I never would have seen Plato. And if I hadn't seen Plato, I never would have had what I needed to develop wizardry. And the huge snowball that that became. So, which brings us back to my mom. Like in 1975, she took it upon herself to drive me to that computer so that I could get my first taste of computer programming. And for that, I'm like always incredibly grateful. You know, and that one event was that first little snowball that started rolling down the hill. And I didn't understand this at the time, although I think I had some small inkling of what it was, because when Certec got started, I gave her 10% of my share. And she ended up being the highest paid Uber driver in history. So thanks, Mom. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you. So I hope that wasn't too self-indulgent. Okay. So yeah, I guess I'm open to questions. Probably, although probably there will be people in the audience who have a better idea of what the answer should be than me. Go ahead, sir.
I have a question. Is the version of that early pre-release available?
I don't know.
Maybe you should repeat the question.
Oh, so the question is that early beta release of Wizardry available? And the answer is, I don't know. I don't have copies of any of it because, you know, I don't even have a copy of the Wizardry source code because when Certec and I parted ways, I had to give back all my materials to them. But certainly the people who have those original discs, if they didn't throw them out, there's got to be one out there somewhere. Recently, the rights to Wizardry all kind of coalesced back in a Japanese company. So apparently there's some new Wizardry stuff maybe coming out soon. And, you know, if they may actually have a copy, I don't know. Yes, sir.
Some of the later games like Bard's Tale that had a Wizardry style more or less?
Well, at the time, it was like, fine. I mean, you know, remember, all I'd done with Wizardry was take what I'd seen before and try to make it work on this dinky little computer and try to put my own spin on it and try things out. And so they did exactly the same thing. So, I mean, that is, I think, just the way almost everything works. I mean, everybody builds very few things just kind of go poof and they're there and there's no antecedents to it. So, you know, that's just the natural evolution. I mean, I fully expect, you know, people to take what I do and do it differently or better or you know, in their own style, and that's perfectly okay. And in fact, it's wonderful. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't repeat that question, did I? I'm sorry. No. Yeah. Yes, you, sir. The question is, what was the first Japanese port for? There were a bunch of them. We did like 3 or 4 at the same time. So there was the NEC 9801. There was like there was a Fujitsu machine. I mean, back in that day, there was like 5 or 6 completely different Japanese machines, and we were fortunate in that, you know, so we only had to do 1 P-code interpreter for each processor type, and then one and then some tweaks for the individual graphics systems. In fact, the PC Wizardry is a backport of the Japanese NEC 9801. We got that for free. It's like, yay. Yes.
I found the mention in the history manual, really interesting. It mentioned possible versions of wizardry for multi-application, e.g. Corvus Constellation.
Ah,
I'd love to hear your comments about that.
okay, yeah. The question was, there's a note in the wizardry manual about possible multi-user versions of wizardry for networked. And I think that was inspired because one of the first things we did when we had the money in and it became available was we got a hard drive to speed up our development efforts, because wizardry took insane amounts of time to compile. So we got, one of the early really interesting devices was called the Corvus Constellation, which was a 20 megabyte hard drive, which is huge. How could we ever fill it? But it also had this neat feature that you could wire in multiple machines to the device and like share volumes and stuff like that. And so we could have one Apple doing compiling and another Apple or I'd be editing on or whatever. And it was pretty clear that you could probably do some sort of multiplayer thing, even just by using using a shared disk block as a swap file to swap data back and forth. But we never really did any serious development on that. It was just like something that, yeah, we could do it. It was cool, but realistically, that device would have had to get like really huge in order for there to be a user base for it. But it was the kind of thing we were always thinking about back then. No question. Okay, I'm out.
We do have a couple questions.
Oh, questions from the internet.
Yes. Where's the, yeah, thank you.
We do have a couple questions from the internet. Mr. Woodhead, are you a Trekkie? Who's your favorite captain? What do you think of Chris Pike on Strange New Worlds versus the original series pilot?
Oh boy, this is gonna be a long answer. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. Star Trek has been hugely important to my life. My mother blackmailed me into doing my chores in return for being allowed to stay up late to watch Star Trek when it got moved to a later time slot. She also threatened not to let me watch the moon landing live if I didn't do stuff. So, thanks, Mom. Yeah, she had my number from the beginning. So I watched the original series live, and I loved Star Trek. I'm a firm believer that the most important episode of the original Star Trek, not the best one, but the most important one, is Let That Be Your Last Battlefield, which is the one that made me understand that racism is bullshit. And so, I watched all the movies, like I'm a huge Star Wars fan. When I was in college, I spent a summer in Urbana, Illinois, which is where Plato was based, to allegedly study. And I went to the first matinee showing of this film that nobody had any idea what it was about, except it had this name that seemed interesting. It's called Star Wars. And I have this distinct memory, like everybody in the audience was blown away. And it was like maybe a third full. Only hardcore fans would come to the matinee showing. So it was like a third full, and we were just completely blown away by this movie. And then when the movie ended, basically everybody ran out and they immediately formed two lines. One was a line to get tickets for the next show. The other was the line at the phone booths to call people and tell them, you have to come and see this movie. And remember, I don't know if you've ever seen the original Star Wars trailer, the original trailer that they did, theatrical trailer for Star Wars. It's awful. Okay, it does. You would think it was Battle of the Planets or something, you know, really just like really bad. But so I have, with one exception, I have a streak of seeing every new Star Wars film opening day, very first showing. And the only one I missed was Return of the Jedi, and that's because I got to see it 2 days earlier than that. So yeah, Star Wars, huge. I got a satellite dish so I could catch the live feeds. And so I've watched all the Star Wars shows, Star Trek shows. As for Strange New Worlds, I think it's the best thing they've done since the original series. I mean, Next Generation, yeah, it's good, but in terms of the way it just absolutely nails the spirit of the original series, and the way the original series just really went and tried to, you know, talk about current problems through the lens of the future. I think that Strange New Worlds has done that better than, or at least at a kind of like more consistent and high intensity than anything since the original series. So like I love Strange New Worlds, and I can't wait for the next season. I'm already like in withdrawal for it.
What was the last SurTech title you were involved with?
That would probably be Wizardry 4. I mean, Wizardry 4 was the last one where I was just like, you know, the prime person, and anything else would just be sort of incidental, like Star Maze, you know, like it says that I did the design for it. I don't really have much of a remembrance of that, except maybe I said, well, gee, why don't we just do asteroids inside of a wizardry maze? And how would that look? So, you know, all the other stuff, it was mostly, you know, me being a resource in case I was needed. It was not my primary thing. But yes.
I was curious, at what point in the development process was it that you guys decided to name characters to your name? Not like whose idea was it?
I don't have a strong recollection of who it was, who did that. It was probably me, because it's the kind of stupid thing that I would come up with. But it was like many things in the original game, some of which were actually accidentally disabled and didn't or they're in the database, but they actually never actually happened in the game, are just dumb jokes. And so, but you know, hey, I'm the original Trevor, except no invitations, and I've been. It's been sort of my online identity since that time, and so, you know, happy accident. If you throw enough darts, eventually you're going to get one or two in the center of the dartboard, even if you suck like me, you know, throwing darts. Yes, sir.
Wizardry inspired the creation of games like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy in Japan. I know you were too busy building Wizardry to play it, but did you play the game that it inspired?
The question is, did I play the games that it inspired? Not really. Like I didn't play any of the Ultima games or any of the other games that came out. I was it was a combination of being too busy and you know, I would, you know, I'd look at them and see what they were doing, but it didn't seem to be particularly relevant to what I was doing. And in terms of the other games that have come out in Japan, I haven't really played many of them. When the Wizardry Online game came out, I played it a little bit just to see what it's like, and I was actually quite pleased at how they captured the kind of feels of the original game. Most of my game playing these days, it kind of comes in spurts. I played Cyberpunk. I really enjoyed that. There's a game that I played last year that I really recommend. It's called Dyson Sphere Program, which is like a Factorio type of game. It's got that, I like the kind of building aesthetic. But one thing I kind of like to do in games, if they allow it, is build computers inside the games. And I was really upset that Fallout 4 has a bug that doesn't let you build large electronic circuits. So like I could make a memory register, but I couldn't make an adder more than 6 bits, and it was like really annoying. You know, I'm not that big of a gamer. It comes in, you know, every year or two the game will come out, and I'll play it and really enjoy it, but it's not something I do daily. Like I'm pretty sure the next one that's on my radar that I'll play is going to be Starfield, because it's a space game and it's a RPG and, you know, that kind of thing. And we have a cat now, so I'll probably have to, he'll probably make me, the cat will probably make me play Stray. Yes, sir.
So let's flip things on its head a little bit.
Okay.
If you were to do wizardry on like a PlayStation 5, what would you imagine it would look like on Xbox 360 on a modern platform? Have you ever given that thought?
The question is, how would I do wizardry on a modern platform? I think it would look similar to the kind of open world games we have today, but I'd like to capture that kind of feeling of it's kind of that indescribable feeling that people have told me they get when they play the game. You know, have some call outs to the original, of course, but you know, I think, you know, what modern developers have done is pretty much what I would have done. I mean, I can talk a little bit about the MMO game design that we did do that never got done, and it was called Sunday, and the name had a double meaning because in the first, Sunday was the event that happened many hundreds of years in the past, where the sun came down and kissed the earth and destroyed the earth, and so everything's all messed up. But it also reflected a game mechanic that we were going to have, which was that that every real world day was going to be a week inside the game, and you only had time to adventure and do missions and stuff like that on one day a week, and then the other 6 days you would be spending doing, you know, business and learning and stuff like that, and skilling up and stuff like that. So you'd go out to kill the monsters on Sunday, and then the rest of the week you'd be doing other things that would happen whether you logged in or not. And that was a way of kind of balancing it between the people who are playing every day and the people who weren't playing every day wouldn't get left behind too far. So it was going to have a kind of a, a very sort of a time-based skill mechanic. EVE Online has a similar thing where you have to set your skills and they train over real time. Meanwhile, you go and fight and do your things. But the hidden thing in the game that we thought was going to be really fun was that the players were eventually going to realize that what had happened was a giant nuclear war. And then, and there were going to be like big events of invasions that would, you know, huge hordes would come in and they'd have like literally weeks of game time to prepare their defenses and stuff like that, cooperatively to build up their towns and stuff like that. But what they were eventually going to be able to figure out when they got enough of the lore, they were going to find a dungeon. And when they mapped out that dungeon, if they were very clever, they're going to realize that it was the Moscow subway system. And all this time, they're the descendants of Russians, which we thought was a nice little twist. So yeah, that's the kind of things we were thinking about in like 1989 or so.
Got a few marks I want to give the local.
Yep.
Not a question, just a comment. The Cracker Barrel Pig Puzzle Project page is fantastic. Can you comment on it?
Okay. Cracker Barrel, for those of you who don't know, is this restaurant chain. And we used to really love to go to it when we were traveling, so much so that I wanted to build a GPS-based Magic Arrow app that would always point to the nearest Cracker Barrel. They have the most wonderful kind of biscuits. But anyway, they have these little puzzles, the peg puzzles they put on the table for you to play with. And so I got to looking at it, and you know, I figured, well, I can actually learn how to do this, or I can spend much less time and write a program that will just do it for me. And so I, you know, just quickly whack together a program to solve the puzzle, and then to iteratively figure out, based on various starting patterns, you know, how the puzzle changed. So there are some starting configurations that are relatively easy, and there are some starting configurations that are really have a few number of actual final solution paths. So armed with that knowledge, you can always, if somebody says they're good at the puzzle, you can always set up the puzzle so that it's one of the hardest ones and give it to them. My youngest son, by the way, got so good that he can just like go in and he will do it almost every time. So yeah, it's just like a goofy thing that struck my interest. I mean, that's how, I didn't mention in the talk, but I wrote the Virax antivirus software. And that came out of a post on CompuServe when the Envier virus, the first Mac virus came out. Somebody put this post and says, well, here's how you manually check your computer for Envier. It will only take you about 6 hours to do. And I said, well, geez, in 6 hours, I can write a program that will do that in like 6 seconds. Well, actually, it took like 12 hours, but yeah, I wrote it and I posted it. And it was shareware. And then this guy named Bob Capon came to me and said, you know, you really should do a commercial version of this program. And I said, like, that's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. Why would anybody want, you know, to pay for virus protection software when you can just like go online and get it for free? He says, no, you just add like automatic repair feature and a few other things. And I said, no, I'm not interested in doing that. And so he kept like bugging me. And finally, I got so annoyed at him. I says, look, I'll do it on the condition that you don't call me until I've finished. And he kept his word. He did not call me until he finished. And so I wrote the program and I kept it updated for a few years. And then we passed on the support work to another thing. And then he sold his company. It was very successful. He sold his company to another company, which sold their company to another company. And that company said, why are we paying this asshole royalties? and they clean roomed their own product to get out of paying new royalties. Yeah, that was a crazy story. Yes, sir.
You talked about your Cracker Barrel program. What programming language do you use for today?
The question is, what programming language do I reach for today? Usually it's Python. I tend to pick up a new programming language every couple of years, just to see what they've done. Like there's a functional programming language called Elm, which is very interesting. And yeah, I did the Game of Life in Elm. The Game of Life is also one of my go-to. Hey, I want to learn something about how a programming language works or a different environment works. I'll implement the Game of Life. Like the NAND to Tetris computer, virtual computer, I implemented the Game of Life in its assembly code. And you know, because it's a nice familiar project, you know the outlines of it, and so you can just, it lets you see what the differences are. So yeah, Python. Python's the one I tend to use most recently because it's just so easy and available. And you know, it's got the power.
What do you attribute Wizardry's success in Japan?
I am not the right person to ask that. I am completely confused. I mean, I think partially it was something they didn't have and at the time, and we got it out there fast enough that homegrown programs that were inspired by it hadn't come out yet. But the wizardry, like all the really great wizardry, like fetish goods and weird stuff, all came out of Japan. I mean, I don't have a lot of them, but almost all, like the RPG game books, the manuals, the metal figures, the playing cards, the game. I mean, it just they just for some reason go crazy about like expanding it out. And I guess it's one of these, it's that snowball, it's nothing I have anything to do with. It's just, people taking something and riffing on it. And Japanese, I think Japanese culture, especially their kind of fan culture, is a little bit ahead of where US fan culture was at the time in terms of the speed at which they pick things up and then just like roll with it and like do the cosplay and stuff like that. One thing that I reflected on recently was how Japanese and American culture kind of ping pong on each other. Like the Japanese were into cosplay a lot earlier than US was. And then the US anime fans started to pick up on it and they started doing cosplay. And then cosplay became broadened out to outside of just anime fandom to other fandoms. And then it kind of mutated into the Halloween party, the Halloween dress-up party for adults, which never happened 20 years ago. It's very recent, okay? And that's because the cultural acceptance of grown-ups dressing up in costume, just really wasn't there. But now, I mean, Halloween parties are crazy. And here's the interesting thing. 20 years ago in Japan, Halloween wasn't a thing. Now it's huge. Halloween, in particular, Halloween dress-up parties and Halloween candy have now circled back over in Japan. And like the last 5 or 6 years, Halloween has been like a huge marketing event in Japan. And so it's just, I found that really fascinating.
So the answer to the last question requires me to ask you the baseball question. So in Japan,
did they have a wizardry the breakfast cereal or a wizardry the flamethrower?
I don't think they had either of those. One, because back then breakfast cereal wasn't really much of a thing in Japan. And two, flamethrowers are illegal in Japan. Although they do have some great replica like pellet guns. Like the Japanese, they have like they fire these little tiny plastic BBs, they're gas powered. And I got taken out to do the survival game stuff a couple of times. And at one point I had a pellet machine gun, like submachine gun that would fire like 20 pellets a second. And that was like mid-90s. So yeah, I mean, Japan is weird, US is weird, they're just weird in different ways.
Okay, so we're coming up on 11:15, which is our scheduled break time. So virtual Discord friends, Zoom friends, reminder that there is a Zoom session in a few hours. So if you didn't get your question answered here, there would be another chance. And we will be back at 11:30 local time. Everything here is going to be in.
Where's my watch?
Over there.
Teasing.
With the product announcements. So we will see you all in 15 minutes.
Test, test. Test, test.
you.
Habla.
It is.
Did it turn itself off?
Is that? Blah, blah, blah.
Check, check, check. Are we at time? Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Forgive me. Are you plugged in?
I will imminently. Yeah, I just plugged in the HDMI and I don't understand what my Mac's doing now. And we should be seeing it up there, right?
You should be seeing it up there. It's the same capture box I have at home.
That's going around. Nope, it goes on.
I did turn it on. And then I
Unplug that and plug it in again.
I can unplug everything here and try it again.
Which, do you want me to plug back in?
try and plug it back in. It should automatically detect it.
You have it, I think, doing a multi-display instead of
No. It's something on its.
All right, let's look at the display.
Just fine with my machine or.
Yeah, at home I do split it to 2 monitors.
So it's, I suspect the problem is.
Where's display?
Why don't you quickly just email the presentation?
I've got it on a flash drive. I can. You want to just put it on your Mac? Is that what we're doing?
Javier might go.
Because mine's gonna be short.
I guess what I said about was, if all the in-person people, then the online person.
Yes, correct.
Cool, that's what I really care about. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not my Mac.
plug.
Can't check, can't see it here. I don't know why that is.
So do I press the key to advance? Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing up there.
All right. A little technical fun here to get started. Why not? Are we ready?
Yep.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you all for coming to the Knox Chaos product announcement. I am not here to announce the return of the cows to Valley. The cows actually never left, so it would be really weird if I announced they were returning. I am not here to announce that Chris Torrance and I are going to teach poodles how to fly. That probably will never happen. I am not here to announce Knox Chaos 2, the quest for more memory yet. Yet. I am here to announce Knox Chaos, Lord of Storms, an expansion pack for the original game. And I thank you all for your support thereof. Thank you. This expansion pack will have a couple of new features, gameplay features. You will be able to rename your main character. Right now, you can name your main character at the beginning and you're stuck with it. And the NPCs who join you, you're stuck with their names. But a new feature, you'll be able to rename the main character after you started the game and or rename any of the NPC characters who join your party. So, for example, you could have a party full of Lord of the Rings themed characters or Dragonlance themed characters or just nonsensical characters, whatever you desire. You could fulfill that mission that was unfulfilled in the original game to, yes, give NPC 68 a proper name. That is very true. I think that's probably the most admirable use of that feature. Another feature is the ability to disable magic mode in quick combat, and that is by popular request. Since their quick combat definitely speeds things up in the later game. If you're level 10 and you get attacked by orcs, you don't need to go through the tactical battle, but you probably also don't want your wizards to use up their magic points in the process because it's just not necessary. So you'll be able to have an option to disable magic, and you can toggle this on and off to disable magic in quick combat so that little annoyance is no longer a factor. Additionally, there of course will be more content. There will be a new quest to solve the mystery of the Lord of Storms. And now those who played the game probably remember there are actual lightning thunderstorms that roll across the game world that if you get too close to them will zap you with lightning bolts. So all I'll say is that the Lord of Storms has something to do with those storms, and new quest will be to solve that mystery and what's going on there. There will also be a few new mobs, a few new puzzle mechanics, and some new game items. Some game items which will be sort of level appropriate for the expansion pack quest, and some others which will be somewhat higher level that will have newfound relevancy in the later game of the original content. And the way the expansion pack is structured would be very similar to like the way Ultima did the Forge of Virtue expansion pack for Ultima 7, or like how the Skyrim expansion packs work, where it's the original game and then there's just new content added into the game world. So when you play through the game that has the expansion installed, you could play it through it completely ignoring the expansion content, just the way it was originally played, or you can choose to engage in the expansion content and then whatever you pick up along the way can then be helpful to you as you then continue through the original content of the game. So I'm also here to announce not only this new this project that has been underway secretly for a while now. It is far enough along that I am announcing a pre-order is now available for the expansion pack. And you can find this pre-order on our website, noxrks.com. And you're welcome to use the discount code KFest 2022 for the rest of this week for 25% off. Thank you. And I additionally wanted to mention we do have 6502 Workshop does now have a Patreon. So if you would like to, help us to the next level in being able to make more games and content, this is a wonderful way to do it. And we appreciate everyone here who has supported the Patreon and anyone else who may choose to do so. We very much appreciate that. In addition to being a great help in the furtherance of creating additional games, there are some benefits to being a patron. Monthly, quarterly project updates, and including some behind the scenes devs, what's kind of going on in the development of the projects, getting a peek into that development process, really raw and unfiltered in a way that you don't see, typically even like Kickstarter updates get very polished. Now this is going to be, here's what's really going on, the challenges and successes as they come. And as well as, benefits, special ranks on our Discord server, like Hero of the Realm, Champion of the Realm, those all show up on the right-hand side where the users that are logged in appear. Access to the Inner Circle Discord channel. I post to that periodically with just little tidbits of, things, going on as they happen a little bit more rapidly than even the development updates.
I'm getting some feedback that the link isn't working. Fix that? Okay, I'm just letting you know.
Thank you. And then lastly, one of the Patreon benefits is an invitation to a monthly video chat with the development team or portions of the development team, and more. Those are a few highlights. So again, thank you very much for everybody who has supported Noxrcast, supported the Patreon, and who chooses to do so in the future. We really appreciate that. And the Patreon can be found at patreon.6502workshop.com or scanning this QR code, and we'll get the link to the pre-order here straightened out here shortly. Appreciate your patience on that.
When did you say the game's coming out?
The Noxrcast Lord of Storms, the target date is March 31st of 2023. Hoping for before that, but trying to be conservative.
And there will not be a Kickstarter.
There will not be a Kickstarter. That's correct.
Lucky you, Chris.
The pre-order is kind of in place of a Kickstarter in that regard. So.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Right. Thank you, Mark. You can just leave it if you want. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So next up, we have Javier Rivera. And before I introduce him, I just wanted to talk a little bit about his new product. So Javier has his Miracle Retro Bright shampoo that he'll be talking about today. He's been using it for the last 5 weeks to regrow his Javier. As you can tell by his luxurious locks of hair. Next.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you very much again. I'm just quickly coming here to announce really, I've been working with Joe Strohsnyder, Mark Jositis, and Plamen Vasilov. I think you remember me last year doing the work on the presenting a keyboard that has a backlit on the Apple IIc. And I did that first manually, and then Joe, with his skills, did a prototype. And it was so, everybody liked it so much that there was a Kickstarter created by Mark, and it was successful, and we're working on it. So just to remind you that we're still working on it, it's still on course. Unfortunately, with all the things that have been happening, in the world, it's a little bit behind, but it's, beyond Mark's control. He's really trying to push it forward, but it's going to have a lot of cool stuff. I don't want to promise anything, but, he's going to have a little bit, 2 or 3 things beyond just backlit. So because we got Plamen's magic. So just to let you know that, guys, and that's it. So because my shampoo didn't work. But thank you very much, guys.
Sorry about that. Ken Gagne will be next, and he will be bringing up a very large box.
That's good.
Do what you gotta do.
All right. Hello, thank you. Hi, my name is Ken Gagne. I am the editor and publisher of Juiced.gs, which is the longest print publication dedicated to the Apple II and the only one still in print. We are in our 27th year, which means we've published 106. If you say so. Sorry about that. So we published 106 issues of Juiced.gs. Each issue is at least 20 pages of news, reviews, interviews, how-tos. We've published, this story was about how Vince Weaver remade Myst for the 8-bit Apple II. Here's a story about an MMORPG for the Apple II GS that ran in Australia in the 1990s, and nobody had ever heard of it, really. We did a story all about Kansas Fest, the very first virtual one a couple of years ago. Our 100th issue, which was 28 pages and had 8 pages of reviews of every single Apple II emulator. So if you don't know where to get started or what you want to emulate or what system you want to emulate it on, we have that. And so many other stories. This past year, we did a review of the Nox Archaeus book, how accelerators on the Apple II work and why they are so hard to recreate. I'll look at some various programming languages that you may never have heard of, and a deep look at Sweet 16, which was built into the Apple II. So we have all these issues. We have 3 announcements for you today. The first is that we will be continuing to publish in 2023. Our 28th volume is coming out next year. If you are already subscribed, then you will auto-renew on January 1st for the same price that you paid for this year, which is $20 for residents of the United States, $25 in Canada and Mexico, $28 everywhere else. That includes shipping for all 4 issues. If you want to get this year's issues, you can pay online or see me, and you'll get the first 2 issues immediately, and the next 2 issues that are coming out later this year, September and December. If you want to sign up to start in 2023, if you're not already a subscriber, you can do that online, and you'll get billed January 1st. No money down today. Other announcements are, we have back issues. The first 20 years of Juiced.gs are available in hard copy or PDF. So very searchable, instant delivery, free shipping, color printing. And those issues are 20% off for the rest of this month. So you can get volumes 1 through 10, which is 40 issues for $64. Or you can get volumes 11 through 20, also for $64. So that's 40 PDFs for only $64. So that's our second announcement. The third announcement is, I mentioned we have a lot of programming tutorials in our issues. If you want to take those tutorials and start programming for the Apple II, an essential utility to do so is Golden Gate by Kelvin Sherlock. We are the exclusive seller of that product. It's a link layer for Orca products you can develop right on the Mac, and that or other systems. And that is normally $10. It's a whopping 50% off, only $5 through the rest of this month. So JuiceGS, back issues available in print and PDF. Subscriptions are available for this year and next year. And Golden Gate is 50% off. Thank you very much. I have loved publishing this magazine for so many decades. I love coming back to Kansas Fest and making this announcement that we're going to be back. It's thanks to all of you who are making things happen on the Apple II for us to report, and all of you who subscribe to JuiceGS. This is my 25th Kansas Fest, and I look forward to coming back and making this announcement for many more years to come. Thank you.
Joe, if you can hear me, we're just going to do a quick sound check. So let us know.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Woo! Cool beans.
We're ready, so you can share your video and go right ahead.
I'm trying to, but it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. There I am. I'm backwards. Oh no. But that's fine. Can everybody hear me? Are you all there? Are you all good? We all here? So, I am Joe Stroh-Snyder from Joe's Computer Museum. Welcome to my museum, streaming live from wonderful, sunny, and way overly hot, but probably not as hot as you guys in Ohio. So I just wanted to come on here and mention a few of the cool things that I am making for Apple II computers that you guys might need to know about. The first big thing that I have out there for the Apple II computers are a couple of keyboard encoders. Some of you may know about those, some of you may not. The keyboard encoders in the Apple II keyboards, the Apple IIe, the Apple II Plus, all of those, have a tendency to go sideways and break. And getting replacement encoders is kind of impossible these days because they don't really make them anymore. So I have reverse engineered those chips, both the encoder for the Apple IIe and Apple IIc machines, and also for the original Datanetics style or keyboard company style Apple IIs, the MM5740 AAE keyboard encoder. So if you have an old Apple II and you need to get one of those, you can get one of those and keep your old keyboard working. I also have a lot of other cool merchandisey type weird stuff. So if you want a hat that has Woz's name on it in Apple colors with the disk or with the DOS 3.3 indexing code as a word cloud type of weird artistic thing, you can get all of those things too. Or one of these wonderful LED brights that at its debut in Kansas Fest 2019 blinded everybody who looked at it That's in the Kansas Fest tradition now. But you can pick up one of those as well. In addition, Petr Priskarich actually said in the chat, the universal encoder is also selectable for the Apple III. So if you're an Apple III aficionado, I know this is K-Fest, it's Apple II, but it works on those as well. You can check out all of that cool stuff by going to jcm-1.com and finding all this cool stuff. For example, you can see that I have all these different categories. I also have stuff for Macs and like the Blue SCSI units, or Ethernet adapters, or all this other cool stuff that you can pick up there. And finally, I do want to mention that if you go to my website and purchase anything during Kansas Fest and use the code KFEST2022, KFEST 2022, you will get 10% off anything in the store. So there we are. And thanks for stopping by. And, you know, I wish I could be with all you guys in person, but there are just reasons I couldn't make it out this year. But I am glad to be able to be around for Kansas Fest again for one more year. And finally, don't forget, I've got a little Joe's Bench session tonight at 7:30. So if you want to hang out and like talk and do nerd stuff and watch me fix things or have questions or how to fix stuff or whatever, stop by tonight and we'll do the thing. And that's all I had. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Joe. We miss you. Okay, so I think that's it for our morning sessions. It looks like, according to the schedule I have in front of me, that lunch in person will be at 12:15, and the next scheduled item is 1:30 p.m. Local time, Robert Woodhead Zoom call with remote attendees. So do what you got to do, and we'll see you back here in like an hour and a half.
And then just project the questions? Okay, we can do that. Peter is smart. Peter has had more sleep than me.
Yeah, it'd be nice if I could actually see what I'm doing.
So, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna reverse the, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Talk to somebody who's had more than like 3 hours of sleep.
Thank you. Do you want me here or one back?
This is not a huge camera.
Okay, well, let's.
That works perfectly.
Yeah, we got a wonderful panoramic view of the ceiling. Yeah, you do. You need to. Okay, no problem. Get a chair. Put the chair on the table. Put the camera on the chair. That we can fix.
We'll put a chair on Robert's chair, put him on that chair.
Yes, that's right. It's chairs all the way down.
Let's start with this.
Let's get in there. Hold on.
You want to control
Yeah.
computer directly?
Hmm. That feels slightly on the. Yeah, that'd be great. So these are all the questions so far. Open, answer, dismissed. Okay, I don't want to look at those. Answered. Okay, open.
Could we get an audio check from Zoom?
I don't know if I count, but can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
The captioner heard me at least. Great.
I think we're in good shape. If there's any tech problems, I'll be watching chat. Otherwise, I will turn it over to Robert Woodhead. He's looking in this room. He's looking directly at the Zoom question list. So if you have questions for him, use the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window.
Hopefully it will work. Okay, hopefully you can all hear me. I'm not exactly sure what the format of this is going to be. I guess just answer the questions.
Sure, it's pretty open-ended, I think. We just wanted to have a little bit of time when it was not just like competing Q&A in the room. But
okay. Well, basically any questions you have, either like, live over the chat thing, or I'll answer the ones that are currently queued up. Is fine by me. How many people have we got watching?
looks like we have 84.
Oh my goodness.
It's amazing.
Hold on, let me check my fly. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, actually, the first question on the question list is about the spoons, the wizardry spoon. I don't have a wizardry spoon. I probably do have one at home, but I couldn't find one. I wanted to bring it. But basically, Fred Siratek's company, Commemorative Gifts, which was the company that I did work for when I was thrown out of Cornell for a year, that was their business. They made, they had a die maker who worked in his day job was working for the Canadian Mint. At least this was the story that I was told. and he would make dies so that they could emboss coats of arms and crests and things like that in spoons. So it was very easy for them to get a wizardry spoon done. And it's basically just a nice silver spoon with the wizardry logo on the end of it. And like they also did like these keychain things. I don't know if you can see this, but that's a wizardry keychain. And all sorts of stuff like that. So yeah, that was their original business before they got into the silly software business. So I guess I can say that one's done. Then Kevin asks about the bug in importing characters. I have no memory of that whatsoever. I'm sorry. Okay. Feel for anybody who wants to pop in with a question. Please, like pop in on live, because I'm happy to answer these ones on the screen. Oh, it looks like we're getting new ones. So okay, good. Real Genius. Yes, I have a credit in the movie Real Genius. If you watch in the credits, you'll see me as the hacking consultant. The original plan that they had was that there's a sequence when they're waiting for their opportunity to break in and get aboard the airplane. And originally, I think the guy's name was Holyfeld, the guy who lived in the secret area, was going to be playing wizardry. And then at the point where they finally broke in, he would hit a key and the game would start playing itself because he programmed a computer to play it. That didn't make it into the final cut of the film, but they did bring me out, and I gave them some feedback on how some of the displays should look. And the one that you see most prominently in the film is when they're trying to figure out the data format, and there's they try a couple of things that don't work, and they were all like, well, I explained to them how they could have it. Well, you could try it as this, you could try it as a vectors, and it would look like this, and so on and so forth. I didn't actually do that. I just sort of provided some sketches and outlines. And I actually still have a copy of the original shooting script of Real Genius. And there are some jokes in it that got cut that were truly disgusting. So let's see. Can we defeat Lord British? I have no idea. Okay, the question about the P-code interpreter. Yes, the way Wizardry worked on all the other machines was that Apple had created a UCSD Pascal interpreter for the Apple, and we just did exactly the same thing except for other machines. Okay, and then so as soon as we'd done that, the code that we wrote on the Apple would then run on the new machines, except that you had to change a little bit of assembly language for the graphics. So that's how it all worked. And that's why when I was writing Wizardry 4 on the PC 9801, after I booted into MS-DOS, I just ran an MS-DOS program that booted up a P-code interpreter. And so now my machine thought it was an Apple II because it would because I was running Apple Pascal to do the actual development. I'm at the end of this question list, so.
Does anyone in the room want to like raise your hand and ask a question directly? That is also a possibility.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping.
Or in the room too. I mean. There's the Herb has asked a new one in the chat as well, in the Q&A box.
Okay. Yes. The original Wizardry development was done on a 64K Apple II with 2 disk drives. And we had to do all sorts of stuff to make the compile time reasonable, because the full compile time on the full Wizardry game was something in the order of 6 to 8 hours. So obviously you didn't fix one bug and then recompile, but there was a trick you could do because UCSD Pascal had this neat feature, which is one of the things that made Wizardry runnable, which it was called segment procedures, which is basically you could have segments of your program that get swapped in off disk as necessary. And the segments needed to know about all the other segments, but they didn't need to know what was in them. So you could make a skeleton of the program that just had all of the segments defined, and then have multiple copies of that skeleton, but you only, in each one was the bare skeleton plus one of the segments, the code for one of the segments. And what that let you do was do a compile that would compile, but that only had the final code for one of the segments, but then they had a utility that let you copy segments between different code files. So you could then compile every segment separately and then merge it into a final program and then run that. And that meant that the typical compile time for a Wizardry segment was somewhere in the 30-minute range, a little longer for the combat segment because that was the biggest one. I mean, the Apple Pascal compiler didn't measure its speed in lines per second, but seconds per line. It actually printed out a dot for every line compiled, and you could just watch the thing going like tunk, 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 tunk. Let's see. Herb says, what do you remember of anything about the Orange Road LD Box pre-order project? In the early days of Animego, we for projects we weren't 100% sure about, we would just go out and say, well, okay, look, how many people are going to buy it if we do it? And if we got enough that we thought it was going to be profitable, then we would do it. It was sort of, I guess, a paleo Kickstarter, same sort of approach, but we didn't actually ask people to pay for it until the product actually came out. I think the idea of getting them to pay for it before I even start the work is much better. Okay, Dan says, the protection of Wizardry sounds like synchronized tracks. How did you get that idea, and can you say more about the development process for it? Okay, yeah, it was synced tracks, but actually it was desynchronized tracks, and each track was desynchronized from the other tracks in a slightly different way on different disks. So it basically was a way of fingerprinting, setting up the disks to be different in a way that wasn't noticeable to the general operating system, but was fingerprintable. And the way that came about, I don't remember the exact details, except that I had to bury my head in how the Apple disk worked and how the formatting worked. And I knew that I had a limitation that the disks had to be pretty much standard, because otherwise the operating system wouldn't be able to recognize it, because I didn't have control over that. So basically I just had to come up with something that was a difference that was not noticeable to the operating system. And this was just basically one of the first things I came up with. Okay, Star Maze. I don't really have that many recollections about Star Maze. It was, just one of the things that was going on. And I know that the there were some technical challenges in getting the scrolling to work nicely. But it wasn't, I wasn't like really doing the coding on it. I would do a little play testing, you know, and come up with some game ideas. Let's see, how do you get Apple Pascal to run on an MS machine? That's, I think I've asked and answered that one.
So I have a follow-up question.
Sure.
On the comment up about, from Mike,
Yeah,
talked about, it was fun to hear about the first box software.
Yeah.
Wizardry. Do you have any extra boxes that are laying around that you might want to sell to some Kansas Fest people?
no, I've got like a couple of boxed Wizardries, mostly the Japanese versions, and that's it. I mean, I gave back almost all of my Wizardry stuff when I parted ways with Surtech, and you know, in retrospect, yeah, but I've never been like super sentimental about that kind of stuff. The things I get really sentimental and attached to are things that other people have given me. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's like, you know, I was so into Wizardry that it was kind of like the water and the fish don't notice the water kind of thing. So Dan asks about the sound in Rescue Raiders. I don't really remember, but it was probably cut because we couldn't get it to work, because we either didn't, it would either degrade the performance too much, or we just didn't have the space for it or something like that. Hire somebody to compose music for it. Did you ever release the version of copyright? No, we never did that. I never actually really programmed it other than checking to see whether or not it would be possible to do. Because as I said, when I floated the idea, people immediately said, we're going to get sued. So it was more of just a fun thought experiment than anything else.
I have a question. Do you still support the backer?
The what?
Backer support? Didn't you run a?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Backer support is a FileMaker app that I wrote for helping to run the fulfillment of Kickstarter campaigns. And yeah, I still use it. I've upgraded it over the years as I do each project, and I have to add new features, you know, so it's gotten a little crufty, but it works. And, you know, anybody, you know, I'll give it away to anybody who needs it. It's, you know, it's got to have a bit of a learning curve because it can do some insanely bizarre things that are only useful if you are fulfilling Kickstarter campaigns. But like, we just shipped a campaign like a few months ago, and all of the labels and everything were all printed out using that app. So
What was that campaign?
Maddox. It was a Blu-ray of Maddox, which was the very first thing we ever released. So full circle. Okay, looking at Brian asks, was a sequel to Rescue Raiders ever planned? I don't know. By that time I was gone. Assembly language program, what is?
Okay, I think we just lost the laptop in at Rockhurst. That is my interpretation of what was happening. What I was hearing was that the laptop was working very hard to try to get Zoom to work. So hopefully they'll be back here in a second. But just to say, I guess we have the questions. You know, Robert's been reading the questions in the Q&A panel. So if you type there. He will see them. He will not see them so easily if you type it to the chat. So that's probably the best thing to put it in the Q&A channel. Hopefully by now they have understood that the laptop needs to be restarted. And anyway, so I don't know, should I vamp? Let's see. Hopefully, I am pinned. Yes, I've been asked to in private chat if I am pinned. I have done that in order to talk to you, but I will remove the spotlight and leave you in Neverland here for a second. So hopefully we will be back online shortly. Thank you. This is promising. I think I see things happening. So I think we're about to return. I don't know if you can see me, but at any rate, I think you can hear me say that we're about to return. So sorry for the glitches. Okay, from what I'm seeing in the stream chat, the main Zoom computer is rebooting. So that is, I guess, the problem. It isn't, I think, the bandwidth issue, although I think the bandwidth is a little bit limited at Rockhurst itself. But I think it's actually just the laptop was working too hard. So the questions were too tough. Anyway, okay, I think we should be back here shortly. I think I see the computer coming back online.
Okay. I'm going to troll them so hard. Watch this. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Can you tell me at what point we kind of got lost? I'm looking to pull up the. Let's see. Yeah, would you please? Yeah, did you lose me? So you lost some of my answers?
That is a good question. I am remote, so I could not answer that. I don't know what you answered when I wasn't listening.
Well, I just went down through the list. The last thing I answered was about the database editor.
Okay, that sounds unfamiliar to me. So I guess maybe if you could quickly recap that, that would be useful. I think you were talking a little bit about Rescue Raiders, but when it froze.
Okay, yeah, okay, we missed a few questions. So you missed the discussion of my porn career. Okay. Oh, well, you're lost. Yeah, okay, I'll quickly spin through the questions that I'd answered. Rescue Raiders sequel, I have no idea. Assembly language program done, programming was done with the UCSD P system assembler. Copy protection did not take very much time, maybe a few weeks, and it was done during the summer before Wizardry was released after development had pretty much been completed. Database editors were all text-based except for the level editor, which was a graphic-based editor. And now we come to the Wizardry anime. That was done in Japan. I had like zero to do with it. I didn't even find out about it until like they'd done it. I've seen it. It's very strange, and you know, and let me put it this way: I have tried several times over the years to see if I couldn't get a license to it just to release it for shits and giggles, and I have never been able to do it because the rights to it are so like insanely convolutedly locked up. Okay. Kent asks about office life at Surtech. That's a good question. It was just sort of like, I guess if you've seen the TV show The Office, it was pretty much similar to that. Lots of misfits, misunderstanding each other a lot, and like I was a little bit kind of in my own bubble because you know I was very shy and very sort of socially inept, so I kind of concentrated on just doing my work, and like the programming teams for the program, very small, 1 person, 1.5 people, that sort of stuff. And a lot of stuff, you know, sort of came in half finished from outside and then got cleaned up. So yeah, it was, you know, just a tiny little company that's just sort of stumbling along, trying to figure out how to do things. Okay, the answer about Arthur Brito's Armor Alley. Okay, question about Wizardry graphics. Can you expand on this? Okay, yeah, the thing is that bit bashing in Pascal would be just ridiculously slow. So all we had was a couple of very simple assembly language routines. In the original one, it was things like, you know, draw a line, erase an area, put a monster graphic into the area, and draw text. And so like the actual figuring out of the line draw, you know, of how to draw a maze, that was done in Pascal, and then the coordinates were just sent to a little assembly language line draw routine. The UCSD system had a neat feature called external procedures, which could be in other languages. And so you could write assembly language procedures that would appear to the main program to be Pascal code, so long as you know, followed their conventions for calling and returning values. You could incorporate them in your Pascal code just like they were Pascal. So oftentimes you might quickly write the code in Pascal and then convert it into assembly language as needed. And then when we did the window wizardry, that was the same thing, except all of the graphics were now character set mapped to a larger character set. So all of the background graphics for the maze were all built out of basically character icons, and even the monster display, when you saw the monsters in the maze, that was just a set of characters that we mapped. We just, loaded in the graphics into the character set, so it just got updated that way. You meant, okay, so Brett says, you mentioned you did some assembly programming too. Okay, I think I've just answered that. Yeah. Did you need to sacrifice any game feature due to the limited amount of memory you had to fit into? That's a good question. I don't have any strong memories about that. Certainly nothing really of any significance. We knew how much we had a pretty good idea of how much less memory we'd have when we ran between 64K and the 48K runtime system. So we could be pretty sure that it would run on the runtime system even before we got it. And so, it was just a matter of making sure that we had a little bit of wiggle room, or at the very least, I know I spent a little time and identified potential optimizations that I could do if I had to save space. But we were fairly cognizant of the need to be space efficient at all times. That's the reason why, if you actually decompile Wizardry, you will not find any of the spell names in there. That's because the way it worked was I hashed the spell names to a number and then did a big case statement on the numbers. And I thought this was pretty brilliant because nobody had taught me about hashes until this point. So I came up with that idea on my own, but I couldn't find a hash function that was both simple and fast and didn't have any collisions with the original spell names that we wanted to use, which is why if you look at the spell names, there's a certain regularity and system to them, but there are a couple of irregularities, and that's because I just gave up and just changed one letter in those spell names so that the damn hash function wouldn't collide. Franklin Ace computers couldn't play the game. That would have to be some really subtle thing about the way the Franklin Ace worked. I know we had Franklins in the office and they seemed to work, but they might have been more like intolerant of they might have had some differences in the disk hardware. And I could see how, like, if there was some difference in the way the stepping worked, some slight time difference, that could cause a problem. Or if there's a difference in the processor speed, that would definitely cause a problem since we're using that to time things. And that's the bottom of my list so far.
Maybe I'll spotlight myself here to demonstrate how it's done for people if they wanted to raise their hand and do it. But I'm also, because I'm a panelist, I can't ask a question. So maybe I will just ask my question live if that's okay.
Sure.
So the Wizardry 2, the Knight of Diamonds, I was kind of curious about this. So the first Wizardry was in a box and it was very, very elegant. I have it here. But anyway, the sort of it seems like the first edition of the Knight of Diamonds was in a little folder, like a sort of add-on pack or something. That's the one that the collectors are after. That's the prized one to have. But I was wondering what the
prized one is
exactly, yeah. And I was wondering what the decision was, like how it came to be that it started out as a folder and then went to a box.
I think it probably started out as a folder because it was considered sort of an add-on. I don't really remember too much about that because that would be sort of Rob and Norm's aspect of the business. And I think based on the feedback they got, they decided that it was a mistake and changed it to a box.
Okay, that matches my head canon, but I was just curious to know if that was true.
I mean, usually, you know, the answer to almost everything is it seemed like a good idea at the time. Oh, it looks like I got another question on the chat. Let's see. Does the original Wizardry 1 pre-release splash screen exist somewhere? I have no idea. That might actually be on the Dungeons of Despair discs, because the animation was another one of those summer projects. How did you use the serial numbers on Wizardry discs? I don't know. I don't even remember that they had them. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, a lot of oh my goodness, why did they have serial numbers? I have absolutely no idea. There was the thing about the Mordor charge card. And the number on the Mordor charge card was the input to the hash function that would direct you to the right place in that silly booklet to get the code that would make the game run. Of course, like I have one of the better Mordor charge cards. Yeah. I don't know where numbers 1 through 3 are, but I've got number 4. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things like that that I just don't have the answers to. Apparently, yes. About the copy protection. Yeah, yeah. Nope, they just did it. I didn't find out about it until like, you know, well after it came out. So. Okay, Paul Hagstrom says he has an answer to some of these. So why don't you go ahead and.
Actually, sorry, that's me trying to move the things off of your list.
Okay.
So I clicked answer live so that you wouldn't have to have them on your list. So I'm sorry about that.
No, I can scroll up and down. It's okay.
Okay.
So yeah, what else we got? Any idea how many total units of Wizardry sold? No, I have absolutely no idea how many total units were sold. And if I did know, it would probably mean that there would be a lawsuit because somebody screwed me out of some royalties. You know, so were there any memorable bugs? Boy, let me think. Just lots of little things, just lots of little niggly things. Nothing memorable enough that I would remember it like 50 years later, 40 years later, certainly. The ones that are memorable are the ones that made it into the game and then everybody found. Let's see, were there any significant design disagreements among the devs? Nah, not really. Were the names like Tiltuate just made up? Were they puns or something? They weren't puns, but we kind of wanted them to have some sort of an internal grammar, as if they were part of an actual language. And somewhere along the way, probably starting with about Knight of Diamonds, we kind of decided that they would all, everything would be mock Welsh. So that's why you get little gammon and like really Welsh sounding stuff. So that's so that's how that came about. I am still in communication with Andrew. He lives out in California, and you know, he's a pretty private person these days. But you know, the last time I saw him face to face was I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, before the pandemic. And you know, so he got married. He has a couple of kids. You know, his life has been a little bit more eventful than mine, but especially his relationship with Certec, and there was some litigation about that went on for a long time. But that's really not my story to tell. So you'll have to invite him, I guess, if you want to hear about that. Royalties. Yeah, I did. Initially, I got a share of the profits because I was an owner in Certec. And then when I left Certec, that shifted over into a royalty arrangement. And my royalties were based on what they paid Andrew, and they decided not to pay Andrew anymore. So life got complicated. When did you leave Certec? Oh goodness, it was like 88, 89. It was after Return of Wordna, and you know, we just, what they wanted to do and what I wanted to do was kind of growing apart. And so, you know, there was some angst and stuff like that, but it was relatively straightforward. For example, I agreed to train David Bradley in using the Wizardry tools and stuff so he could create Wizardry 5, and you know, I helped him with that. But it was just basically, we'd kind of grown apart, you know? So let's see, had I heard of Canvas Fest, what were your general thoughts, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'd heard of Kansas Fest on and off, sort of on the periphery, but I hadn't really checked into it much until I got the invite a few years ago to come and do the keynote. It's like, it's weird. I haven't really touched an Apple II since the mid-'80s. I don't really have that kind of nostalgia for it. I mean, I enjoy them, I like them, and I really appreciate them for what they are, but it wasn't something that I was keeping up with. I had too many other things going on in my life. So it was just something that I'd done in my past that was fun, and now other things that are fun. The way people react to it, I'm happy about it. I'm happy that it's brought them some joy. You know, it's all out of proportion of what I thought it would be, and so I'm always a little bit surprised by it, the way people react to it. But I've gotten, you know, every so often I'll get an email or a letter from somebody saying, you know, how it touched them and how they appreciated it. And I really appreciate that. But I think what it highlights to me, and I touched on this in the keynote, is that you never know when some little thing that you do, which you may do for other reasons or not understanding the reality of why it's important, goes on to have this kind of ripple effect. And so, you know, I'm appreciative of that, but you know, I look back and say, you know, if I had known then what I know now, about how these things interact. I think I would have spent more time and effort on it. And I think I would have done it more thoughtfully. But I guess that's just part of growing older, and you get that perspective and kind of wisdom. So yeah, I really appreciate that people love it, but I'm sometimes a little bit kind of like embarrassed that when I see this kind of the reaction it gives, it kind of like, it doesn't make me feel bad, but it makes it, I don't know quite how to process it, and I try to respond properly, but I'm never quite sure if I'm doing it in the right way. So it's just weird, right? So patches didn't exist. How much time was spent testing? We spent as much time testing as we had. You know, we did have to hit release dates. Once we told the distributors that it was coming out, it had to be out. So, yeah, and we did patch the game. You know, if somebody reported a bug, we would try and fix it. So that's, I think somebody once told me there were 3 or 4 versions that they know of the original Wizardry game. But yeah, I mean, you know, and also there's stuff where, you know, if we found out something while we were working on one of the later scenarios, sometimes that would get backported into the original, you know, stuff like that. Okay, of the games you helped create, which is your favorite to play? That's tough. This is kind of weird because there's the old saying that if you knew how sausage was made, you'd never eat it. And to a certain extent, that happens with game development. It happens with the anime, and so on and so forth. So that, you know, you enjoy it while you're doing it. But then once it's done, you don't really have a reason to go back to it, except maybe casually. Like, I have played Wizardry through as a tester, but I've never played Wizardry as a gamer because I'm too close to it. And you know, that's, you know, but I enjoy playing other people's games very much. I don't play a lot, but when I do, I really like, you know, if I find a game that I like, it's going to be like, okay, well, you know, I'm going to be doing that 8 hours a day for the next couple of weeks until I burn through it. That's, but my own stuff, it's like, I'm too close to it. Do I still have my old Apple II? Nope. Don't have an Apple II. Haven't had an Apple II since I left Surtech. They got all that stuff back. At the end of Night of Diamonds, there was a riddle requiring an exact answer, blah, 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 and you're very frustrated with the riddle because it required the word the. Who is responsible for this? I gotta ask. Okay. The quick answer is everybody. Everybody's responsible for this because I didn't think about it. Andy didn't think about it. None of the playtesters thought about it. It completely flew past us that people might just only type in Night of Diamonds instead of the Night of Diamonds. Okay. If we had realized this, we would have put in a clue that made it more clear that it was a 4-word answer. But this is just an example, and you see this all the time, of especially like when people are writing manuals. The manuals are written by experts, and it's very easy to slip into the trap of expecting that the reader is also going to be an expert. And so if you're not very careful, you make assumptions about your audience that are not in fact correct. And this is an example of that. You know, all the experts playing the game would have no problem with that, but some people would. So yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize, and tell your mom I'm sorry too. In fact, this is official. You know, Brendan's mom, I'm sorry. I really am. Yeah, right. Any recollections about using the Lisa? Yeah, the Lisa was an interesting machine. There was no Mac P code interpreter because the Lisa had a Pascal compiler. It compiled direct to 68000 code. And then you would copy it over and run it on the Mac. I had a Lisa, one of the really early Lisas, and with the 5 megabyte hard drives. I had a couple of 5 megabyte hard drives, which of course, you know, how could you ever fill that? And it's just a huge amount of space. But that was a very difficult, that was the most, it wasn't the longest project. That was Return of WordNet, but the Mac Wizardry was technically very difficult to do. BG, thanks. I appreciate that comment. Yeah, fellow Jeff says, I've never played a game I made start to finish. Yeah, I mean, it's like, because if we did, we would just feel horrible about ourselves. My friend's son is about to start college game design major. I believe creative arts. What advice would you give him, a young person starting on his journey? Oh my goodness. I would say don't get locked into what you think you want. The games business these days is basically it is a business based around the idea of taking the precious bodily fluids of young and talented people, extracting them and turning them into money. So, you know, there's a reason why, you know, people, if you read, people say the conditions in the games industry are so horrible, and that's because so many people want to do it. I personally am a big fan of the idea of, you know, let's see, if everybody's going zig, I want to go zag. I want to be a little bit contrarian and find a different path, a path with lower competition. That may be like indie games, for example. But my general advice to people in college, going into college, is that they should take a certain amount of their classes in areas that are completely different from what they think they want to do. Stuff like engineers should be taking arts classes and philosophy and writing and all sorts of stuff like that. Like the most memorable class I had in college was the Intro to Astronomy class. Partially because I found that I really loved astronomy, and partially because it was taught by Carl Sagan, which made it easy to love the stuff. But it's that kind of accident that can really make a difference down the road. Like I took, because I couldn't take a computer science degree at Cornell, they didn't have one at the time. I did a lot of psychology classes, and some of that, you know, turned up later on in other things that I did that you wouldn't expect. Like one of the things we did when we were subtitling for the first time is we decided to use colored subtitles. Not because we didn't really have any good idea because we could do solid subtitles, so why wouldn't we? And so I happen to know from visual perception classes that yellow was a nice, good color. It was very perceptible. So we started using yellow subtitles, and then we used green because it was contrasting as the second subtitle color. And that if I hadn't had those psychology classes, that decision probably wouldn't have been made. So yeah, I mean, I guess I would suggest like not getting too focused. Try to get some diversity in your education, because that's really going to help you 10 or 15 years down the road. Having that, breadth of knowledge. I mean, and realistically, college isn't to teach you things; it's to teach you how to think. Okay. Any internal component person stands the WizMaker or the other wizardry editors. I'm sure the business end of the company didn't really like them that much. As for me, I didn't really mind at all. Especially if it was a fan thing and it wasn't like somebody trying to sell it, then I was perfectly cool with that. So Marion says that that they wouldn't get into game programming because you would know the end would not be fun. Yeah, but I would point out that knowing how games are designed and having done it yourself would help you appreciate other people's games more and the decisions that they make. And so I think in many ways it would help you understand and appreciate the games you do play better. Plus, there's this intellectual puzzle solving thing where writing a game is itself like playing a game. You're just playing the game of writing the game. So that's like one of the weirdest things when I was building the robots was that I realized that the mental processes that I was going through in order to figure out how to manufacture a part, how to like hold the part so I could cut the metal away to form the shape that I needed, was exactly the same as when I was writing software and debugging it. And I was very surprised by that. And yet, the more different things that I've done, the more I find that sort of mental loop that you go through is the same. It's just applied in a different way. Okay, let's see. Jeff. Yeah, Jeff, I did see that comment. So I think you were more saved by being a nerd than by playing wizardry, but that's okay. How was Apple back in the day with developer support? I'm just trying to remember. In some ways, they were very good and responsive in that, everybody had a few people they knew inside the company that they could call if they needed something. At a certain point, they did have like you could get discounted hardware out of them, more on the Macintosh than anything else. I think we paid full price for our Lisa. It was, since it was a much smaller company back in that day, especially in the really early days. Yeah, it was much easier to get things routed to the right person. But I haven't been in a situation where I've had to really do that in a long time. Although I really do get pissed off that a lot of companies don't have good bug reporting systems or they don't publicize where their bug reporting page is. I mean, I've got like 4 or 5 different services that I use that they have serious bugs, and every bug report I send in gets blackholed because I don't know the magic words to get them to send them to the right person. It's really annoying. I just got an email back from one of them today saying, well, we can't help you, so please call our phone number. It's like, yeah, right, like that's gonna do anything. Anyway, that's it. I mean, that's one of my personal pet peeves, because I tend to push other people's software to the limits, and so I do tend to find bugs. Okay. Well,
I have a question.
yes.
You talked about porting Wizardry to all these different computers. What about the console? Did you work on Nintendo at all?
I did not have anything to do with the Nintendo version of Wizardry, although I played it a little, and it's probably the best version that was ever done.
Wow, why do you say that?
Because the graphics were really good, and they got the feel of it just right, and so I was really impressed. I mean, like, boy, that looks really nice, much better than I could have done. So yeah, they obviously put a lot of effort into that, and it showed. No, not really. I mean, if you have other questions, put them in the Discord channel, and I'll see what I can do about answering them over the next couple of days.
I'd like to thank Robert Woodhead for joining us. It's a fantastic keynote. I appreciate his stories, his insights, and his wisdom. I went to this keynote having only played Wizardry for a few minutes and wondered what I would get out of the keynote, but I was wrong. So thank you again, Robert. And if anybody has further questions for him, please post them in Discord. He's already answered a few questions over there. Right now, we're going to take a 15-minute break and come back at 2:45 for a presentation on A2 Stream from Oliver Schmidt. I suspect that A2 Stream may be better for audio than Zoom, but we'll find out. Thank you.
Okay, while we're in this break, we're gonna do a little bit of a tech test. This does not need to be captioned, just to make sure that the stuff for the next session is working. I'm gonna quickly play a little bit of the video, but only a little bit.
Target to point to a certain duty cycle, meaning?
Okay. Anyone who is listening to that, did it sound okay?
I listened to it. Yeah, Oliver?
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you?
Yes.
Okay, great. I think it was a little bit lower than the sounds we had before, but not significantly. In general, it was fine.
Okay, great. Are you, so let's see, are you trying to share and unable to? Is that?
I wanted to check if my webcam setup is correct, and I can start when I try to hit start video, it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay, I think, let me just see if I may not be able to control that. Yes, let's ping Peter.
And the other thing is that I would, during the Q&A, I would like to share my desktop, including desktop audio. I've tried that before in another Zoom session, and I think I have in general worked out how it is done. So I hope that it works.
Okay.
It's pretty important to me that we get this going because I have some nice surprise things set up that I would like to show.
Okay, I believe it should work, given that the streaming computer can stream sound in. So I think we are going to have to wait though until the host account enables your sharing.
Okay.
So,
great. So do you think my audio is fine? My microphone audio?
It sounds fine to me, yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, so I'm going to mute myself. Oh, I think you've just been promoted. Try sharing your video now.
Okay.
Are you seeing it shared?
Right now, I don't see anything.
Right. I also do not. I'm going to try. Let's see. I'm going to try maybe spotlighting you. I'm going to remove the basement for a second. Oh, did I do that? I don't know if I did that or not. Somebody did. Where? How can I spotlight you? Pin. Let me see if I can pin you. Okay. It looks to me like, okay.
Okay, now it works.
Sort
in
of.
general, I think.
Are you intending to be upside down?
Nope. I
there
think
you go.
I've got it fixed.
Okay.
Okay. Here's my video. Okay,
Paul,
fine.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're seeing you here in Rockhurst.
Mhm.
Think you're set up. What else do you need?
We want to check screen sharing and audio for Oliver. So
Okay.
actually, could you try playing a little bit of your screen shared audio and see if we can
Yes.
get it to come out in the room?
Okay. I will try to bring that on. Let me see. That would be, I want to share the screen, including sound, optimize for video clip, share. Okay, has started screen sharing. Okay, you should see a few windows.
Yep.
Okay, I will just here bring up. You should now have heard the beep.
Yes, audio came through.
I heard that.
Okay, works, audio?
Yep. Excellent.
Okay. Okay, so we are basically fine as far as I can tell. Great. Thanks.
Okay, excellent. So now I guess we can go back to the "We'll be here soon" video, and we'll introduce you and then play the video and then bring you in.
Mhm. Okay, so the slides are certainly not necessary anymore as soon as we've started Q&A. If I should want to come back to some slide, I will have the PowerPoint presentation here on my desktop and will be able to maybe go to some slide if there's a question on a certain slide or like that.
Okay.
Okay,
Sounds
great.
perfect.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks. All right. I think it is time to restart. The next talk we are going to hear is Oliver Schmidt talking about Inside A2 Stream, and then there will be some time for questions at the end as well. So, okay.
Hello, my name is Oliver Schmidt. This session is about A2Stream, a program for glitch-free, high-quality internet audio streaming on the Apple II. The requirements for A2Stream are either an enhanced 2E, including extended 80-column card, or a 2GS. Additionally, you need an A2 rate resistant Ethernet 2 card. I will give you a very quick demo for all of you who haven't seen A2Stream before. After startup, A2Stream automatically gets an IP address and prompts for the URL of the file to stream. Such an A2Stream file is specifically generated for the A2Stream program. The project website contains URLs of several sample files I have generated. As mentioned before, we'll start out with the internal speaker of the Apple II. Okay, now let's switch to the external speaker.
Feel the pain, with the grind, I could change my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
And finally, this is how it sounds when the audio output of the Apple II is directly fed into the recording device.
How's it supposed to feel?
So, here we are back on the slides. A2Stream is built around pulse width modularization. So, you may ask, why didn't I instead use pulse density modularization? In fact, I started with pulse density modularization. I had in fact a complete working implementation of an internet streaming program based on pulse density modularization. But I wasn't satisfied with the quality. And later on, I had a discussion with Michael J. Mahon on Usenet, and he explained why he considers pulse width modularization to be superior. I was convinced, so I started all over and tried again, and so here we are. Let's take a look at pulse width modularization. You want to create an output signal that you can vary, but you can only actually turn it on and off. So what you do is, over time you turn it on and off in a certain way so that the overall output power is somewhere in between. Here the output power is pretty low. You see there are only little gray areas and the lamp is pretty low lit. When you now increase the time where the signal is on, the gray areas get larger and the lamp gets brighter. And now it's low light again. So this looks very nice. Unfortunately, it's not that easy in reality. You can only switch the signal on and off at a certain amount in time. For an electronic device, this is usually the clock rate. And then you have the pulse rate, which is the frequency of switching the signal on. And then you have the duty cycle, which is the percentage of the time where the signal is on, like, for example, 20% duty cycle. And then you have the resolution, which is the number of bits necessary to express the amount of distinct duty cycles. For an 8-bit resolution, that means you have 256 duty cycles. But now compare the upper and the lower row. For a given clock speed, there's a trade-off between resolution and pulse rate. In the upper row, you have a lower resolution, which means a higher noise level. And in the lower row, you have a lower pulse rate, which means you have a higher risk of noticeable carrier frequency artifacts, like when you have a lamp, that would mean you see it flicker. Okay, so what are the actual values for A2Stream? We have a target pulse rate of 22 kHz. It's the same as Michael's DAC 5-2. I wasn't anymore in experiments after having tried the pulse density modularization. So what is our clock rate? You might think of being it individual instructions of the CPU, but this isn't true. A2Stream uses individual machine cycles as clock rate. This is although the instructions we have all require several machine cycles. Okay, so what is the possible resolution for the target pulse rate given? With 1 MHz, this means that we have 46 machine cycles per pulse. But that doesn't mean at all that we have easily 46 distinct duty cycles. Let's have a closer look how we generate duty cycles using the 6502 CPU. Here you see the shortest duty cycle possible. It starts with toggling the speaker with a store accumulator instruction, and then right afterward another instruction of the same type. Then it spends some cycles doing something, and then it jumps somewhere. If we add this up, we see we have 4 plus 4 plus 35 plus 3 equals 46 cycles. Now let's have a look at the longest duty cycle. Again, we start with toggling the speaker, basically say turning the speaker on if you want. Then we spend some cycles, and then we do the second speaker toggle, meaning to turn it off if you want to put it that way. And then right afterwards we jump somewhere. You see, again, 46 duty cycles. But if you look closely, you can see that these are the two edge cases. The first few duty cycles you could imagine are just not possible with that CPU. The same goes for the last few duty cycles, because you have these additional operations and the additional jump. So A2Stream implements, after all, 36 distinct duty cycles in these 46 machine cycles. By the way, DAC 5-2 implements only 32 distinct duty cycles in the same 46 machine cycles. Using machine cycles as clock rate requires that for the 36 distinct duty cycles, there are 36 distinct pieces of code. Every execution of one of those pieces generates exactly one pulse. Running the same pulse generator several times keeps the speaker in a certain position somewhere between low and high. Just like a pulse width modulated controlled light bulb keeps its brightness. Running different pulse generators in a sequence moves the speaker, just like a pulse width modulated controlled light bulb would fade in or fade out. The task of A2Stream is so to run those 36 pulse generators in a sequence that reflects the changes in the audio signal. Every pulse generator ends with a jump instruction. This instruction plays an important role in the overall architecture of A2Stream. So let's have a closer look. The 6502 is an 8-bit machine, but its address space is 60-bit. The address space can be seen as 256 pages of 256 bytes each. Each address consists therefore of 2 bytes. The so-called high byte denotes the page, and the so-called low byte denotes the offset into that page. Therefore, a jump instruction consists of 3 bytes. First, there's the opcode, then there's the target offset, and then there's the target page. A2Stream modifies every target before executing it. A2Stream can spend the cycles to modify both bytes of a jump target. So we have two options. The first would be to only modify the offset, meaning that all pulse generators would have to live on the same page, but that doesn't fit. The other option is to only modify the page, meaning that all pulse generators are on the same offset on each of the pages. That's what we do. So the 36 pulse generators are on the 36 pages of hex 40 to hex 63. This is just behind the high-resolution graphics screen. So all a pulse generator has to do with the cycles so far just spent would be to first get somehow a byte with a value between hex 40 and hex 63, and then set the jump target high byte to that value. If we had a hypothetical data source that delivers a new value on every access, we would be pretty much done. But in reality, we are interested in streaming data over the internet. So we need to have a closer look at the network aspects. A2Stream uses the A2 Ratio Systems Ethernet 2 card, which is built around the WithNet W5100 Ethernet controller. That controller contains a TCP/IP stack, but most Able2 programs rather use their own TCP/IP stack. So why is this TCP/IP stack aspect important to us? Usually, a web client wants to receive the data much faster than a web server can send it. It's just waiting. In contrast, A2Stream needs to receive the data much slower than a web server usually wants to send it, so the web server needs to be throttled. And A2Stream fully relies on the W5100 TCP/IP stack to autonomously take care of TCP flow control, which provides that very throttling. So from the network perspective, the W5100 chip is just great. But from the perspective of accessing it, being the host, it's not that easy. Receiving TCP data with a chip means to first check if it has data available, then compute the address of the data in the W5100 RAM. Then you can read the individual data bytes from the chip. And finally, you have to commit the number of bytes you have actually read. The steps 1, 2, and 4 all require way more cycles than the ones left in a single pulse generator. That means there are pulse generators that are running with no data being available. Solving this problem is the innovation of A2Stream. The first part of solving the problem is to distribute these individual steps over different pulse generators. So we end up with a two-dimensional array of pulse generators. The first dimension is made up of the 36 distinct duty cycles. And the second dimension is made up of different pulse generator types. But does that mean that we need another set of 36 pages for every pulse generator type? We would pretty easily run out of RAM quickly. Fortunately, pulse generators are short enough to share pages. What does that mean? The unmodified jump target low byte can control the sequence of the pulse generator types, and this way the sequence of the necessary steps to take. I have visualized this for you. Here you see a lot of pages. Each page contains several pulse generator types. And each page is responsible for a certain duty cycle, starting with page hex 40. Now let's presume we are currently executing the pulse generator type 1 for the duty cycle 0 on page hex 40. We know for sure that the next pulse generator executed will be of type 2 because that's set in our jump target offset, which is not modified. However, the jump target page will be modified. So it could be possible that we execute any of those denoted pulse generator type 2 variants based on the wanted duty cycle. Now we get a data byte and actually see that we modified the jump target to point to a certain duty cycle, meaning a certain page. At the end, after the modification of the jump target, we jump there and execute this pulse generator. And then the whole thing starts all over. Now for the second part of the solution. As we've seen, the W5100 can't provide a continuous byte stream to us. So we need a ring buffer in the Apple II memory. Every pulse generator reads exactly 1 byte from the buffer, because every pulse generator needs to modify the jump target high byte before it jumps. But some pulse generator types can't write a byte into the buffer because of the setup and commitment logic needed by the W5100. As a result, at least one pulse generator type must write more than 1 byte into the buffer. Efficient management of that ring buffer is a central aspect of A2Stream. Imagine you have pulse generator types that have to read 1 byte from the ring buffer and write 2 bytes to the ring buffer, all during a single pulse. If you take a look in general at a ring buffer, then there is a write pointer, a write value, read pointer, and read value. So you have 4 things to take care of. However, the 6502 has only 3 general registers, A, X, and Y. So what to do? I've chosen to abuse the stack pointer as 4th register. In order to make efficient use of this idea, you have to use 65C02 specific instructions. Let's take a look into the details. You can either choose to use the stack pointer as the read pointer into the ring buffer. Then you write in the ordinary way and read via the PLX instruction, which is PALX from stack. Or you use the stack pointer as write pointer of the ring buffer using the pushX to stack instruction and read in the ordinary way. The write approach is a little bit faster. Nevertheless, A2Stream uses the left approach because it needs to read from the ring buffer all the time. So this is more important to A2Stream. Even with our stack pointer trick, a single pulse generator still can write 2 bytes into the ring buffer. However, 2 pulse generators together, of course of different types, manage to write 3 bytes. So we end up with an average ring buffer write speed of 1.5 bytes per pulse, which is just enough. You see that we have quite some different pulse generators. We have these different types, and for each type we have 36 distinct duty cycle variants. Of course, all these pulse generators aren't coded manually. You need a pulse generator generator. You could run this generator beforehand and store the result in an Apple II binary file. However, A2Stream creates the code for all those pulse generators rather at runtime. This has several benefits, including the ability to select the Usernet slot and the ability to select speaker versus tape output. To do all that, A2Stream contains what you could call a custom assembler, which is written in C using CC65. There's only one source for all the duty cycles because the instruction scheduling is automatic within this assembler. and you only need to write down the source that differs between the different pulse generator types, because everything else is implicit. Let's have a look at actual source code. Here's the source of 2 pulse generator types used for the visualization. The 6502 instructions may seem a little bit strange, but that's not so hard. The first instruction here just means load indirectly from 0 page pointer with an epsilon index. And this here is just a store accumulator on an absolute address with epsilon index. And this here is nothing to care about because it just stops the assembler. The statement never makes it into the generated code. Those 2 types are executed by turns, so the source code actually makes sense. It loads the accumulator from a 0 page pointer and then stores the value in the 6 bottom lines of the high-res page. And finally, it increments the epsilon register and starts all over. Please note that the code can presume both A and epsilon to be retained between the execution of pulse generators. Now let's look at the generated code. I've used colors to make it easier to follow. On the right hand side we have the cycles for each instruction. The sum is always 46. Top we have the green stuff, which is for the speaker toggle. Then we have blue stuff. It's here the PLX to pull the X register from the stack, and then a store X to modify the jump instruction down below. The orange stuff is specific for this pulse generator type. It's sort of the business code of this pulse generator type. Here it's the left part of the visualization that we saw before. And finally we have the gray part. Here we are spending some cycles without actually doing something. We're using 2 types of instructions here. The no operation always takes 2 cycles. So if we have an odd number of cycles to spend, we additionally use a branch instruction which spends 3 cycles. As you can already see by now, having to spend exactly 1 cycle is an issue. We'll see about that later. Here we now have the duty cycle 0 on the left hand side as we saw it before, and additionally the duty cycle 1 on the right hand side. Duty cycle 1 needs to have an additional cycle between the 2 speaker toggles. Here it's 4 and there it's 5. As mentioned before, there is no 6502 instruction taking exactly 1 machine cycle that we could put in between those 2 accesses to the speaker. Therefore, we take the approach of using a different instruction to access the speaker for the second time. Here it's an instruction taking 5 cycles. It's a 65CO2 specific instruction accessing the speaker via the 0 page, but not requiring any additional register for indexing. And you see here we have 3 instructions left and there are 2 instructions left. So overall, the sum of instructions stays the same. Don't be afraid. I don't want to go through all the duty cycles in that detail. However, there are some more points to look at. Here, we for the first time have room to insert an instruction between the 2 speaker toggles. Here, it's a branch instruction. The other point to look at is, here we spend 3 cycles, so still there's no room to put anything here below inside that gap. With duty cycle 4, we can for the first time put an instruction that we actually need between the 2 speaker toggles. From now on, just look how this green line here moves downward for the following duty cycles. The last two duty cycles are interesting again. 35 starts with its first speaker toggle, then executes quite some code, does its second speaker toggle, and then goes right into the jump statement. But 34 is again interesting. As seen before, we cannot have another statement inserted between the speaker toggle here and the jump statement, as there is no statement with just one machine cycle. What we do instead is doing the jump before the second speaker toggle. The second speaker toggle isn't actually part of duty cycle 34. Rather, the second speaker toggle is prepended on each and every duty cycle that exists. So duty cycle 34 jumps at this special code, then has here its second speaker toggle, has the desired 4 cycles spent, and then falls into the normal execution of the next pulse generator. Now you've seen the actual code of the pulse generators, and you've seen how A2Stream manages the fact that there's no instruction taking only a single machine cycle. But it doesn't end here. I've said before that several pulse generator types can share a page. In fact, up to 5 pulse generator types can share a page. But A2Stream has 10 pulse generator types. So a second set of pages is necessary. It's on the 36 pages hex 64 to hex 87. Every pulse generator type is either in page set 0 or in page set 1. The data needs to contain either hex 40 to hex 63 or hex 64 to hex 87, depending on the page set the next pulse generator is in. So the data needs to exactly match the internal A2Stream structure. Is this considered to be a bug? No, it's a feature. Let's have a look at the actual program flow through the pulse generator types. We start with initializing the data block transfer at the W5100. This takes several pulse generator types as explained before. In fact, there are 3. After this, we can finally start to actually transfer data into our ORing buffer. As mentioned before, they require 2 different types in order to transfer 3 bytes. We have here a loop transferring 3 bytes after 3 bytes after 3 bytes. But at some point we need to stop doing that, of course. When we have stopped doing so, we commit the data. Again, we need several parts. Here there are 2 parts. Okay, and at this point we usually would have a loop variable check to see when we want to quit the loop. But A2Stream has no cycles to spend for such a check and for such a branch. So we put these pulse generator types into page set 0 and these pulse generator types into page set 1. And we make sure that those 2 pulse generator types have the same offset. Then the data can quit the loop by just switching between the one value range into the other value range. So while having values of page set 0, the loop continues, and then having a value of page set 1, the loop is quit. So the program flow here is determined by the data received. Finally, you see all 10 pulse generator types that make up the core of A2Stream. 5 of them in page set 0 and 5 of them in page set 1. Inside each page set, the data flow is determined by the jump target low byte, which is not modified. In both cases, that data flow ends in an endless loop. The data breaks the code out of the two endless loops by setting the jump target high byte to a value pointing into the other page set. The transition from page set 0 to page set 1 corresponds to the ring buffer being full. The transition from page set 1 to page set 0 corresponds to the buffer being almost empty. So the overall data flow inside A2 Stream is a choreography of parts being managed locally and parts being data-driven, and they work together without having any local state. Several times I touched the topic visualization, but didn't really cover it. So let me do now. The visualization is completely pre-computed by the A2 Stream file generator. It consists of 140 visualization templates that are downloaded by A2 Stream before the actual playback. Each template can be either of two types: the odd bytes of a double high-res line to be placed in main memory, or the even bytes of a double high-res line to be placed in aux memory. Every 256 data byte is a visualization value that is inserted into the stream of audio data. There's one pulse generator type that therefore reads 2 bytes from the ring buffer, the usual audio byte and the additional visualization byte. That visualization byte selects one of the 140 templates. Then the selected template is copied into the bottom 6 high-res lines by the 2 pulse generators. So now let's have a look at the actual memory layout. Similar to the duty cycles, every template is on a different page at the same offset. The 140 templates are on the pages hex 10 to hex 1D and pages hex 40 to hex BD. The pages 40 to 87 are shared with the pulse generators. There's a little bit left on each page that can be used by a template. The A2 Stream player runs completely in aux memory, and there's no main to aux memory copy. Rather, the double high-res data for the cover art and the templates are loaded from the W5100 directly into aux memory. And the pulse generators are generated by the C program running in main directly into aux memory. This works by the highly optimized C code placing all relevant variables in the 0 page. So we don't use Alt-CP and therefore have no issues with the duplication of variables. The trampoline in the language card sits above the ProtoScript code. It acts as a chunk between the code in the main memory and the code in the aux memory. Let me visualize the overall memory layout. Here you see the main and the aux memory. The light gray areas are free and the dark areas are reserved. First, we load the binary into main memory. Right after loading the binary, we move some of the code as trampoline into the language card. Then the program starts to run, uses its BSS and its stack. Additionally, it uses the heap. Then the program generates the pulse generators in aux memory. Then the double high-res graphic is loaded from the wire. And finally, the visualization templates are loaded. So you see here how the memory looks like during the actual playback. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, there's some time for Q&A, and I will bring Oliver in here, I think. There we go. You are muted still. Can you unmute?
I think I now got it.
Okay.
I hope everybody can hear me.
So yes, I guess if people have questions, they could type them in the chat. That probably is the best thing.
Okay.
Or the Q&A box.
Okay, great. And while you do so, I will answer. I will ask a question myself and will answer it. The question is talking about streaming audio via the internet. The question, I think, would be, can you do live streaming of audio over the internet? And the video that you have just seen is a little bit shorter than you would have expected. That's because I hoped that I would be able to show you something, and I actually finalized it this very day. So it's really brand new, and you are the very first persons to see it. Let me try to show this to you. Okay. So here we go. I have created a program that works as a minimalistic web server. It's not actually a web server. It's just enough of a web server to make A2Stream believe that it is a web server. So the unmodified A2Stream program is willing to connect to it. The program itself is more like a proxy server and a converter that takes an audio live stream and converts it for A2Stream. I've tried several different ways to do this in an efficient way without, let's say, inventing the wheel once more. And I found a way that works out pretty nicely. That is using the M player and feeding the M player output that would normally go into a sound card instead into my program. So let's see how that works. I start with starting this new program. It's serve A2Stream to the bottom left. And you see it starts and waits on a named pipe for the audio data. Then I have here a shell where I start the M player. You see there are quite some special parameters which are really handy here. For example, I can normalize the volume, which is great because we don't have that much resolution. So we have quite some noise. So the audio should be quite loud all the time. Here I'm doing a resampling. You see it's not quite exactly the 22050, but it's a little bit higher, which is just what I need. And the rest here is whatever. And from here on, you see the actual URL that I'm streaming. It's the HTTP internet radio stream, standard a radio stream, MP3 from a local radio station that I like to listen to. Okay, I will start this here. And you can see it's now start playing, and it's saying, okay, I'm connected on the pipe. So the two programs are connected, and the audio is in fact already streaming from the M player to my serve A2Stream program. Now I can bring up A2Stream. For the sake of simplicity, I'm doing this here in the emulator. And I will just enter the local URL. And it should. So that was just what happened to be playing right now at this radio station. If I end the playback, you see on the bottom left, it says disconnect from A2Stream. I can easily just go here to the emulator, bring it up again, and I would see another connection. And we'll bring up the live audio again. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you. Okay. This is right now just a local program running on Windows, but you could easily transfer it to a Linux program. You could pretty easily create a program from it that can have several clients or several audio streams. And you could, if you wanted to, create some public service from it where you allow other persons to stream really over the internet, given the URL of your server. Okay, that's what I wanted to show you. Now I'm really open for questions.
There's a comment from Rockers. Someone wants to thank you for providing the source code on GitHub.
Okay, sorry, I didn't get this question very well. Could you please repeat?
There's no question. Simply thank you.
Okay, yeah, you're welcome. I hope you enjoyed it. Actually, I have always wanted at one day to give a presentation, Kansas Fest, but it was clear to me that the travel from Germany would be too costly for me. And so the fact that we now have a virtual format is the one that allows me to fulfill my dream of giving a presentation here.
Excellent. Okay. Well, we're glad that this was possible to do. It does look like you were answering the questions, sort of as they were happening during the video. And so I guess we have a channel in the Discord, and you can just keep discussing in there. And now I think we'll go to there's a 15-minute break, and then we'll move on to AppleWorks on the Apple II Plus. Yes, it is possible. So thank you, Oliver. That's super impressive.
Yeah, thank you for the nice feedback. I will, of course, be present in the Discord channel over the next time. So is there something coming up on your mind? Just ask there. Okay, bye then.
Okay. I think the time has arrived, and so yeah, so I think we hadn't decided how we're going to kick this off, but I will kick this off. So we are now about to resume with Petar Paskarich, who is going to talk about AppleWorks on the Apple II Plus. Yes, it is possible. Go. Oops. Well, in a minute, and in 1 second, it will go. I'm getting a file format error, so I'm going to have to quickly troubleshoot. I apologize for that. But I thought this was working and it wasn't. So 1 moment, please bear with us. Okay, I'm hoping this is going to work. I'm trying something that I have not tried before, but is there audio? There's no audio. All right, sorry, working on. Okay, it is not working, and I thought I had converted this properly. So I'm going to have to fiddle for a little bit. I think it's going to be at least a couple of minutes before this gets started, and I apologize for that. Maybe we will eat into the break afterwards a little bit. Okay, I think we're going to actually see if we can get Petar to stream it from his own computer, which we're very pleased that he's willing to try. So let's see if we can bring him in, and he can do that.
Okay, let me see if I can get this playing. Okay.
Okay, your screen is being shared, so that's good.
Okay. So let me see if I can get back.
And we'll let it run. We'll start the clock when it starts.
Okay.
Because it's true, we did just come from a
I
break.
recorded these on the Mac side. So that's one of the things I'm trying to make sure I have things back here. So I may have to re-download this. All right. Okay. Luckily, I've got gig bandwidth here, so it's not too bad. And this account.
And maybe we can all submit a bug report to Zoom asking them to support MKV.
Yeah, so the M4V was also there as well, and it should have been using the MP4 codec underneath it instead.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
That's exactly what I was counting on, and it instead gave me an error message.
Oh, okay. All right, so we want this one. I wonder if I can play it directly from Google. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Good luck, everybody.
Hello, and welcome to my presentation on basically how do you get an Apple II Plus to run AppleWorks at all. Did that work, sound-wise? The impetus for this particular session came from me as a 12-year-old kid when I got my first Apple II Plus. And back then, yeah, I didn't have any extra memory or anything, just had the 16K Apple card, and really couldn't run much of anything except the stock applications and games that would all fit in 64K. At that time, it would have been 1984 when we received that particular secondhand Apple II Plus, which I still own today and will be showing here in a couple seconds. Yeah, that would have been about 12 years old at that time, 5th grade. And we started using AppleWorks probably about 7th grade at that point in time, since we got into junior high. And then also at that particular time, I was also helping the computer lab guy clean and refurbish the old Apple II Pluses that we had as well. But they already had a whole lab full of Apple IIes at that time, so that's what they were teaching AppleWorks on. And back then, I believe we were using AppleWorks 1.3 for most everything, but I couldn't run it at home, and that just kind of sucked. So later on in life, about 3-4 years ago, found this wonderful program called PlusWorks 2, which, lo and behold, allows us to actually run AppleWorks 1.0 through 3.0 on an Apple II Plus with a few caveats. And those caveats essentially are that you have to have a minimum of 64K of RAM. So you have to have, well, it's a minimum of 64K for
the like 1.0 through 1.2, I think they can cram in now. And then you also must have an 80 column card with at least one of the shift mode options for your keyboard. The PlusWorks 2 software has other options for different clones as well. So like the Franklin Ace 1000 series, I believe there's also support for the 2000 series, also for the Laser 128 set as well. And then there is some support for the Apple IIe to give it access to extra memory cards. And that's one of the things I'm going to show here in a little bit as well, which is basically how I'm getting roughly, hopefully, 2 megs of RAM to show up in AppleWorks 3 on an Apple II Plus. I'm going to run through a few different combinations that I worked out, and this has basically been, I know, a labor of love because I had to crack open essentially 50 of my last remaining new old stock floppies to go through all the permutations just to make sure things are right. One of the things you'll see coming up is the fact that this particular software requires you to do everything on disk 1, and it is floppy based only. And I'll cover a few more things as we go here in a second. So let me switch over and I'll get started on actually showing a little bit of the demo. Okay. All right, so you can still see me a little bit here. We'll see how this works. All right, so if everything is working correctly, you should be able to see a nice little LCD panel that just has a composite output of my Apple II Plus. I'll move this around. So here's my now ancient Apple II Plus from, to me, 1984. And a couple things it has in it right now. Let's see if we can get it in here. That is a Garrett's Workshop 128K Saturn card. And then it has an Applied Engineering ViewMaster 80 for the 80 column card. Slot 6 has the standard disk 2 with the 2 controllers. And then at the very back here, that is actually a Garrett's Workshop, essentially a 16 meg RAM factor card. But as I found out, it does not support the full amount of memory in any of these desktop spaces. It just can't. What I've basically found out is that you can basically get a maximum of 1 meg of Slinky RAM or RAM factor RAM as additional desktop space. It's like 1024 exactly on the 1.0 levels. 2.0 drops it back to like 1004. So it's still a lot of memory for an Apple II Plus, and the fact that it's running AppleWorks of any sort, which basically just crashes if you try to run it normally without it. So what I kind of want to start with at present here is I'll take you through one of the packages, which is called actually PlusWorks 3, since I actually have that set up. See that, PlusWorks 3. And that's the last version that was released by the company, which was Norwich Data Services Limited. And it was meant for specifically AppleWorks 3.0, and it's rumored that it can work on 4.0, but I have not found a floppy-based version of 4.0 that the installer actually will convert properly. So that's one of my to-do lists. But as far as converting 3.0 onto an Apple II Plus, that was kind of like my ultimate endpoint, since that's, at this point in time, the last version that has the support for macros and timeout and everything else that we've grown accustomed to. And eventually I'll actually install it to a hard drive of some sort, whether it be using the SmartPort DIY or possibly even FujiNet later on. We'll see how that goes. But without further ado, let me kind of show the process. So we're going to boot the PlusWorks 3 disk. And everything has to be exact, or else nothing works properly. So when it asks for the startup disk, if you blow any of these prompts and put the wrong disk in, you have to start completely over from Virgin Media. So with 3.0, basically any of these, once you modify them, you can't remodify them at all. You have to start over with blank floppies. All right, so let's put startup disk for 3 in, and I have a blank version of 3. So we'll do that. All right, and this requires several little bits of floppy shuffle here. I'll get that going. All right, so one of the neat things with 3.0 and also the previous version of it, which depending on which version of AppleWorks you're using, will label itself as PlusWorks XM or PlusWorks 2. And since this is PlusWorks 3, these are the video cards that it does support, and it's a little bit less than the other. To select a video card, you have to hit the space bar to select. So you can't use the arrow keys, which is kind of different. So I'm using ViewMaster 80, select it. And then in this case, since I'm running a 128K Saturn card in slot 0 on the Plus, if I would only select it, down here, this the Titan Saturn Abacus. If I only selected it, and that's in slot 0, you only get one shot at a memory type. So you'd be limited to that. In that case, I'd be limited to 128K, and the desktop comes out to be like 108K when it's done. But since I want to use my RAM factor version, so the Garrett's Workshop floppy or card is actually, it's set in the 8 meg mode now, since it only has 1 meg, 8 meg, and 16 meg, I believe here. Yeah, and 16 meg mode for RAM factor. So when a 2GS, it sort of gets there. But it's a work in progress. But in this case, with version 3 of AppleWorks, you can use basically up to 2 meg of RAM factor RAM, is what it appears to be. So we'll select that. All right, program, it will permanently monitor, or basically modify the startup media. And, you know, there's no option. So if you, like again, if you blow any of these points, you have to start over from the complete beginning with unmodified software. So now it's going to load AppleWorks system. All right, now it goes into what do we do about our keyboard. So in this case, I have an Apple II Plus with the standard keyboard with the Shift key mod handled by the onboard Applied Engineering card. So we'll say 1, and then you hit Shift, if that detects it. It does ask about the printer driver patch, which is optional, and what it's for is basically for sending the 8th bit to your printer if you need it. The only printer that I have that would actually need it in some cases would be for some of the extra functions on the Okidata 82A in some cases. If you're using a dumb printer card, that's usually when it kicks in. Otherwise, yeah, or sometimes I found that if you use, say, the IBM PC block graphics modes and you embed them in AppleWorks, and you send that to a printer, that would need the 8th bit set high to handle that kind of stuff. But I have not done that in a long, long time for testing. So I might say no. It tests out the 80 column display. So it's going to configure the memory driver, reset, and you only get 1. So in this case, it's configuring for the RAM factor. And asking you, do you want to override the memory card firmware? And yeah, usually if you're using an accelerator or an Apple II memory expansion, a Slinky card, it's usually helpful to, you know, say yes or no. Otherwise, it's going to do an auto search via firmware to find the card and how much memory there is. So I'm going to override it anyway because it seems to work a little better, a little safer. And then you just basically tell it which slot is in. So mine's in slot 7. So it'll hard code that to look in slot 7 for the card. Installs the display driver. All right. And since this 3.0, we have startup, program, and then spreadsheet are the 3 floppies you absolutely need to make this happen. All right. So in this case, it's the word processor and database, which I have on this other floppy. And we'll go ahead and get that modified. All right, configuration's complete. And then at this point, it'll reboot, but it'll stay in 80 column mode, or we can just do a hard reboot. So I am going to just do a hard reboot here. So everything turned off. All right, there we go. We're booting. And of course, it's because I left the program disk in. So let's do this correct. Do it one more time. And I've been having a little bit of problems with some of my other gear that I wanted to show, which were the Transwarp card with a 1.4 ROM on it, as well as my 13 megahertz card, the Ultra Warp. But apparently my Ultra Warp is now dead, and my Transwarp has issues accessing memory outside of itself. I can briefly show that too with some of the remaining time that I do have. So in this case, okay, it brings up, you pick your date. I'll say, we'll say here's the 8/21, and down here you can see that it's running 2002 meg. So it did see 2 meg. Now what I don't know for this particular test is, did it actually properly bring the memory up? And one of the tests that I do is I bring up a word processor new document, and if you can type a whole bunch of rows without it crashing, then the memory driver is actually doing its thing. So let's do the WP. So that's over here. Let's load that up. Need to insert some little music or something in here. But this is one of the benefits that you have, especially on the 2 Plus, that you have the extra RAM, is that you're preloading all the modules of AppleWorks. And you can change that in the settings on your preloading settings as well. If you don't want to, if you only use word processor most of the time, or only use the spreadsheet or whatnot, you can just load the modules you want. So you don't have to mess around with loading everything and changing it. But the other good thing I mentioned before was that with version 3, you can actually install this to a hard drive partition, which I just have not done yet. But the important part is you have to do it from the floppy media to make the modifications to it first. Then you can copy the files over and then boot up. All right, so it's gonna get in there. Now we have AppleWorks running. So let's add a word processor file and see if we crash and can use the actual 2 meg that it found. Okay, from scratch. Test name. All right, let's go here. And right now, the way this video works, it fits on the screen sorta, so I've had to cut off like the top line. So there isn't, that's the normal status line at the top. But the idea is hopefully this doesn't crash by the time we get to the ability to scroll. And if we get that far, I'm gonna do a bunch of stuff. This generally means, yes, it did actually work. All right, so there you have it. You've got AppleWorks 3.0 running on an Apple II Plus with 2 megs of desktop space, which I think is pretty cool for a machine that was never meant to run this at all. So let's go back and I can take a look, take you through a couple other configurations we got here. So let me get back out of this, escape. Do the 6 to quit. And then we're out. All right. Got my blank. Okay, so from this point, I've got some preloaded versions here, but we'll have to, let's see, show how to do this real quick. So I can show an AppleWorks 2, but we'll have to rearrange a few things since these disks are configured a little differently. So in this case, I'm going to take the Saturn card and put that in slot 7. This will be a nice showing for those that don't have all the extra memory. And I do that doesn't require for the motherboard that the normal Apple card does. All right, so we'll do that. Okay, then I have a set of disks that lets me set this up correctly. All right, so we need AppleWorks 2.0 startup, 16K slot 0, 128K slot 7. And I help basically labeled the floppies in order to keep them straight of what particular requirement it's set up for. So we'll go ahead and boot that startup disk. And we'll see a downgraded version of basically AppleWorks 2 running on essentially 128K plus the 16 of the Pocket Rocket and the motherboard RAM, which gives you 124K of desktop space, which still isn't bad. Disk. Yeah, same thing. It's AppleWorks, it's AppleWorks. All right. So again, 124K available. We'll go see if this, whoops. We'll go back out. 3, I do that again from scratch. And pretty much with AppleWorks, I've found that it is very, very fragile when it gets to its memory spaces. And it will do crazy lockups and do all kinds of weird things. So if you get stuff scrolling like this, look at that, hey, we're good. So the memory took, and it's all configured. So in this case, what it would do is it would use 16K of the 128K Saturn card in slot 0, and then it would use the full, the 16K out of slot 0 and the full 128K in slot 7, and then the motherboard RAM. So that's what gives us that 124 at the end. All right. So that is that combination. And let's see here. We'll go back to here and grab the very earliest version of AppleWorks if you happen to do it. And again, that's going to be a 1.2, which is the earliest I could find images for. And that's another thing I kind of want to bring up about this process too, is that the version of the media you use to modify is very specific. So it took me probably 6 months to find a working AppleWorks 3.0 floppy set that wasn't somebody's archive edition that was unopened. It turns out that apparently in my collection, I didn't have a version of it either when I looked. But then several months later, I found 6 different copies buried in my other collections from other friends. But at least online, there are no working images of 3.0. Because if they're modified in any way, say like 3.01, 3.02, this package for PlusWorks 3 will not modify it. So again, okay, so this time, instead of 124K, we have 136K. And again, it's an earlier version of AppleWorks. But you still have lots of memory to use if you have, simple cards. And when I did the testing earlier today, playing around with the, let's say, this guy, so a real Apple Slinky at 1 meg, as well as the Garrett Workshop
basically 8 meg. Well, it says 8 meg RAM for Apple II, but it actually has 16 meg RAM factor support. How close I can get there. But it will, for AppleWorks 1.0 through 1.3, as well as 2.0, it will only see 1 meg of the memory, whether it's the Slinky or the RAM factor version. But in 3.0, you actually get access to the 2, as we saw when we modified that directly. So we'll go back through here. All right, good enough. 3. And drops this in. And just the fact that you get, usually once you get past the 5th line, you know your system is pretty stable. And I really wish I had the Ultra Warp 13 megahertz card working and or my Transwarp. I could show the Transwarp at 4 megahertz, but it's just the same. You get, in this case, you get a little bit less memory because it basically only sees the extra 64K of the onboard memory onto the Apple II Plus that it would normally would. And you can only expand it via that, at least my card apparently can only access itself. It won't actually access any other memory card. It used to. So I'm wondering if something is actually degrading over time on my Transwarp card. I tried it with both the 65C816 upgrade that's supported by the card, as well as a normal 65C02. And no difference. There's just something degrading or dead now. And I'm not sure what killed them. So I'll get those fixed. All right, so we have that, and there we go. So that's working very well. All right, so with that, I kind of want to, I guess, go back to end this up real quick and basically say that I will provide some links to the images that I found online for the PlusWorks 3, the PlusWorks 2 packages that I used and can verify, as well as I'll be uploading images of all of my AppleWorks versions as a kit, as well as the Virgin Media images that I used and modified. That way you guys can do it a little bit easier. Yeah, why not spend 150 some hours that I've put in over the last couple of years trying to figure this all out. It turned into a giant Excel sheet at one point with all the different permutations of RAM card, size, version of AppleWorks, which machine it was in, because I've also done some work on the Apple IIe side as well, which now I got to go back and redo since the current Ultra Warp and Transwarp situation I have is kind of messed up. And that's one thing that's nice about the Transwarp and the Ultra Warp is that, well, at least for the Ultra Warp, it's still manufactured, and it actually works in an Apple II Plus. The other accelerators that are on the market still only work in Apple IIes and above. So, yeah, they're nice cards to have when they're working. So apparently mine died, but yeah, I'll include a bunch of links as we go along with the conference, and make sure you guys have all the different packages you need to do this. But there you have it. You can actually run AppleWorks on many different versions on an Apple II Plus that really shouldn't be running it. So thank you so much, and have a great conference.
Thank you. That's fantastic. Are there any questions? We have about 5 minutes left.
And if there are any video or any audio, I can answer them live as well.
Okay, we have a question here in Corcoran.
Okay. Is it in the Q&A side or is it audio? Because I cannot hear anything.
Sorry, I was going to repeat the question.
Oh, cool.
Here, why don't I hand the microphone to the
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did mostly work with AppWorks 3.0, and I noticed that your work with the 2 Plus involved earlier versions. Are there any advantages of the earlier version which they might have dropped out when they made up the later versions? You know, maybe to make up
Yeah.
on the memory or something.
Well, to start off with, even though I spent so many hours with these different versions of things, I'm still not an AppleWorks expert by any means, but I can say that at least for this, for the 2 Plus, the 3.0 seems to be the sweet spot, because that's when you start picking up a lot of the full macro ability that started coming out with the timeout macros, ultra macros, and whatnot. And those were where they, I guess in 4.0 is when they started becoming built in. So 3.0 is kind of like that sweet spot. In the 1.x and 2.0, you start getting what seems to be just better memory handling, to be honest, from what I've seen. So 2.0 is just more of a stable product. But still, I'd say 3.0 is kind of where I'm going to probably leave my machine. And the other benefit of going with 3.0 is that you can't actually put it on a hard drive. So that'll be where I'll probably start, I guess, building it for the SmartPort devices, and then see if I can get a SmartPort driven Apple II Plus with AW3.
Thank you. We have another question from Rockhurst.
Hello, this is Dave Slaughter.
Hey.
Actually, I have 2 questions for you. The first one is you mentioned Garrett's memory cards. I very quickly Googled Garrett's workshop and found a website, attendee.com and an eBay.
Yes.
Does he actually still make these cards and produce them?
I really wish he did. And it's one of those cases where he would if he could, and he's getting really close. Because apparently what happened was before, like, I guess right after he sent me the cards to actually do some testing for him on them for the designs and compatibility, especially with his Titan card, the Titan 128, and then later the 8 meg card for the RAM Factor / Slinky. Because apparently the Slinky ROM is one of the harder ones to actually emulate, at least according to him. But it works. But what happened was apparently his pick and place machine that they use basically died, and they're waiting on parts to get it fixed. And as soon as they get their production facility, which is all in-house apparently, back up and running for these batches, they will put them back up for sale. But right now, basically, due to the chip shortages and other issues, they're having major issues getting their machinery fixed.
Oh, I know very well about those shortages. I software for the Raspberry Pi single board computers, and the prices for those have shot up.
Yes.
So the second question is, I noticed an HT in the background of the video. Are you an amateur radio operator?
Yes, KI5 AHL. I've been licensed. I'm still only technician licensed, but I got that in 2018. So I still play.
Okay, KI5 AHL. This is W3 DJS. Good to meet you.
Yeah, excellent. 73s, man.
30.
Thank you. Let's move on to our next presentation from Paul Hagstrom. During the late 80s and through late 82, Apple marketed a set of third-party software under the banner Special Delivery Software. This was a sort of proto-app store. Paul Hagstrom will walk through some of what is known or deduced about this early history of Apple II software, reviewing catalogs and marketing, obscure or interesting titles, copy protection, and other related topics. Paul, over to you.
All right. Today I will talk about special delivery software. This is a category of things that Apple sold for a while. I'm not sure that everybody knows about it, so that's the point of talking about it. This is what the logo looks like for the special delivery software. So the setup for this is, I guess, basically, if you think back to the days of 1980, most of the software that we know about for the Apple II today hadn't been written. There's, a bunch of people that liked VisiCalc. Not everybody likes VisiCalc. There's other stuff that people might want to do. Apple developed and published some of its own software, and a lot of that was under the name Apple Software Bank. And I'm not actually sure what the boundaries of that were, but clearly Apple wanted to expand its offerings, and so one thing that they did for that was to sort of solicit community developers, third-party software. So that's what special delivery software is. I'm going to spend a little bit of time looking at sort of catalogs that predate special delivery software, and then I'll move on to the SDS stuff. So this is a little early on. They had these Apple in Depth and Apple at a Glance sort of catalogs. So Apple at a Glance was the sort of like summary survey thing, and so this one, I don't think this one is dated, but I believe it's 1980. Like I couldn't find a date on it though. But this one has some of those Apple titles in it that they released before before SDS came out. So I've got some pictures too of like what these things look like. So this is a page that has on it the controller, the cashier, and Apple Writer, and in the upper left corner is a picture of like what the Apple Writer package looked like. So it was, there's a little folder that contains the discs. There's 2 discs, and then there's the manual. This one is interesting because I actually was able to unwrap it. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But I had a couple of these that were still wrapped originally, so I was able to see like what order things came in and stuff like that. And Apple Stellar Invaders is a game that they released. They released a couple of games early on. That's one of them. Apple Adventure is the other one. But so here's some further things from that same Apple at a Glance catalog. Apple Plot, Apple Posts, the Dow Jones Series Portfolio Evaluator, Shell Games. So, and I have, for things that I have photos of, I've stuck them on the side just because it's sort of an interesting little visual aid to see what these things actually look like. One thing that's kind of nice about this, I mean, these are tiny on the zoom screen, but the photographs that you have from the day are often, not as good as photographs that you can get from now. I mean, the downside is that the current things are like more beat up, but the resolution is higher and the colors are better and stuff. Though there is actually one thing I really kind of like about looking at these old catalogs is these photos, like on the cover of this one, and I've got a couple more, sort of sprinkled in here from, like, the beginnings of sections or whatever, where they've laid out all of the software and stuff. It's quite nice looking. But so this is the New Products 1980 catalog that has, some of the same things. It's got, Tax Planner and the Adventure, Apple Music Theory. This is a collaboration with MEC, so this is Apple Music Theory, Music Fundamentals from MEC. And all of these things have the sort of like standard looking Apple manuals, and it's kind of neat. If you hadn't come across these before, it's kind of neat to see these, clearly Apple manuals, but about, like with pictures on them that you hadn't seen before. There's Apple Adventure. Anyway, okay, so these are the things that predated special delivery software. This is the spring summer 1980 Apple in Depth catalog. So this one has all those same things, but with usually quite a bit more description. And one of the things that I wanted to point out about this was really only just this part of the table of contents, which is that they've categorized all of their software into business, education, science, industrial, and personal and entertainment. So B series, E series, SI series, and PE series. And that's, I note that just basically because that winds up, something much like that winds up in the product identifier for the SDS stuff. Here are some of the pictures that I approve of, you know, of the like laying out the software and the openings of the sections. So you can see, you know, what the controller looks like, and you can see a little pile of Apple Software Bank folders. Whenever I look at these, I'm always sort of tempted, you know, like to the extent that I have managed to procure the things that are in it, I'm always sort of tempted to recreate these photos. But I kind of have given up on that, partly because I have let things pass on through me. So there are some things that I took photos of and no longer have. In the bottom picture, you can actually see I think it's the Printer 2A and the Modem 2B. The Modem 2B is a Novation Cat with an Apple branding. That's actually quite rare. And the Printer 2A is it's a Centronics something 440, something like that. It's several different computer companies used it and branded it. Apple had their branded version of it. I actually don't think I'm not even sure there's an Apple on it anywhere, but they sold it as in the Apple catalog. The software that's listed here, is basically, it says Apple Potpourri, and it's got Checkbook, Microchess, Stellar Invaders, Apple Trek and Star Wars, the cassette, Breakout, the cassette, and Apple Bowl, the cassette and tape. So these are sort of early software things. Here's the cover of the Apple In-Depth Fall 81, Winter 82, and another section that shows like the software laid out. Anyway, I like looking at these catalogs. If you haven't seen them, it's worth taking a look. But okay, in that most recent one that I put up, though, they actually have a little section which it says for your information, and it's got sort of late breaking news, and also talks about the existence of the special delivery software catalog. Interestingly, now that I'm looking at that picture, it does seem to be the second catalog. Interesting. Anyway, so what it says is, in addition, many excellent software programs are described in another Apple publication, the Special Delivery Software Catalog, published 3 times yearly. This catalog showcases a wide variety of unique programs for many applications, all specially chosen by Apple. And so that's essentially what that's leading into the topic that I wanted to talk about. This is basically they solicited programs from the public and handpicked them and delivered them, like marketed them, made them available. So it's sort of, in a way, it's kind of like an early app store. The late breaking news here was the addition of Apple How To, which I also have a photo of, so I thought I'd put that there too. But they released Apple How To after they'd laid out the catalog, but before they'd laid out this page. So okay, anyway, here, so the special delivery software catalogs, they didn't last very long, actually. So there are basically 3. The fall 1980 is the first one, then spring 1981, then spring 1982. And in the spring 1982 one there was sort of like a separate Apple III only one that you could get. And it has all the information in the Apple III only one is all contained in the other one. But it is still a separate object you can get and hold. And then I've put the Apple Software In-Depth Fall Winter 1982 in big purple parentheses because the rationale for that is actually that a lot of the software that was in the special delivery software catalogs made it into the Apple In-Depth Fall Winter 1982 catalog, but at that point no longer under the not specifically under the special delivery software name. I mean, they didn't change anything, but they no longer talk about that as being a thing. So special delivery software basically lived from fall 1980 to spring 1982. Okay, so this is the introduction from the fall 1980 catalog, and so it's the first page, and it says talks about people's needs are extremely varied. Developing software to develop all those needs is like more than we can do. So Apple wants to encourage the independent contributions of outside programmers, and so and they want to sort of help people get their programs to market, and so that's what they're doing. They're saying, like, if you've written a cool program, send it to us, and we might put you in the next catalog. Here's the set of programs that we have in our current offering. And the fall 1980 catalog is actually there's not a lot in it, but more were added. Here's the introduction to the second one, the spring 1981. And they say, they talk about how the first one was released in November 1980, so now we have a date on that. Sort of notes of praise for the Personal Finance Manager, which is one of the titles, and Pascal Animation Package and so forth. So, and then here's the introduction to the the third one, which goes on, continues to say, here's the third edition, outstanding collection of independently written computer programs for the Apple II and now the Apple III. So the Apple III has now joined the pack. Okay. I was searching out a little bit for just contemporary information about what people thought about this. One thing that came up nearly at the top of the Google search, so I wasn't particularly thorough here, but the InfoWorld had sort of like an editorial complaint about this, which basically compared it to the Atari Program Exchange. I think they were both sort of happening at about the same time, and they had the same kind of feeling to it. It's basically like the big computer entity whose name began with A would help the programmers of that platform get their programs to market through their channel, right? So Atari had the Atari Program Exchange, Apple had this special delivery software, and the complaint was essentially what this is basically a way for them to put out software they don't have to support. And so the thing ends, with it's up to the consumer to make a stand. But anyway, it kind of died on its own, to be honest. But okay, so I've got here there wasn't a catalog listing for the first, like a kind of like a list of products for the first catalog, but here's the listing of products for the second and the third one. So you can sort of see, it's kind of long on the third one, and it's kind of less long in the second one. What I'm highlighting here is the product number. So the product number always starts with a C, and then it's got a 2 or a 3 for Apple II or Apple III. Then it's got a letter, which I am guessing, probably correctly, is B for business, H for home, E for education, and S for scientific. So they had 4 different series. And then they had a 4-digit product number because they were very optimistic. Never did they need more than 2 of those digits. But okay, so what I have done. Oh yeah, I guess. Well, before I get to that, here's the Apple In-Depth Fall Winter 1982, and the point about this is just that at this point they have just started intermingling the Apple stuff and the special delivery software stuff, and they don't even mention that it's special delivery software. So Elementary, My Dear Apple, and the Shell games are both Apple. They are not special delivery software. Moptown was special delivery software, but it's all just listed together in a page of educational stuff. So at this point, they'd basically given up, I think, on special delivery software. But yeah, they're still selling it, interestingly. So, and in fact, Apple Writer 2 was a special delivery software title, and that that did pretty well. So, so I went through the lists here, and just sort of wrote them down in a way that I don't know might be useful. I don't know if you're trying to collect them. They go from C2E001, which is hand-holding basic, down to C2E0016, which is Instant Zoo, and I want to talk about that a little bit too. Actually, I missed typing CTW on that, but these last 4 were done in conjunction with the Children's Television Workshop, and are generally kind of like they've got Bert and Ernie and Muppets and stuff. They were never in a special delivery software catalog, but by virtue of the numbering, their product numbering, I am classifying them as part of the same group. So those last 4 appeared in that the most recent catalog that I didn't really classify as a special delivery catalog, the Apple In-Depth catalog. On the left here, I've sort of like put the catalog that it appeared in. So the first 5 actually it is, were in the first catalog, the fall 1980 catalog, and then the next 2, Bridge Tutor, and the 2 different versions appeared in the second one, and so forth. So that's why the catalogs are there on the left. The home ones included the games and Personal Finance Manager. Everybody bought that. I've gotten many copies of that just incidentally when I get collections of other things. There's just everybody had that. That and Agenda Files. For some reason, everybody liked those. Okay, one thing that's interesting about the home numbers here is that I don't know what H008 is. It's not in any catalog. I don't know. If anybody knows, I think it would be interesting to find out. I guess it must have just been skipped. The last one, 10, The Wreck of the BSM Pandora, I wanted to talk a little bit about at the end, but that was basically the last one in the home series. It was a game that they released, and it wasn't out there very long. Not many sold, and so it was hard to get. Okay, the business category had programming tools like animation tools for Pascal and Pilot. I guess the Pilot one was in the education category, though. A VT100 emulator, some sorting and database tools, VisiCalc real estate templates. That was exciting. Some of these, one of the reasons that it's kind of hard to find these things is that they're very niche. That was kind of the point. These are handling small things that Apple couldn't devote resources to developing for, but there's at least some audience for. But at the same time, the audience isn't very big, so there probably aren't that many VisiCalc real estate template copies out there. So it takes a while to get a hold of one. The last category are the scientific ones. So stepwise multiple regression, that was there at the beginning. Circuit analysis, I don't know what parallax is, and it always has annoyed me how it was spelled, but that's how it's spelled. No consonant doubled. And then the Apple III titles, there's just a few of them. The business ones, Apple Writer 3. A lot of these actually came in big boxes. The Apple III things tended to come in big boxes. I think Script 3 may not have had a box, and I'm not sure about the Pascal Utility Library. I think that also didn't have a box. But the other ones had big boxes, even though they also had the sort of boring manual inside as well. I'll mention that, I guess. So I'm just going to blow through maybe I'll make the slide deck available so you can look at it later. But just sort of out of interest, I put together the catalog pages for all of the individual things. So this is in the green ones, the sort of boring green ones are the fall 1980 ones, and I put them in basically sequential order. So at least in the order that they appeared in the fall 1980 catalog and then beyond. So Geometry and Measurement, Drill and Practice, that one lasted forever. Galactic Wars was a game that was in several of the catalogs, but was gone by the last fall winter 82 catalog, so that's what the little X is supposed to mean. The Pascal animation package was also gone by then, and so on and so forth. MusicComp. The VT100 emulator left the catalog even earlier. And I've got a little picture there on the corner of like what this looks like. But you will notice they all look the same, so they are not very interesting. The only thing that really changes is the type on the disc label and the what it says on the front of the black and white manual inside. Always the same cover. Hand-holding basic, that one lasted through the entire run. So what you're seeing on this screen is the fall 1980 catalog in the upper left corner, and then the next two catalogs in the below it, and then the 1982 one on the right. So it lost space. It's only just a little part of a column now, but hand-holding basic made it through all the way to the last catalog there. P-sort, sorting algorithms, artist designer, the Pilot animation tools, Supermap, sort of map producer. This one made it all the way to the last catalog as well. Personal Finance Manager, again, everybody loved this one. Everybody had it. Good spell. So this one, diet analysis, again, I've got X's by the catalogs it was not in, right? So it wasn't in the first one, it wasn't in the last one. Plan 80, Bridge Tutor. Bridge Tutor came in two types, sort of a simple and a complex one. The World's Greatest Blackjack Program. A very humble name. VisiCalc real estate templates. Here's a picture of the VisiCalc real estate templates. Do I have that? Maybe I don't. Well, somewhere I have a picture of it, and I did have it, and I probably had like one of the 5 that sold. And not only that, but it was missing pages in the manual. So I wonder if they all were. APM. This one sold for a lot. This one was very expensive, and it probably came with a manual that I do not have. I have only the folder and the discs, but or have. I don't remember. Anyway, so I'll just keep sort of running through these until I see something that's interesting. Here's the Utopia graphics tablet system. I mentioned this in a slide later, but well, I will mention it in that slide when I get to it. Circuit analysis, topographic mapping, senior analyst. There are a lot of these, right? Apple Writer 2, that's the big one. Everybody got that. Compaq, communications stuff, Script 2, the wreck of the BSM Pandora. This one, it's basically a tabletop game that was converted to be assisted by a computer, and it's really hard to hide. It was hard to hunt this down. Speedreader, Moptown. The Learning Company published this later. Magic Spells also was published by the Learning Company later. Data Tree, Parallax. Here are the Apple III things. On this one, I put the so in the upper center and to the right are the ones that are in that third catalog, the Spring 1982 catalog, I guess it is. So the one with the red font is the one that was in the Apple III specific insert, and the one with the black font in the title is the one where it was the full catalog. Anyway, yeah, okay. Keep going here. Access 3 Business Graphics. Of course, Apple III Business Graphics sold well. Many people had that. Script 3. So here is the CTW stuff. I don't think I zoomed in on it, did I? No. But this was Apple collaborating with the Children's Television Workshop to do 4 games. They were Instant Zoo, Mix and Match, Spotlight, and Ernie's Quiz. And so they looked a little different from the special delivery software, and they were not marketed as special delivery software titles, but they use the same copy protections, and they have the same numbering scheme. As I mentioned, some of them I was able to, I had some of them that had never been unwrapped, so that was kind of neat. I was able to actually unwrap them and see, how they were set up. So this is sort of like a couple of photos of that happening for circuit analysis. So I could see, well, the disk was in the thing. It was upside down. It was facing out on the front cover. The sort of license agreement thing was folded in between the cover and the front. Yeah. Anyway, that's whatever. It's kind of interesting to be able to see that stuff. So, other thing maybe to mention here, the special delivery software titles made use of a copy protection scheme called DOS 3.3p that Apple sold to developers and used on most of these, maybe all of these special delivery software titles. If you look for 4AM's write-up of the crack of Ernie's Quiz, you will see a discussion of this, and it is elaborate. Also, in around, I think it was 2016, there were some internal memos and notes about the S-Safe project, which was basically Apple trying to decide how to deal with copy protection, particularly on the Apple III, and they were talking. They were talking about sort of the philosophy of it and that kind of thing. But it seems like this is also the same kind of project that out of which DOS 3.3 came, and by looking at those memos and notes and things like that, it appears probably that DOS 3.3. My understanding of what I'm reading there is that it's basically a Randy Wigginton creation. And anyway, I'm saying this, and I'm also thinking that it's near certain that someone out there listening to me say this knows more than I do about the history of DOS 3.3p. But I feel like I actually saw it in a price list somewhere, and I didn't take a note of it, and it's very annoying because I feel like it was actually sort of public knowledge that you could get it. But I've also seen it. I've seen it actually credited on. I think it was maybe Skyfox or something. There was some game in a folder that surprisingly actually also said DOS 3.3p copyright Apple Computer. So it was not just their internal stuff. They did sell it to other people as well. Yeah, some of these are very hard to find. There are some SDS titles that I have not personally had my hands on. I have had my hands on many of them, but not all of them. The Wreck of the BSM Pandora I finally got, and it was very hard to find. It was one of the ones that I'd been sort of hunting for the hardest, but there are some others: Parallax, Plan 80, Data Tree, Designer's Toolkit. I think I've never come across those. I have a compact disc that someone wrote over, so I don't actually have a compact disc. I have a decorative compact disc, I guess. They're sort of weird collector's items in a way, because almost all of them, maybe apart from the CTW stuff and the BSM Pandora, they're boring to look at. I mean, they are tan, boring folders. They all look the same. They're all black and white manuals inside. It takes a lot of willpower to want them, and they're so niche that their numbers are so small that like the numbers that got sold were so small that you really it's going to be a challenge to find somebody who bought it. It was interesting getting a hold of the BSM Pandora one, though, because it didn't actually look like what I was expecting. I'd seen photos of it, but I didn't quite understand its like dimensions. It's actually thinner. Oh, actually, I have it here. Maybe I can make myself big, but it's thin. So it looks sort of like an Apple box, but it's thin, and it's a slipcover for a boring SDS thing. So anyway, but some of these went on to be sold elsewhere too. Moptown and Magic Spells, they were published, I mentioned, by the Learning Company. Handholding Basic went on to be published by Eduware, and I think it's actually also the same author, I believe, and it might be the same program as Hayden Spinnaker's How to Program an AppleSoft Basic later. I think Behavioral Engineering continued to sell the Math Strategy and Spelling Strategy titles later, even after SDS. Those were strange too. Those were it doesn't matter. They're all niche. Here's the thing about the Utopia graphics system. Everybody mentions this. The Utopia graphics tablet system was written by Todd Rundgren, and at this point, people nod knowingly, open their eyes wide, and say, "Yes, that Todd Rundgren," which I'm sure lands more effectively when speaking to people who knew Todd Rundgren from some other context ahead of time. But it turns out he's a music guy famous for doing music stuff, and he's not famous for being a programmer. And so it's cool, whatever. But cooler if you knew him in advance. So that was it. That's sort of like a swift overview of special delivery software thoughts that I had. So I will throw it back to me in Zoom. Okay. So that's I don't know if I can make myself big here. Spotlight for everyone. I'll do that. Okay. I think this is working. Basically, all I'm here to do is to say that I think because we're a little bit behind on the schedule, I will sort of skip the Q&A part, and there's a Discord channel. We can talk about that in there, and then move on to the next talk. So I don't know. I'm not sure who's introducing the next talk. It might be me. Peter, are you around?
Sure, I can go ahead and do that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Next up is Yoshi. Emulating an Apple II on a modern computer using MAME or AppleWin is a popular option. But what if you wanted to take it everywhere you go on your iPhone? Why would anyone want to do that, you ask? Why not? Yoshi Sugawara looks at the current landscape of Apple II emulators for iOS, how you install them, and then dives into using MAME for iOS, a port of MAME for the latest iOS devices. We'll see how we can experience our favorite Apple II programs from more than 30 years ago on much later generation Apple computers called iPhones and iPads in 2022. Yoshi, it's over to you.
Hi, and welcome to my Kansas Fest session on the Apple II on iOS in 2022. My name is Yoshi Sugawara, and I'm currently an iOS engineer working at Intuit. But I'm also a retro gaming and retro computing enthusiast, and I have a particular interest in seeing them come back to life on the computing platform that goes everywhere with me, on the iPhone. I grew up learning about computers, programming, and gaming on an Apple IIc, and then on an Apple IIgs, and to think that one day I could do all of this in the palm of my hand was just unthinkable. Well, now we can, so let's dive in to see the best ways we can emulate the Apple II on iOS. Before we dive in though, let's talk about the current state of emulation on iOS. I'd like to note that I'll primarily be focusing on non-jailbroken iOS devices, so the devices you get out of the box. As many of you know, emulators are not approved on the App Store. Just to be clear, apps whose primary function is to emulate running arbitrary software is not allowed, but the act of emulation itself does not seem to be an issue as long as the app's functionality is clearly defined and does not change. For example, you can have an app that can emulate a classic arcade game and do that only, and that's probably okay. But this is my best interpretation of App Store guidelines, and don't take my word on that one. So not having emulators approved on the App Store makes it really difficult for the average person to install an emulator. So how do you do it? The most straightforward way is to pay the $99 Apple developer fee to build or install the emulators yourself through Xcode. The other way is to use a free developer account, but deal with the restrictions on them. You can only install 3 apps, and you can only run them for 7 days before they need to be reinstalled again. There are third-party tools like AltServer that can help deal with this, so it does require a lot more work on your part if you decide to go down this route. And finally, there are performance-intensive emulators. Like if you were to run Windows 7 or emulate a later generation video game console like a PlayStation 2, they require additional workarounds as they depend on just-in-time compilation, which is not allowed for any app under normal circumstances. The workaround is to make the device think it's debugging an application, and an app like Jitterbug or a tool like AltServer can help do just that. So now that we talked about how we get the emulators onto your iOS device, let's talk about the current landscape of emulators available right now. Here on the upper left, we have our multi-platform emulators like Provenance, Delta, and RetroArch, and these primarily focus on classic video game consoles. And then we have our dedicated system emulators on the right, and finally UTM-App, which does virtual machines like Windows and Linux. And finally, we have the emulators capable of emulating what we care about most, the Apple II series of computers. Let's focus on these emulators and see what they can do. The first emulator we'll look at is ActiveGS, written by Olivier Gauguel of the Free Tools Association fame, and it's based on the Kegs emulator. We can see it has a browsable library of software from FTA, as well as a selection of Apple II and 2GS titles, and they're mostly games and cool demo scene demos. The software is downloaded on demand from virtualapple.org, and it's a good way to experience the Apple II games library as a whole. You can also import your own disk images, and it supports hard disk images as well. You do need to use the Finder on macOS or iTunes for Windows to copy your files though. Now let's try a couple games to see ActiveGS in action. First, I'm going to choose the Space Harrier demo. If I tap the Options button in the upper right corner, we can see it supports different options like machine speed, screen appearance, and save states. The Space Harrier demo is a bit of a special one for me to see, as I wasn't able to see this in action until I emulated it in ActiveGS. I got a copy of this back when I was in junior high school, only to discover that the demo did not run on the ROM version 3 2GS I had. And now I get to see what I was missing out on, and it's a glorious sight to see. Here we can control Harrier using the touchscreen as a mouse, and double tapping the screen results in a mouse click. Next, let's take a look at task times in ToneTown. This was actually a launch title for the 2GS, and it was developed on a prototype and really showcased the graphics and sound capabilities when the 2GS was launched in 1986. In ActiveGS, swiping up on the screen switches between input methods, and doing this a couple times reveals the system keyboard. So now we can go ahead and start the game. So we just started the game, but I realize it's almost lunchtime for me and I'm getting a little hungry. So I'm compelled to just type the word burger right here. And it looks like I just suffered a fatal injury and it's game over. Now why would a programmer do something like that? I like to avoid putting myself through further punishment, so let's move on to talking about the next emulator, MAME for iOS. MAME for iOS is a port of MAME to iOS. It wasn't until just recently that the latest version of MAME was built specifically for iOS. This allowed for the support of emulating many computer platforms, and one of which is the Apple II series of computers. As many of you already know, MAME is a great Apple II emulator, as it supports a wide variety of flavors of Apple IIs, such as the IIe Enhanced, the IIc Plus, the 2GS, and many clones like the Laser 128 and Franklin Ace. And one of the great things it does is support a wide variety of peripheral cards such as the Mockingboard or Phaser sound cards. I'm currently the maintainer of the MAME for iOS GitHub project, and the goals of the project are pretty simple. To keep MAME alive on iOS, so it builds on the latest Xcode version and runs on the latest iOS devices. In doing so, we can also take advantage of the modern platform capabilities on iOS, like game controller support. This lets you use a modern video game console controller like a PS5 or Nintendo Switch Joy-Con controller. So let's dive into the app and see what it does. It features a native iOS interface, and it supports MAME's concept of software lists organized by computer, as you can see here, or you can load your own disk images, or just boot up the computer you're interested in. I'm going to long tap the Apple IIe Enhanced right here just to see what the available options are, and just go right ahead and boot it up. Here we can see we have a custom keyboard implementation that works in landscape mode on the iPhone and doesn't obstruct the emulated display. I'm running Total Replay and I'm going to start typing in Prince of Persia and start the game. We're using Metal, Apple's accelerated graphics API, to render the screen, so we can take advantage of doing some post-processing on the emulated display. It even supports HDR or high dynamic range, so you can recreate the familiar glow from the CRT that we're all used to seeing with these machines. You can of course emulate an Apple II GS and interact with GS OS, and play games using the touchscreen or a game controller. Here's a recently released title, Dragon's Lair, by Brutal Deluxe Software right here in 2022. It's great to see games still being released for the 2GS. And it looks like I'm still terrible at these Laserdisc-based games. And being a lot older than when the game was originally released definitely does not work in my favor here. This is Rastan on the 2GS and it plays great using a game controller. Yes, you can just emulate the original arcade version perfectly right here in MAME, but this is such a technical marvel on the 2GS that I enjoy playing this just to relive my amazement I had after buying this from Egghead Software back in 1990. It's not just about the games though. I've started learning 65.8.16 assembly, and here's me running Merlin 16 on the 2GS. I'm writing the equivalent to a Hello World program in Apple II assembly, where I just beep the speaker by going to the system subroutine. It's still a little tough typing on the keyboard, but hey, now I can do this from anywhere. Oh, and you know that title slide you saw at the beginning of the presentation? I created that using MAME for iOS entirely on my iPhone 13 Pro Max. Finally, I'd like to showcase the peripheral capabilities never seen before on iOS. I played Ultima 5 back in the day, but I've never had the chance to hear the music from the Mockingbird sound card. Now we can emulate the Applied Engineering phaser card and experience the music from Ultima 5 in all its glory here on iOS. Just to wrap things up, I think what I showed with MAME for iOS is just a preview of what's possible. I think we could take the learnings from the current MAME for iOS app to refine our approach and create an entirely Apple II focused app using MAME as its emulation core. The current MAME for iOS app still depends on the MAME UI to configure things like slots and disk images, and we can benefit from having a truly native iOS interface. This is a similar approach to what we saw in Kevin Sherlock's presentation on Ample at the last Kansas Fest. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge that what I've shown is really the product of the hard work of others, and I'm really just glad to be a part of preserving of what we love, and I'm excited for what the future holds for Apple II emulation on iOS. Thanks for listening, and of course, Apple II forever.
Thank you. That was fantastic. I think I know what a lot of us will be doing tonight. Any questions? We have one here in the room. I don't think the mic cable will reach. Okay, we've solved it. Hang on a second.
Okay, I'm here. Yeah. So.
Thank you very much for your presentation. How do I get the MAME program on my iPhone? I wasn't clear that one.
Yeah, so that's kind of an involved process. Like if I were to go over that in this presentation, it'll probably take up most of the presentation, which is why I kept it really short. So like if you go to the GitHub README page, there's like instructions on how to do that. Usually it involves just going like downloading Xcode and then like actually building it and then running it like on your iPhone. That's probably the most straightforward way to do it. And there's like a step-by-step guide to do that. And I think it's hopefully up to date, but yeah, but if you could always reach out to me and I could always help. And there's like a link to the MAME for iOS Discord on the GitHub main page too. So yeah, so I'm hope that it, the instructions would help you do that. So yeah.
Paul, do you see the online Q&A?
Yes, I can see it. So we have a question. I don't know if Yoshi, if you can see it, but Neil has asked, can you outline? Actually, you have answered that question. There are no Q&As at the moment on the online.
Any other online questions or questions here at Rockhurst?
Yeah, if there are any other questions too, like you can ask on Discord and I'll look at them and reply too. So, but yeah, thanks so much for letting me present this.
Mark has one more question from Rockhurst. What's the earliest version of iOS that this supports?
Yeah, so we kind of tend to drop support for earlier versions of iOS. So I think right now, I think the minimum is either 13 or 14. So you need a relatively newer iOS device. And so we kind of had this thing where it's like, well, we don't want to support like older ones and just really focus on the ones that like just come out. So yeah.
Thank you. Last call for questions. There is a GitHub link in the electronic calendar and probably elsewhere, so follow up with that. So let's wrap up the sessions right now. We are going to take a dinner break, and then we will come back at 7:30 p.m. Joe Strohsnyder is going to lead a discussion from his Apple II workbench about his approach to life, the universe, and of course, Apple II computer repair. And then we will be back here in the morning at 9:15 a.m. So I'll see everybody at 7:30. Thank you.
Hello, can anybody hear us online?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Joe, are you there?
I am here.
Yay. Okay. There are a few people in the basement. It looks like there's a lot of people online. Maybe I'll turn the camera around so you can see who's in the basement, but I think mostly you're talking to just everybody out there in the internet.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, if you want to turn on your video, Joe, and then if you want to, Joe, do you want to monitor the chat and the Q&A and just answer things, or how do you want to?
Yeah, I can do that to some extent. I mean, this is going to be kind of a fun juggle because I'm going to be monitoring with that chat and Discord and potentially the YouTube stream as well, because I sent all my subscribers there. So it might be a lot to monitor, but we'll see. Whatever works.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and we can definitely do it as well. And well, you know, I'll just jump in if I notice people asking questions that aren't being answered, or you can just talk nonstop and not leave any, you know, room for questions at all. And then
Blah, 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 blah.
All right. So yeah, feel free to fire up your video and
I'm
take it away.
clicking the button over and over. Somebody needs to like click the button on that end to allow me to start my video.
Okay, hold on.
Y'all can't see me, but I'm like chair dancing in the background waiting for the video to come up.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where the setting is. Does anybody know where that is? And,
It's well, so it's the Lenovo, the sessions Lenovo is host.
Yep.
So
yep. Yeah.
and I think that is the only one that has power. I have determined that I do not have power.
But I guess the question is, where is the settings on that Zoom?
I think it's if you're looking at the grid, it'll be in the continuation dots in the upper right corner on Joe's square.
Are there continuation? Hold on. Let's see. Oh, I can make him a co-host. Let me just do that.
Yeah, sure.
Then he should have the power. There you are.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. Woo woo. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all see me? Is everything good?
The first two, yes.
Cool. Everything good is not the thing. But yeah, so I don't know if you wanted to just put my video full screen. There we are, spotlight. There it is. Let's go. Hi, everybody. My name is Joe Strohsnyder of Joe's Computer Museum. I am an Apple II lover from Central Ohio, and I've been playing with Apple IIs since basically I was 5 years old and like in kindergarten. So Apple IIs have been my thing for all of the times. Apple IIs were my first exposure to computers. The Apple II, unfortunately, was not my first computer. It was my second computer. My first computer was a TRS-80. I know, boo. But it didn't last long, so the Apple II came along later, so it was cool. And so what I do is I play with these old computers, and I fix these old computers, and I do reviews and previews of stuff for these old computers, and I share that with the world because it's fun. I would like to apologize for not being at Kansas Fest in person this year. That happens sometimes. There were circumstances where I couldn't be there this year, but that is okay. I will apologize in advance. I am monitoring the Discords and the Zooms and the YouTube chats all at the same time. So if I miss a question or something that you throw at me or some comment or something, I apologize in advance. I can't look at all of the things at all the time. So this is my silly little panel for tonight. This is basically a little special piece for us, mostly in the remote, but some of you that are local and present and in person as well, to just hang out and talk about fun Apple II stuff. I don't have any major plan. I don't have an agenda. I don't have any sort of, today we're going to talk about XYZ streaming to ABC 123 or anything like that. This is banter from the bench. So let's get into what that is. So in my little world here, I do all different types of things. As I already said, I play with Apple IIs, but I also mod them sometimes. If you attended KFest 2020 or go back to KFest 2020 archives, you'll see the NeoPixel mod thing that I did, where I took the MacFX clear case and put RGB lights in it that you could control from the Apple II. Super cool. But also I do repairs of logic boards. Like, for example, I've got this here. It's not an Apple II, but it gives you an idea. I got a logic board here that's in for repair, and I've been working on this for somebody. And all different types of stuff like that. I do reverse engineering projects. I have reverse engineered and created replacements, for example, for the Apple IIe and Apple II Plus keyboards. So if you got one of those keyboards and the encoder is dead, you don't have to like go on the internet and hunt for a replacement encoder that's just a pull from somebody else's Apple II. You can get a replacement and not destroy another Apple II. So lots of cool stuff like that. Somebody, Eric says, asking which Discord. Eric, if you are a Kansas Fest attendee, it's in the Kansas Fest Discord thing. If you're not a Kansas Fest attendee, you're just watching with us here on YouTube, and you miss the Discord stuff. I'm sorry. That's how Kansas Fest works. But that is okay. So we have lots of cool stuff that we can talk about tonight. Do people have questions and thoughts and comments about how to fix stuff? I don't know. Maybe we could talk about that. We can do that. I can talk about some of the tools that I use to work on and re-diagnose Apple IIs and my process of how I got there. If you want to talk about that, we can do that. I can show off the 2 Mac Classic 2s that I rescued today. We could do that. That's fine. It doesn't matter. But we're all just friends, and we're hanging out in the virtual conference room in Kokorin Hall, basically, is the way I see it. So let's see here. The first thing I really do want to dig into, and this is something that I forgot to mention during my vendor announcement, but I'll go ahead and announce it now. So Bob Darlington, if any of you follow his exploits on the Apple II enthusiast group, you may on Facebook and some other groups he may be in, you may have seen some of the stuff that he's been showing off about an audio card, a stereo audio card for the Apple II GS called Light Sound. Well, I have one right here, final unit. And the reason I wanted to talk about this at the vendor fair is because I'm going to be the guy selling these. So when these go up for sale, you'll be able to grab them from me. I'm going to keep the price as low as I possibly can, because the sales that I do on my website it's not my primary job. I'm not doing that to generate income. I do that so that I can get things out there in the world to help keep these old computers running. So that's going to be up soon. And I can actually demo this here in a little bit. But a little bit more about me and the Apple II. So I really got back into the Apple II stuff and the old computer stuff. Oh gosh, when was that? How about 2016, 2015 or so? I had this huge pile of old computers back here, which keeps growing for some reason, like they multiply like bacteria or something. I don't know, but I had this huge collection of computers down here, and I was starting to get bored. And I was also going through some mental health issues that basically was anxiety and stuff. And I eventually got some help for that. And hopefully you can see I'm all better now. Well, mostly. I mean, it's an ongoing. Of course, it's mental health is always an ongoing thing, as we know. But I got that problem fixed, and like I want to get out there in the world and do something. And I turn around and I look behind me. I'm like, well, I got these Apple IIs and I got these Macs and I got these IBMs and I like the Apple III back here that's in pieces. And why don't I start a YouTube channel and show that stuff off? Because I've been watching YouTube for a long time, watching people play video games and do all types of stuff. So I'm like, let's share that. So I start to get into that. My very, very first YouTube video that was in true relation to the museum here was a review of the floppy EMU. And that thing went gangbusters. And then I'm like, okay, well, this is what I'm doing now. This is now my hobby. So I really got back into the Apple II as my primary core of my channel and Apple II related stuff. But that's just kind of led down the road farther and farther and farther to where it's not just playing with the Apple II and booting up software and reliving my youth. It's what can we really do with the Apple II? And then, well, my Apple II is broken. How do I learn how to fix that? Oh, I know how to fix that now. Now I want to build my own 8-bit computer, which I did. I have a series on that. And now I know how to build my own 8-bit computer. I can fix other things. I can fix other old 8-bit computers. Like I fixed this old thing back here and my Mac's up there. And now people send me boards to fix. And now it's accelerated to the point where, oh, well, now I've got stuff and knowledge that I can use to make replacement parts for things. And that started when a wonderful person in the community, Britt Dodd, a lot of you know Britt. I met him for the first time at Kansas Fest 2019. He traded me a couple of Apple IIIs for a couple of Macs that were just down here taking up space. And I'm like, well, I'll play with the Apple III. The Macs are just sitting here. He trades me the Apple III, but it's got a bad keyboard encoder. I'm like, that's not going to fly. I have the knowledge now. Let's make a new keyboard encoder. So I did that, launched my website, and now I've got all this wacky knowledge just like parked up here of all this weird stuff of how to do microcontrollers and how to program in C code in the microchip IDE program, and how to use an oscilloscope to look at signals on a Mac SE board. And it just keeps going and going and going and going more and more and more. So that's kind of gotten to me to where I am now, to where I can just sit here and yell at you remotely over the internet and say, you can fix it too. So let's do that. Paul Hackstrom dropped a note in the chat. He has a keyboard, a Bell & Howell Apple II Plus keyboard that works quite poorly. I banged on the keys for a while, but I'm getting both crosstalk. Hitting one key produces a different character, and silence, hitting one key produces no character at all. I still hold on to host spring deoxit, and banging on the keys will help, but if not, where does one start and where does one escalate from there? That is a really good question. So the trick to that would be, I would start, if possible, because the Bell & Howell 2 Plus keyboard, if memory serves, is the more later standard keyboard that has the same keyboard controller chip, the AY5 3600 Pro, that the regular Apple II Plus does. If you got another Apple II Plus, I would start by just swapping that chip. It's in a socket on the little header board that's underneath the keyboard. Swap that chip over, see what happens. If that fixes the problem, then you just know it's the encoder chip and you can get a new encoder chip. jcm-1.com, buy encoder chips today. Ha, no, I'm kidding. But that's a good start. Crosstalk, hitting one key, producing a different character, usually is indicative of that. However, it could be the actual backplane. Now, the cool thing about the Apple II Plus keyboard is it uses individual key switches. So if you're pressing A and you're getting Q or something else like that, you're not really worried about one of these foil and film or membrane keyboards or anything like that. Anything wacky like that. You're not worried about that. They're usually physical key switches. However, that would be another thing to check, is to check to take the keyboard out, flip it over, look at the back, look at the traces, take the keycaps out and try to look between the keycaps, make sure there's no crud in the keyboard, obviously. that might be causing your problem there. Still interested. His keyboard is a raised PowerLight Datanetics one. Yes. Which uses the MM5740 AAE keyboard encoder. Again, another encoder that I have available. Heck, Paul, if you wanted to borrow one, I'll let you borrow an encoder from me just to see if it fixes it. Yeah, I would be checking the PCB first after the encoder chip. The Datanetics style keyboard has extra chips on it that do wacky, weird things. If you look at the schematic, it's because like the Apple II is expecting negative logic, whereas the encoders use positive logic, and it's still weird. Like Apple's like, we want this, and keyboard company is like, well, we design it this way, and they're like, well, you're gonna have to change it to whatever. But yeah, that would be my suggestion. If you don't see anything visibly in between keys, that is an issue. Worst case scenario, you might have to start removing keys. Another thing that you could do to eliminate the actual key switches as a potential problem is if you flip the keyboard over, you've got contacts on the back. You can just take literally like a pair of tweezers like this that are metal and tap the contacts together, or a piece of metal or something, just the two contacts where that key are, to see if it trips the key correctly. Those are things that you can do there. The Datanetics keyboard, and to some extent the older Apple II Plus keyboard as well, they have that extra logic on it, and there's a possibility that one of those logic chips is gone wacky, and so what it's doing is it's not translating the the signals correctly from what the encoder puts out to what the Apple II is expecting. So it could be one of those chips as well. It's not like it's the Apple IIe where the only thing doing anything is the encoder chip. So that's a thing. He says he's nodding vigorously and appreciative to my camera, which is off, but know that I am. Yeah, good to know. So yeah, I have how can we put it? I don't want to, encyclopedic is way too big of a term to state, but I have a greater than pedestrian knowledge of the way the keyboard system works on the Apple II and Apple III. So yeah, I can answer questions like that. So that's fine. Yes. But to get a little bit more into keyboards, I mean, yeah, I got into the keyboard thing again because I got this Apple III and it had a bad keyboard encoder. And it's not like the Apple IIe where the Apple IIe uses, and even the Apple II Plus with the later keyboard to some extent, they use the generic AY5 3600 Pro. Pro meaning PROM, meaning programmable read-only memory. I'll get into that in a second. They use the generic version of that keyboard chip from General Instrument. The Apple II or the Apple III and the Apple III Plus don't. They use the same chip. However, this chip was factory flashed, to use newer terms. It was mask ROM programmed, but was factory flashed with a different keyboard matrix, so that when certain X and Y intercepts are hit, it outputs a specific character code. In the Apple II, this is handled by using the generic chip, and then there's a second ROM chip, and if you look inside the Apple II, it's like right next to the keyboard encoder that actually takes the outputs of the keyboard encoder and converts it into Apple's internal high byte or high bit ASCII that it uses for internal storage, or however it works. So the Apple II, through this ROM, is converting the generic chip into something it can use. The Apple III doesn't do that. So the Apple III outputs ASCII directly. So you can't just put a standard AY5 3600 Pro into the Apple III. Oh, no, you have to have Apple's special version of this chip. So the only way you're going to get that is you happen to just luck upon somebody on eBay who had a box of them from a repair center, and they're Apple IIIs. That's not going to happen. You're not going to find those. Or if you steal one from another working Apple III, there are so few working Apple IIIs in the world that I thought it was an absolute travesty to just steal an encoder from one Apple III to make another work, or, you know, to have the Apple III you got just be useless, to be a paperweight. And oh gosh, is it a paperweight? That's not a paperweight. It's like a house weight. It's a car weight. It'll hold your car down in a hurricane. Anyway, to just have, you know, your Apple III dead, you can't use it. You're going to steal the keyboard chip out of one working one to another. No. So that's what led me down that entire route of designing those keyboard chips. But of course, because it's effectively the same chip as the Apple II, but with a different key map. That's all that was different, is the bits that it puts out the data, the data pins, depending on the key matrix intersection. I'm like, I can use the exact same logic and make an Apple II encoder, or an Apple II Plus encoder as well, or an Apple IIe encoder. So that's why my encoder, it supports the 3, the 3 Plus, the 2 Plus, the 2E, the 2C, and the 2C Plus. It supports all of them. All you do is move a jumper and it changes the key map. It's magic. Magic. Ah. Yeah, and Paul's too. The 3 and the 3 Plus each have distinct encoders. Exactly. Because the 3 Plus, they changed a couple of the intersections, and it added, they also completely changed the way the matrix for the numpad was encoded. Why? I don't know. Some sort of, oh, this thing has too much radio frequency interference, but if we change the intersection, it goes down, blah, blah, blah. FCC Part 15, Part J rules, blah, blah. And so those are two different as well. But again, my encoder, you just move the jumper and it makes it a 3 Plus. So that's fine. Speaking of that, Petr Puskaric is in the chat here. I want to thank him very much, because he allowed me to confirm that the Apple III encoding worked correctly. He was able to take the keyboard encoder and put it on another Apple III and confirm that. But he also had an Apple III Plus with the different keyboard in it, with the different keyboard matrix intersections. So he allowed me to properly test the Apple III Plus encoding, because I don't have a 3 Plus. So lots of thanks to him. The thanks to him are actually burned into the ROM code, if you know where to look. So yeah. So yeah, awesome stuff. But of course, then that changed to the, that then went on to doing the encoder for the Datanetic style keyboard, which is much rarer. It was only in the first, 10 or 15,000 Apple IIs or something like that. The raised power light keyboard, as it were. Also, that same encoder was used in a lot of people used a version of that keyboard on their Apple I's with that same encoder on it, the MM5740AAE encoder from National Semiconductor, whoever it was, I don't remember. But you know, I wanted to do a reverse engineering of that as well. But finding one of those keyboards, like how? Like there's so few people in the world that have one, and nobody wants to ship me one. They're like, I'm not sending you my insanely expensive $500 if you find it somewhere keyboard that only. But luckily, somebody had one that was dead. Their keyboard encoder, or their encoder failed on their keyboard, along with another chip on the keyboard, but that's immaterial here. And they reached out to me and they're like, Joe, can you fix my keyboard? I'm like, what kind is it? And they're like, it's a Datanetics keyboard. I'm like, yeah. So that gave me the opportunity to fix a keyboard that was already dead. They shipped the keyboard to me. I was able to use the data sheet and almost line for line the code from the other encoder on this encoder, which is changing the pinouts in a different little PCB. And now that works too. I'm not the only person who's done that. There's a gentleman or lady, someone in Belgium on Tindy, who sells their own version of that same encoder, but they only sell to Belgium. They don't ship even outside of their own country. So I ship internationally, so that's the thing. Again, I'm not trying to use this as a sales thing. I'm just trying to say, hey, I'm here to fix stuff and make it work for you. That's what I do. That's what I enjoy doing. And to have the opportunity to share that with people is super awesome. Peter Priskarik is asking, will that work on the Franklin Ace 1000 series? I don't know. I do not have a Franklin Ace to open up the keyboard or look at the system to know that. I'm sure I could look it up in the schematics. And if somebody wants to kind of shuffle off in the background and do that, so you don't get to watch me like surf the internet while I'm on a session tonight, and look that up, that would be cool, and let me know. If the Franklin Ace 1000 series uses the 5740 or uses the AY5 3600 Pro style keyboards, a keyboard encoder, then my encoder would probably work maybe with an adjustment to the key map. I don't know. It has the foil pad, so I wasn't sure how close to the Datanetics was. I don't know. For all I know, the same company made the keyboard, because Apple farmed the keyboards out to somebody else. They didn't make them themselves. They farmed them out to Alps. They farmed them out to Datanetics. They farmed them out to the keyboard company. A lot of these other these other folks. So I don't know. Folks are yelling at me in the Discord. Stand by. I just want to make sure I'm not missing people's statements and stuff. Aha! Cool. There is a question. So there are lots of questions here. So let's open some questions. We have questions. Are the replacement Apple II Plus keyboards themselves available anywhere? That I don't know. The only keyboards that I know of that are anything like the Apple II are the Apple IIe reproduction keyboards that Mac Effects made. So I am not sure exactly. Eric wants us to show the tools. We'll show the tools in a little bit. Petter would like to hear about the cloning process and what you've learned was the best and worst of the process. Yes, let's talk about that. Reactive Micro is selling Apple II keyboards. Thanks, John. Thanks for answering that. There's your question, Eric. Petter would ask, interested in hearing about the cloning process. What I learned was the best and worst of the process. Oh gosh, so this is a nice deep one. So I'm actually planning on doing a video, less of a deep dive video and more of an overview video on my YouTube channel at some point. So if you want to like wait for that, that'll come out eventually. But we can deep dive into some of the details here. So of course, you already know how it started. I had an Apple II or an Apple III. I have a chip that doesn't work. I need to reverse engineer this chip. So let's talk about reverse engineering this chip. The way I thought about reverse engineering this chip is thus. I need to learn how the chip works, right? And this was my first reversing of anything. This isn't cloning. Cloning is different. Cloning is a lot easier than actual reverse engineering. Yeah, John Mounts put the link to the keyboard replacement in both the Discord and the chat. So that's there if you want to take a look at that. Reverse engineering is a little bit different because what you're trying to do isn't you're not just making a copy of something like a photocopy, which is what cloning is, to be honest. You're doing a simulation / emulation of an original chip. So reverse engineering people is also hard. Thanks, Eric. So you got to keep in mind things like timings and order of operation and things like that. Actual logical function. You have to understand how it functions because you have to recreate the function from a description, right? That's the thing. That's the trick. So I'm not an electrical engineer. I am self-taught in everything. I have no college degree. I graduated high school with a C- average, and that was mostly held up by my Latin class and my programming classes. That was it. So I had to teach myself how to do that. And so the way I thought about that was, Well, first off, let's look at the data sheet, because I watch, what's his name? Not a lot anymore, but I used to watch Dave Jones' EEV blog. I also watch Big Clive on YouTube. And they're always showing these data sheets, and the data sheets have good descriptions of how things function. So I'm like, okay, well, let's go get the data sheet for this chip. And the data sheet for the AY5 3600 chip is insanely well written. Most modern data sheets nowadays don't give you this finite, delicious detail like that data sheet did. They tell you, well, it's an inverter. It goes in, it comes out, it's blah, and sometimes it'll give you some timing stuff, some overall generic timing, but that's it. This thing shows you down to the clock cycle because it can run at many speeds. It tells you like, this happens, then X number of clock cycles later, this happens, then X number of clock cycles later, that happens. And it doesn't only show you that in diagrams, it writes it out. So that data sheet, generally speaking, is the great start, is to look at that, look at the data sheet of what you're trying to reverse engineer. If it's something like that, if it's something that has a data sheet, and wrap your head around how it works. You don't have to memorize exact timings and all that stuff. You're trying to understand from a 10,000 foot view, what does this thing do? How does it do the thing, right? Sorry, Ron and Javier just posted in them watching the TV there at Kokorin Hall with me in the background. We're on a little podcast called Retro Repair Roundup, so 3/4 of us are there. They're asking where the cowboy hats are, and cowboy hat represents. Woo woo. Also, for anybody who doesn't know about it, but you do now, I have my very own Javier candle, Saint Javier. May he bless our reefas and replace our capacitors. So anyway, back to where I was. So understanding the general concept of how this thing you're reverse engineering works is the primary step. And that was honestly one of the most difficult things for me, because I have like self-diagnosed ADHD. I can't pay attention to anything. Details are not me. I am not a detail guy. I'm a concept person. So it took me a long time to convert the details of this data sheet into like a concept instead. So once I got that figured out, then it was like, okay, so now we just need to recreate this function. Luckily, again, the data sheet was excellent in giving us the data we needed to reverse engineer that thing. From then, it was like, okay, so what's the next step? Like, do I get a chip? Do I take a chip? What chip do I use to do this? I already had some experience making a keyboard encoder for my JCM1 single board computer, so I decided to go with that. And as a matter of fact, the code is almost identical because the function is almost identical to that other thing. And it's like, okay, so what chip do I need? How many, look at the data sheet, how many pins do I need? How many are output pins? How many are input pins? How many are bimodal pins or tri-state pins, things like that. And then from there, it's just a lot of programming. The programming was difficult too, but I luckily, Quinn Dunkey, I don't know if she's at K-Fest this year. I don't know if she's remote this year. Quinn, thank you very much. You did you did some sort of project in the past with some sort of keyboard encoder. I think it was for the Veronica thing. And I used some of ideas from the Veronica project that she had to learn how to actually read a keyboard and do just a lot of the code stuff. A lot of that is then emulating from the code the timing and the order of operation that the data sheet says. So when you press a key, what does the data sheet say has to happen? Well, this happens, then that happens, then that happens. And then it's lots of iterations of code over and over and over and over again. Once I got to a point where I thought the code would probably work, let me see if I have it. Do I have my original? Stand by. I'm looking for my original prototype. Aha. Is that it? Yep. And so I wired up a little prototype board. These pins go into the Apple II. These pins select my chip, and I could put the chip in the prototype, put it in the computer, bang on the keyboard, see what happens. Is it repeating keys correctly? Is it picking up the right key sequences? Oh, when I hold shift and type 7, I get an exclamation point instead of the ampersand and stuff like that. I could go back to my code, look at what was wrong, tweak it, do those things, and keep iterating that until it was right. You know, that project also helped me learn designing PCBs, because I mean, people don't want me like shipping this stack of stuff to them every single time I ship them one, right? I mean, the prototype, this is a prototype for the MM series. It needed to have a special header on it to clear the keyboard. It's just like mess of wires, huge mess of wires. But you know, you have to learn how to design PCBs or printed circuit boards. And a lot of folks helped me with that specifically. You've got a lot of stuff I followed from Big Clive online, in his sprint layout that he used helped me teach me a lot. Brankus Creations, if you guys don't know him, he's in Australia. He fixes Macs all the time. The guy is an absolute like legend, to use the term they like to use in Australia. The guy is a legend. And a lot of his work inspired me too. And then that's just learning how to use a PCB layout tool. That again was most self-taught, is like, well, which tool do I want? KiCad or Sprint Layout? I went and grabbed one, played around with it for, you know, a week and figured it out. Like, and that's again, self-learning, learning the terminology in playing with a PCB. It's like, well, what's a trace? What's a via? What's a through hole? Those kinds of things. What's the silk screen? Learning how to then export that out of the application as what are called Gerber files. And also don't forget the drill file, or you'll get a board without any holes in it and you can't stick things in it. Learning how to export that stuff out and then get it to a manufacturer in a format that they can read and then get boards back and all of that stuff. So lots of details there. More Q&A questions. Let's see. How did I learn electronics and how long did it take? That is a really good question too. So I started playing with electronics before I started playing with computers to some extent. I didn't have a computer until I was like 13. And even then it was like a cast off old TRS-80. Where did the Q&A window go? There it is. Before that, I was into electronics kits and stuff like that. I had one of those 60-in-1 electronics kits where you had the springs with the wires and you could make stuff up. I learned, you know, some basic electronics, but I didn't really get super serious into it because I lacked the intelligence to really get into it, the training, the anything to dig into that. I had the basics, but then that went off to the side. Got into computers, but then I came back around to electronics, mostly when I decided I wanted to make my own single board computer. I wanted to make my own version of I don't know how you want to put it. If I was a kid in 1987, what awesome 8-bit computer would I make? If I had my druthers and I could do it, well, I taught myself how to do it. Literally, I just taught myself how to do it. I don't know how else to explain it. It's not like I took a course or anything like that. It's like, okay, so how do you interface a CPU? Well, what CPU do I want to use? Well, the 6502, of course, because I knew how to program the 6502 because I had a lot of experience with my Apple IIs and doing assembly language on those from, you know, the late 90s. So I'm like, well, let's start with the 6502 and figure out how that wired up, and then just added onto it. Lots of folks over at the 6502.org forums, lots of great advice over there of how to build that. And then I just learned from there, from reading and watching YouTube videos, honestly. Well, what's a pull-up resistor? What's a pull-down resistor? Why do you not let signals float, as they call it? What is current limiting, and how do you prevent your computer from exploding? And where would you use a diode, and why? Why is a decoupling capacitor important for preventing glitches and all these types of things? And I just taught myself how to do that. I don't know how else to explain it. And how long did it take? You know, I started in maybe 2018, and now it's 2022, and I'm designing full boards of stuff. I'm cloning things. I know how to put logic chips together to get certain results. So, you know, 5-6 years of just, and not dedicated work. This isn't like 5 to 6 years of like whatever. It's like 5 and 6 years of afternoon, nights and weekends after work, goofing off to have fun. So yeah. I answered that one. And Chizio suggesting necessity transwarp. I will get back to that better. Rodney Ross asked a question in relation to the previous thing. What did I land at? KiCad, Eagle, Other. So I have two PCB design tools I use. My primary go-to tool is Sprint Layout, because like this, the name of the program says Sprint. It's fast. It is fast. It's easy. It gets out of the way. It doesn't crash. It doesn't have problems. It doesn't have like 47 gigabytes of junk in some folder. There's a whole bunch of libraries for like 25 different tools that are all packaged together in this weird thing, the way Linux open source stuff works. Sprint Layout is not perfect. It can't do like 6, 8, 15 layer, these crazy layer boards. It's good for like 2 and 4 layer boards itself, but for the kinds of stuff that I do, for the simple type of projects I do, it is fast, it's easy. I can get in, design something, export it, get out, get it shot over to the PCB manufacturer, and get on with life. It's like a $69 program. It is not that expensive. The tool I started with was KiCad, to the point that like it's 2 versions newer now, and I haven't updated it yet. And like apparently it's so different, I would have to relearn it if I were to update it. I don't know. If I do need to design a schematic for something, an actual old school like paper schematic, like, you know, one of these things. Do I have it up here where I can show it? Yeah. Like if I were to design a schematic like that, I will still use KiCad for that. And I'll just lay out the schematic manually in KiCad because its schematic designer works really well. No complaints. I don't have any experience with Eagle or with EasyEDA or any of those other tools. I just haven't used them. So, other questions and things. Patrick King asks, why would many Apple IIc memory chips get hot on repaired boards? The memory chip was replaced, and another 2C memory board with MMU chip removed. That is a very good question. So like if your memory chips are getting hot in an Apple II, that is almost always an indication that that memory chip's just bad. That's just how it is. They short internally, especially if they're MT or MOSTEC brand chips. Those are notoriously awful chips. As Adam McGee on a lot of the different medias, or Hulkintosh, as you might know on the Twitters, will say, if it's MT and you see MT chips in your Apple II, literally replace all of them. Take all the MT chips out and put Kyocera's or Samsung's or TI's or literally any other thing other than MT chips in there, because they're going to fail. And they do. This is universal. MT chips are crud and need to be launched out of a cannon into the sun. If you have a hot chip and you replace the chip and it gets hot again, something else is going on there. What that might be, I don't know. You put the chip in backwards, that'll fry the chip and cause it to short internally and go super hot. I don't know. You know, why would just lots of different things can cause memory chip failure. But primarily, it's just the chip's bad. If the chip is hot, if a memory chip is blazing hot, you touch your finger on it, it's like, ow, the chip's just bad. That's just how it is. You put another bad chip in it, you're swapping chips around, but it's staying hot because the chip's bad. Yeah, so that's what that is. Rob Hillman says, first time I hooked up 6502 on a breadboard, I hooked it up backwards and gave it 12 volts. Nice and toasty. Yep. Absolutely. So that's my suggestion there. If you need to get those chips, the most common chips used in the later Apple IIs are the 65, or not the 65, the 4164 chips, or the 4464 chips. You can get most of those chips at Jameco, Jameco. They still find sources for those somehow. So that's what that is. Ron, Joe's hot chip, one chip challenge. Yes. No, not doing that. Ron, no, thank you. Petters, any chance you may have any suggestions on testing a transwarp for an Apple IIe that appears to have major issues accessing any memory outside its own board? Board acts the same with 1.3 and 1.4. Firmware has to be some decoder or selector chip on the transwarp board, right? Sure, absolutely. And the upside with the transwarps on those is I believe all the chips are socketed. Just replace the chips until it starts working. That's my suggestion. Another question for you, Petter, would be, is it doing the same thing in multiple different Apple IIs? So if it's only having a problem with a single Apple II, then that's going to indicate that, of course, the Apple II is the problem. Petter, of course, if you guys don't know, Petter is well known in the industry. He's done a lot of super awesome magic stuff in the background with lots of different things. And if he wants to throw in the chat the kinds of things that he's done in the background, he's no Slash. He knows what he's doing. So yeah, but that's going to be, I can do that. Yep, same issues in a 2 Plus and a 2E and a 2E Platinum. Yeah, that's a logic chip. You've got a bad logic chip somewhere. If you have one of these, if you got a logic chip tester, I got this little cheapy thing I found somewhere. You can also get logic chip testers based on an Arduino. You can also get logic chip testers. Wait, hold on. I'll show you. In this box here, because I haven't finished building it yet, you get these like the back bit or the better bit logic chip testers. Those things are super helpful for actually confirming a chip is bad. So you can just yank the chip out, throw it in the tester, set it to it, hit run. It'll test all the logic gates and stuff, and give you a definitive answer if it's bad outside a circuit. So it's super helpful there. Yeah. Chris Torrance just actually dropped in the Discord a quick link-a-doodle there to Jameco to find Samsung 4164 chips for most Apple IIs. Super helpful there. The 120 speed might not necessarily be correct. 120 is fine. Chris, thanks for dropping that. 150, I think, is the slowest speed you can go for in the Apple II, but you don't want to go too fast either, because if you go too fast, the chip can actually, how can I put it? It can present data on the bus before it's supposed to. It can actually cause bus contention. It's rare, but it has happened. I have seen it. I've had a situation where somehow I had 80 nanosecond RAM and I put it in the machine and it was weird, but the RAM chips tested fine in my RAM chip tester. And so I swapped it out with some slower like 120s and it was fine. Yeah. So you don't want to go too fast, but like that 150 to 100 range is going to be fine for your Apple IIs. I use that exact 120 right there. That he linked to in all of my projects. I have a whole bin of it over here. I got parts. So yeah. So that works fine. But anyway, back to Petter. Yeah. Chips. Yeah, just start swapping chips. Just swapping chips and see what happens. Insert live, click that button. Jeff D has a great question. I'll get to that next. Neil's question came first. You mentioned the new audio card. Will it fit behind an Apple squeezer? I don't know, But I have my Apple II GS out here. We can see. I don't have an Apple Squeezer though. But I can show you how small this card is. It's basically the size of the socket. And it has plenty of room here. In addition, this card can go anywhere. It can go in any slot because it is only using the slot for power. All of the magic comes off of this header. So we'll show you. As a matter of fact, let me click a doodle button. That is nearly aimed correctly. You guys can't see this because I haven't switched my camera yet. We're doing it live. Any of you who know me from my YouTube live streams and stuff, you'd be used to this, me moving cameras around all the time. So let's do this thing. Let's go to here. Did you all see that switch? Did that switch correctly to the second camera? Let's find out. I'm watching it on YouTube. It did. Good. Cool. So light sound. Here it is. Right. And so here's, the slot. And it's the thickness of the slot. It's no, like, can you even see that? There. It's literally the same size as the slot. So it'll fit just about anywhere. The clearance above the socket is like, I don't know, about 0.5 centimeter or, a quarter of an inch, whatever terminology you want to use. So yeah, and it'll go in any socket, literally any slot. It doesn't matter because it's not using the slot for anything. It's just using that for power. So if you've got, like, say, you got slot 6 open because you're using the regular port on the back for your floppy drives, put in slot 6, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't care. It'll work just fine. So yeah. So installation is pretty easy. Big socket, stick it in there. They will come with a speaker header. These are stereo, of course, and we're also have some test pieces here. They're going to come with headers too that go in the sockets in the back, so you can even plug it in the back there. And then this little header right here that comes off the board. There's a stereo speaker header right here near the sound chip, which was, believe it or not, designed for that. So that just goes in right there. That's it. It's installed. It's done. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. And then you plug your speaker in. And we can even do a live sound demo. Let me see if I can get this arranged correctly. You should be able to see my screen there. Apologies for the shaky cam. It is a effect of having to do things the way that I do them. So if we turn this on, speakers up, yes. It's got a sync. Aha, Apple II GS. Now, my video here, I'm using one of those GONBEZ things. Yeah, ignore the yellow, that's just my cable. I'm using one of these GONBEZ things. I have a, power came out. I have a little Raspberry Pi Pico hooked up to it, running GBS control, which allowed me to set the phasing on this perfectly. So it's like a perfect screen. But anyway, so as you might be able to hear, like, let's go here and go to sound and go to sounds, and you could, do different beeps. Quack, 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 quack. That's coming out of the speakers up here. It's coming out of the speakers up there. So, yep, works great. Sounds much, much better than the built-in speaker. And it's in stereo, so if you have any video games that use stereo, it works. Now, my Apple II GS has just hung up, so like I would have to restart it, and that's because of the drive image on my MicroDrive Turbo I'm using is broken, and I need to reformat it, but that's another thing, and it's boring, so we're not going to demo doing that. So let's change my screen real quick, doodle. Back to Facecam. And he's back. Yes. Yes. I use Wagos. Yes, this is the that the power supply in this is the Apple II GS power supply from Reactive Micro. Henry is great. Buy his stuff. Help support another Apple II guy. It's great. Use the XG EUC T56 for logic chip testing. Yes, I have one of those. I don't know where I put it. It's up here. Like I got a billion. Like I got one of those, and I've got an old Mini Pro, and I got this thing, this Wellen VP299, specifically because it programs old PAL chips, because I'm going to need that for a super secret Macintosh product. I'm not supposed to be telling you about that. Shh. Hush. So yeah. Lots of questions. Where is the Q&A? I'll make sure I'm not missing anything. Yes, show the tools. Yes, let's talk about tools. So fixing old computers. Fixing old computers is a different thing. Before I get into that, I am seeing a couple questions in the Discord that will be quick answers. I'm going to answer that real quick. Jeff D asks, given the state of parts, anyone know any compatibilities with 74LS in place of 74LS parts? If it were me, Jeff, I would use 74 HCT parts. Those are HC style parts. So they're CMOS, but the T, they have special drivers in them to make them compatible with the 5-volt TTL logic. I have found that their function tends to be more in line with the function of the original LS parts. ALSs tend to be, if memory serves, faster. And just like with RAM, that can be problematic. If you're just using it for like some general jelly bean logic project, it doesn't matter, right? If you're using it in anything that's timing critical, for example, I'll use this as an example. I have a, back there behind that pile right there, it's underneath there. I have a Franklin Ace 2200 that came to me broken, super insanely broken. It works now. That thing has some really, really picky timing on it. And the ALS can do the same thing as the RAM. It can assert its data pins or its outputs or whatever faster than the rest of the logic is expecting. It can actually mess up the other logic, especially if the system has been designed for LS specifically with that timing in mind. So you can just kind of you could try throwing ALS at it, and if it works great. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But if it doesn't work, try HCT. HCT tends to be the most compatible. I've been having problems getting old LS logic. I've been doing HCT logic in my Soft Pro 3 cards, in lots of other stuff. And it just works. So can't really complain. Ron is asking a question, does that audio card have an amp? Nope, it is line only. How hard does it make one of those GONBEZ things? There is a barrier to entry that requires a little bit of soldering knowledge, not too crazy. If you've soldered any sort of like through hole kit before, you can do it. I would just look up GBS control. I will type that. And look up that project. It'll tell you what you need to do. It'll tell you the Raspberry Pi, Arduino-y, whatever chip thingy you need. It gives you instructions on exactly how to wire it up to the GONBEZ and which GONBEZ GBS 8220 thing that you need. So yeah. The RGB HDMI is way more turnkey. Yes, it is. I think the GONBEZ does a great job on the video though, and I already had the board. So I'm like, I'm going to hack it. Anyway. Thinking. Lots of questions there. Let's go back to the actual Q&A here. Somebody dropped a question. Yes, show the tools. Patrick M. King asked a question, why would my CFF-A 3000 not show up on slot 2 on my 2GS computers? It's okay in slot 7. Because the Apple II GS has so much built-in hardware mapped to all those slot numbers. If you don't go into the slots desk accessory, which is Open Apple Control Escape, or you go into control panels from GSOS and change that slot 2, to be your card, it won't activate the firmware of whatever card you have physically in that port. So you have to remember to switch that. Yes, show the tools. Oh my gosh, I have tools out the yin yang. So fix repair tools for these old computers. It depends on how far you want or need to go with things. So the number one tool you're going to want, of course, is your brain, is common sense. Don't put things in backwards. Be slow and be careful, and get good, so to speak. But beyond that, you're going to want a solid multimeter of some description, because voltages, surprisingly or not, can be a big thing. If your power supply's voltages are slightly too low, the whole machine's going to be wacky. It can help you detect shorts on certain pins on RAM chips, for example. That's a big thing too. And having a multimeter doesn't have to be expensive. Like this is the Kaiweets KM601, not sponsored. That's the multimeter that I use. This is like a $40 multimeter. And it does all of the basics that you're going to need. It'll do continuity tests, voltage tests, capacitance tests, diode tests, all those things, so you can test the functionality of individual components. That's important. Watching a few YouTube videos to figure out how to use that tool, helpful as well. Fingers. Thingies. Thingies are a big special tool for working on these old computers. Because we talked about before with the RAM, one of the best ways to find bad chips is just stick your finger on it after you've touched something metal to discharge static from yourself, of course. Just touch the chips. A warm chip is fine. And by warm, I mean you can put your finger on it, it doesn't burn you. But if you put your finger on that and it's like, ow, that chip's bad. It's a bad chip. That chip's got to go. It's got to get out. You got to put in a chip in there. And then you look up that chip online, you go to a place like Jameco, or Mouser Electronics, or DigiKey, or Newark, or Element 14, or whoever you want to go to. Rapid Electronics, I don't care. Find a place. You get your replacement chip and put it in there. We can talk about replacing the chips here in a second. If you're getting to the point to where you need to actually get chips out to replace chips, it depends on the chip. Some chips are socketed. And if that's the case, you'll need something similar to this. This I found is the best tool to do it because it works on every chip all the time. This is the Wiha 26810 chip lifter. See if I can get close to get it to focus on that. Is it going to focus? See, my camera is dumb. It's going to take like 20 minutes to decide like that's what it needs to focus on. But basically, it's a flathead screwdriver that's been turned. You can also use a flathead screwdriver, but this allows you to get in at an angle. That allows you to get in and pry the chip up just a little bit, get on the other side, pry it up a little bit, and then what I do is I will get in under the chip and I will actually turn this. I will actually rotate it slightly, and that can help pry the chip out. You can get universal little chip lifter-y things like one of these things. You stick over the chip and you just go like this and it yanks it out. But this will only work for chips of certain sizes, and you need one for every kind of different size of chip you might need. Like this, for example, you can see the width of it only works on wide chips. So this is for like CPUs and ROMs and stuff. But a lot of the chips you have to replace aren't going to be CPU and ROMs. They're going to be the little logic chips. This thing can't pull logic chips very well. Perfect. Worst case scenario, get a flat blade screwdriver, stick it under there, and just go super slow. Additionally, hold your hand or your fingers over top of the chip as you pry it. The last thing we want to do is do this and get a stiction situation where it kind of desticks out of the socket and flies across the room. Or worst case scenario, flying across the room is fine. Bent pins or broken pins, bad mojo. Go super slow until you have a feel for it. Until you've done it 15,000 times and the chip just comes out. I mean, I can even demonstrate it. Can I demonstrate it? This will be kind of a hard demonstration, but basically you can just, you get underneath here and you just pry on it very slowly until you got one side slightly pried up, but not all the way. Because if you keep going, you're going to bend the pins on this end. Then you go to the other side, do the same thing, just a little bit. Chip came up. Do you see bent pins? I don't see bent pins. It just works perfectly. Perfectionis. Of course, you'll need a soldering iron. They're also good for impaling your thumb. Yes. The little U-shaped chip pullers of the 1980s are only good for bending pins or getting keycaps off. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, those things are awful. So processing data, where was I? Soldering iron. Get a good soldering iron. And by good, I don't necessarily mean expensive. You don't want to get one of those little soldering pencils that looks like a screwdriver, unless it's the Pinecil, Pinecil. That is the only small stick-shaped one that I would suggest. Because those things have most of those just little cheapies, they have no temperature control. They're on at full blast. Who knows what full blast is? It might be so hot that it'll burn holes right through the board you're trying to work on, or fry the chip you're trying to solder on. So you want to have something that has some sort of semblance of temperature control. I suggest a small soldering station that has a soldering handle. I mean, I have mine here on my bench like this. That on a lead that you can have it separate. That takes T12 soldering tips because the tips are replaceable. You just get a new tip. Like this one, you can see that tip is burned out. I'm going to need to get a new one soon. But the entire heating element everything is in the tip, and I'm going to make sure that this is off. I don't want it turning on while I'm trying to yank it out, but I can just pull that right out and put in a completely different soldering tip. While it's on, I can just use a pair of pliers, take that out and just set it aside, and then put a completely new tip while it's running. So say I need to get in and do super, super fine work, I can put a super fine tip in there. Very helpful. It's very helpful to get that tool first, right? And you can get one of those soldering stations for like $60. It's a little bit pricey, but we're not talking like $500 soldering station. You don't need it. I've been using this little $60 soldering station for 4 years. Works great. No complaints. It just functions, right? So awesome sauce. For the most part, for a lot of what you're going to be doing for the Apple II, that's